nothing I can do. I can never get to you. So I'm looking for a miracle. Like somebody be so beautiful. Yeah, it's only a dream.
Yeah. Hello, and the news. What is up? A very good evening. A very good evening. How's is everybody doing? What is up? क्या सीन है? Bet on what the intro is gonna be. यहाँ पे ये सब नहीं करते. Betting नहीं करते. मिस भाई love you. NL ठीक है. Hello Binks भाई. Hello. Good evening आयुष भाई. Storm. Hello Utkarsh. What is up? Let me put the poll. Who will win? It's a blah and yeah, ठीक है. बाय द वे, हो सकता है कि आज रात को ये EMEA स्ट्रीम के बाद रात को मेंबर्स ओनली हो जाए. वैरायटी एंड शाउटेड डाउनलोड करके रखा है. शायद से ये स्ट्रीम के बाद रात को हो सकता है. पॉसिबल है. बहुत याद आई आज तेरी आफ्टरनून में. मैं तो स्ट्रीम कर रहा था. बढ़िया.
It's also coming down to like, can we figure out
आज
where
सारे गेम
Lotus'
जीते.
identity is on this
पता नहीं
team
मेंबर
since
जोन
the
में ऐसा
Euro
क्या है.
changes, and then for Giant X, really just getting
तो
West
जादू
Side
सा है.
into a better position. I think that so far, as Tom's already mentioned, the Phoenix has been a real highlight, especially on that Haven. So yeah, I think more from him as well, please.
It feels then in sense of both of these teams, when it comes to their keys to victory, it's more reliant on individual
Membership
performances.
ले
Is
लो,
that what you
देखो
would say, or do you think it's more the rest of the team
levity.
being able to set up the individual to have his own best performance?
Finally 30 years in 5 years. Language.
Because I think we are going to get West Side. For me, for Giant X, it's whether or not the other players are there. Ara had a very bad first week, very good second week. You get him online, I think they're going to be competitive. I think the same, you could put Larocque in that bracket.
Yeah.
Larocque is going to be good, but who is there with him?
The Razor chairs that they're currently sitting on. They're with every single one of the players, so that's something to point out as well. Yeah, either way. BBL said again, like Lover's Rock is one of the players that we've highlighted as well earlier, saying that the changes from the Yoru have had maybe not necessarily the most beneficial impact on how he's been playing on the server. So I want to see that comfortability that he had, like, just improve.
Well, I think another thing is they played the Whaley in week 1, and then obviously changes came in for that agent too by week 2 with the patch change. So they then had to go and explore something else. I believe it was the Raise Neon that they were playing instead. So yeah, I think really just trying to figure out what is the identity here. We've seen a switch up, as I mentioned, from Kreving move away from that Cypher onto more Viper-orientated maps, which has been really enjoyable to watch.
Binks by NQ is always looking for teammates. I guess उनसे contact में रहो. एक request है. Your request is denied. Denied. एकदम denied. एकदम मतलब straight up.
If they want to push into playoffs.
Yeah, I think especially for BBL, expectations are incredibly high. And
Man, कब हुआ? Excuse me, Mords इस पे नजर रखो.
Mords, almost going
Mords
backwards
इस पे
in the
नजर रखो ये
meta.
बंदे
This
पे.
feels like a more old school meta Haven comp. Like you've got
Yes,
that
बात
free
आएगी वो तो
tracking
membership
for
मेरी
Larocque, he's
जानकारी
still very
है.
comfortable on it.
Crewing
But this
back
is where
on the
Lovers
side
Rock
for-
on
Hello,
the
handsome
jet is
dinner,
going to
खाना
have
खा
to be
लिया?
very
Yes,
impressive.
sir.
And we haven't really seen as much of it yet.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, they were playing the Yoru Neon Cypher when we think back to
Yes,
BBL's Haven previously, and now they've decided to opt for this
पता है बागल,
Rock
पता है,
on
देख रहा था
Breach and Lovers Rock on Jet. I think that this really,
तबीयत के
as much as
लसूड़े
it is
लगे हुए.
almost
मैं
like
सुबह
taking a
10
step
बजे सोया
backwards, when we
सुबह
think
के.
about their time on Challengers, Larocque was probably one of the best Breach players
He's
in
great at
What a
Breach.
beautiful
yeah, like,
life.
he is great at everything, but
धूप
the
में
first
एकदम
thing, the agent
सनकिस
that
लोग
came to
फोटो
mind
लेते
was
हैं.
Larocque when I think back to
तेरा
the
भाई
Challengers
सनकिस
time, so
सोता है.
I mean, if Mini was here and he saw the breach, I think he would be very upset, but
He's not.
he's
ये
not.
new team है
So
क्या? नहीं
at
तो
that point, who cares? But we have our casters ready for today as well. Maybe
भाई
they
बस
can give us a little bit of an
tech post
insight
ना आ
on
जाए.
what
अंडी
they
मंडी
think
आज,
about
please.
the breach. So, Hazza Cairo, welcome.
Well, thanks for having us. Yeah, results from the previous week make this a must-win game for both teams. The question on my mind is Giant X facing in the facade of a wounded BBL, or is this a team which is
I mean,
both teams has it. This is probably the perfect week for them both.
Love you. What's up, somebody?
Issues in terms of is it double duelist, is it double initiator? But for BBL, they need to show us what they've got in the locker. For Giant X, they've seen BBL get beat last week. There's a formula there to follow.
भाई तो साथ में सोना शुरू कर दे तेरी जिंदगी के 90% प्रॉब्लम हल हो जाएंगे. एक्सीज में लैंग्वेज तेरे सब की सोच.
But if they want to be on that flight, then something has to change. And if there was any time to figure out your identity,
तेरे का रिजल्ट है भाई. चैट से पूछो.
Facing similar issues, let's be real, and I think this breach that we've seen already feels like they're going back to basics.
सुम्बड़ी में स्लाइड मार के राइट जा सकते हैं. क्या
signifier of this crisis that BBL are in, their identity from that double duelist starting to show cracks in the agent select.
हमेशा मजा आता है विकू.
30 seconds into the round now, already GX have made their presence known on C, and behind Lotus smoke there is still a big question mark there, but duly cleared, and now BBL's focus should start to shift towards A. Again, you're seeing Rose playing incredibly passive here, and that's when the reclear starts to happen.
I really like this proactive as ever as BBL. They always want to be on the move, and Rose gets all the information, but also a whole load of damage. Players are on the backline very quickly.
Rose lucky to live there. Still with utility though, and the backline has been spotted.
And it has. Gruby getting prepared with that paranoia, but as the players come through, they're going to find the picks. At least Gruby keeps it even. One more player in the corner. Can Lovers
shot, man!
We're still 2-on-2. The Sheriff of Westside on the site gets Giant X started the best way possible.
GX very receptive to that pressure coming in from BBL. You saw the heavy flank. Lovers Rock has his time in the sun, but so does Westside. The two players highlighted by the desk as the keys to victory here. Enabling them as much as possible has to be the win condition. And it's Westside, the little bit sharper this time.
Both of these teams, कुछ फेल है. किस मुझ से पूछेगा ये? Hello.
Obviously in the first 2 weeks, but so interesting that we straight away get them seen going back in the meta, and it's Tom and Billy speaking about the fact that like they don't like this look, they don't like the.
Kavish bhai, welcome back to the cast those membership. मेरी जान का डोडे. Fifth bolte. Welcome back मेरी जान का डोडे. How's you?
None of the top 6 Masters teams having a positive record until today. All gamers confirming their spot in the playoffs in CN.
बड़ा वाला thirsty हो सकता है. बड़ा वाला.
Come back to that in just a moment. There is a curious stack by BBL there, posing the question with all 5 players, and GX have got to be careful they navigate this.
वो लोग ने बता दिया, वो लोग पीछे जाएंगे अभी.
Slow and not getting caught off guard, but BBL already looking to leave the site.
Oh shit!
And with Giant X staying in place, this is looking like it's just going to be a quick re-hit.
Heavy playing with the brains.
So back to the previous conversation. Yeah, a first ever defeat to the Eternal Fire Core and Izzy on the surface would seem like, you know, a big thing, right? You know, it's a huge loss to take. But this is a BBL team which you and I have followed over the last couple of years that every now and then do switch off. It's that next game and the bounce back where, you know, then you're really asking the question, do they have what it takes to find their feet in, you know, this meta right now, which really doesn't suit them?
All 5 players of BBL stand on the outskirts.
I think Cloud or Flickless वो करेंगे guns change.
It's very likely with the positions that they're taking up. And I want to further your point, right? And kind of build upon that. I agree with you that BBL are a team who normally do bounce back, but I want to switch your minds back to EMEA Challengers 3 of 2025. We didn't really see that bounce back, right? I understand that the group was a lot.
New game हमें भी देखा था थोड़ा गरीब बनाया करे हमारा नहीं जब भी EMEA नहीं रहेगा तभी normal sim पे खेलेंगे इंस्टॉलेड
players. But the point I want to get to is we watched the first 2 games of them being playing against each other, Enterprise and Mandatory that they played, and they didn't really show us too much, which is a bit poor. And in that moment, in that group, I thought to myself, these guys look like they're in a crisis, because remember they were trying to play double control and a lot more slower, and I feel as if that's kind of where we're at right now with BBL.
No, there have been a few metas, even Teho Breach springs to mind where it didn't immediately click, but As you can see here, Haven is their playground, and with the anti-eco out of the way, just the one death on the GX side, I believe, West side, already with a run it back. There are tools to make this scary.
There is, and one of the biggest in Lovers Rock's hands, the operator. He can be. Struggled on the Euro, didn't struggle on the Euro in kickoff, but as things have changed, Jet might be the answer to the problem.
And when we talk about enabling him, it has to be stuff like getting an operator in his hands. But one of the best swings that GX will get at that is going to be with Westside and this ultimate. So already surging towards the C side, Kreven taking up position.
Yeah, but the operator does get to strike, but not before losing the sight entirely. In fact, BBL try and backfill it. Flickless just misses his chance, and BBL might have won the round already. The two remain in resistance, the two man main resistance. Need to try and get the spike back in their hands. With 50 seconds remaining, plenty of time to do it.
Yeah, they do. And they're happy to throw their guns at this. At what point does... Lovers Rock is holding the angle.
Yeah.
Rose did give it up. I think GX are just waiting for an overextension, which BBL are not happy to just give them.
Bobby ji, stream kariye. Kya meri super chat nahi dekh rahi nahi?
30 seconds left.
Flickless does have the bulldog in his hands.
कब के लोग ऐसा भाई आज मेरा सच में आज बहुत बाप के लिए members को पूछो members को पूछो.
Rifles of BBL. That's for Westside here. We want to keep that Vandal in hand.
Yeah, it gets to a point where I think you're just anticipating this is GX saving the guns rather than making a last gasp attempt. So with that in mind, BBL should walk away with all 4 weapons here. It certainly looks to be the case as Lovers Rock fires off on Flickless. And they can pick up their first hit on Haven nice and early, which is important, Cairo, because they're starting on the defender's side. And when you look at how BBL have performed so far this stage, it's the attack where they've really struggled.
Yeah, it is the attack. They've struggled in historically, I think of this BBL roster always having putting under a microscope. It's the next one. But I guess on the other hand, then we start to think of Giant X and what their attack looks like.
Brawl about to break out in A.
round क्या BBL निकाल सकता? That is the question.
And the rest of GX here we've got to be thinking about.
कि GX का A strong
is back on the breach, so he's got a stun to support if
required. कैसे काम नहीं किया पता नहीं लेकिन.
Right now the drone is the only catalyst for Lovers Rock to get himself into a fighting position, and in fact he'll just leave his IGL behind to watch over this by himself.
Yeah,
बहुत enjoy किया love in
the middle of a main, completely caught out.
And a lot of rounds they're building this defensive macro off of having the Sova solo A long. GX read into that tendency and it's maximum punishment.
That it is. So with the 4 players remaining, how does this look? You can already see that Flickless has anticipated a flank as the Omen of Loiter tries to probe and prod towards that side, and he's held a jump but isn't able to win. So now full focus on the remaining 4 on site. What can they do to hold this down?
Almost full belt on the way back in.
This is going to be a real issue, one which Giant X are going to have to try and stand the test of. Only a classic, but it's Lovers Rock. R is right and Giant X to perhaps win it here and now. In favour of GX.
Huge win early on in this series for GX, getting the rounds that they require on Haven. Cast your minds back to the Eternal Fire game. BBL in the skirmish there, ending up picking into the first map. That was Pearl. Eternal Fire ready for it. Feels like you maybe want to say the same about this one already here.
Question has it. When we get into this, right, it already looks that Giant X have a great start to this map, it has to be said. This next round, a really big swing round between the two. If Giant X were to win it, BBL probably on an equal round.
Yeah.
When do we start to consider this, that BBL really do look a little bit weak?
I think, as you said, it's right after this round. And another aspect to that is just how they've been defaulting. I mentioned it a little bit there, and without the Yoru, it completely changes your theory.
It's been 4 years, thanks for smiling and keeping us entertained even.
Exact composition.
When you're tired, also घर पे सब कैसे सब first class है मेरी जान करो सब first class है एकदम heavy first class है tension नहीं है.
He said that Larok was one of the best breach players in the world, but what can he do here on this mid fight? Nothing. Just watches Lovers Rock go down, and so it all sits on his shoulders. First kill is good. Revealed up, Robinho's already made the cross and he's going to get out with his life.
अरे टिपी मारने दिया, hello?
Nearly captures him. Back onto the spike of BBL and look at Loiter.
Cloud finding one back, Cloud just full sticking this, flickless. Catches a kill onto Rose but won't stop the defuse in full.
हो गया मेरा, निंजा ही कर लिया भाई ने.
He didn't have to do too much in that round in the end, just the one kill in the side defense.
अबे 4 बंदे जिंदा हैं,
hello?
hello?
A mistake from GX in post plant.
It is a mistake, but BBL get through into the next round, counting the lucky chickens, and I can see this as there's not a whole bunch left.
अकेला गोली मार रहा है.
The fact that we look at this and Giant X had a good post plan, managed to get rid of the flag, which we seem to be so aware of. Still, we are in a big swing round between these two. BBL's economy isn't out of the woods just yet.
This one more pressing than the last.
चलो आ रहा भाई.
Arrow sliding in immediately, Paranoia catches, so does the reveal. Positive trade, GX with the numbers.
Yeah, but look at this, they've responded so well, read it perfectly onto the C site. BBL are left recovering, and look at Westside, he's nearly got to run it back again.
That's what you've really got to be targeting. Phoenix ult every couple of rounds to make this
big.
The price that you pay in trade-off for other utility.
सीधा टिप मार दे बेस में.
Lotus Rock already sending a statement, making sure he's known on the flank, but it's such a split retake.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to ones realistically here.
So
देखो technically retake हो सकता
to
है.
roll that dice and play down to their own individual strengths, but when it stops with Lotus Rock, it stops for the rest of them.
Shit.
This one
वो
just
अगर
isn't
पहला किल मारता
feasible,
तो शायद से
and so
possible
GX
था.
build on their lead. At the very least, some rifles retained.
Yeah, I feel
क्या
as
लग
if
रहा है बंग्स भाई
BBL
कौन
are kind
जीतेगा?
of making some really basic mistakes in the sense that when we're watching them right now,
एकदम strong
a lot of the
smell आ रहा है मेरे
rounds
को
have
BBL.
got a flank element to it. And Giant X are just dedicating one
लग रहा
player
है.
to the flank, and every single time after the
एकदम.
pistol round, Giant X have been winning it, or at least have got a player to identify the issue. So it feels like right now BBL are taking a lot of chances, being a little bit, I guess, I hate to see it, desperate in a way.
Yeah. No, I know exactly how you feel, and I think a common trend for a lot of these rounds as well is built off the back of what GX were always historically so good at, set pieces. And when you look at their composition, I'm definitely favouring in current times the Neon Phoenix, which we've seen find success
Which on the way hai.
On other teams, Liquid for example as well, to be winning those fights as Ara did.
Well, there's 3 rifles in the mix here. As you could see, BBL wanted to fight that mid portion, but Giant X once again very slow on the uptake, but that actually favoured them against BBL.
Bunks Twitch when Amisha
exactly what Cloud is trying to call around this antagonistic behavior from BBL.
Tension
Rose hangs on for a couple. In fact, it's Lover's Rock with the hat trick in the end. Buys them a 4 versus 2. The question is, can they recover any of these rifles? Doesn't look like it.
Grubby wants to go back into the space that has just been fought for. Has seen Rose, but needs to be careful of any more. While showing his presence, you can see that Flickless is working elsewhere on the map.
दोनों खतरनाक लगते हैं bro. Lover's Rock और Lero.
Flickless has to know that there's a gap that he can try and make some space with. It's all a game of timing. And Kribby decapitates him on the way back through. Kribby left with it all on the table.
जब बैठे बनो का तो भाई का language.
The question is, how many do BBL give him?
I mean, rifles can be picked up, at least donated to the likes of
मेरे को भी देखने है इतना तो तुम लोग बोल रहे हो ना कितने लोग वहाँ पे आते करके देखने का रुक जाओ.
Can they keep it clean?
नाम ले लेके गाली दूँगा.
Right, it's 4 of the best that we have in the region against Scrubby, who's not had the best of 26 starts. Smoke in,
है possible है.
Just playing around the edge of it.
Seeing if anyone wants to walk into the crosser, as you say, not the best stage for Grubby. Part and parcel of this GX system, but given a chance to get going, he starts to run hot. Grubby with a couple, and now it's down to the 2v1. Flashing face, but Kreven is there. Safe pair of hands as always, and BBL back within 1.
Yeah, the heartbeat starts to get raised a little bit when Grubby gives it an attempt, and it is respectable one at least BBL get over the line, but it's the numbers in which they save them, right? How do you even let it get into this position? great A fight,
New orders
expecting the
banenge.
contact
Barabar.
from Giant X that's been catching BBL off guard, and that's what I think we're going to see.
यार वीडियो बोला वहाँ पे लोग आएंगे. Hey, what are you guys
We are just
speaking
going to
to?
roll them. That's it.
Yeah.
Nice try, Groby.
Loader है
Drops
नहीं
off, you know. And then you play into the mind games. Is it
Damage
just
तो
Rose
दिखे,
here? Okay,
लेकिन
the
वो लोग
solo
round
player's
जीत
taking
रहे
the
ना.
first fight. Lovers Rock's in behind it.
डैमेज क्या
This
करेंगे?
time,
2 राउंड और
he's
जीत
going to be
गए
bringing
वो
out the
लोग.
op.
Almost.
Well, that obviously going to be identified with the scan of the dart and a shot fired, but nothing off the back of it. Giant X will fill that space.
Yeah. GX just loving to take this long
Upper
control
है
and then
करके
freeze,
पता है.
wait for that reclear that BBL have been known to do.
Taking their time coming back in. The problem with Giant X,
Sorry, long
the
push.
problem with BBL right now is if leave players on the side,
Cypher
Giant
होने
X
ले
can
सकता.
create problems with
Cypher
the
shot
ultimates
नहीं
that
ले
they have
पाएगा
in pocket.
Okay, interesting.
आ रहा है
Change
वापस.
up from BBL. It's Kreven watching mid instead, and they've actually brought Larok in here to support.
Oh shit,
A-side.
retake.
And he's the defender of it, but it's Rose instead at the back that's able to pick up one. Larok trying to flood back in and help out his captain, but Westside with the run it back, already good for another.
Well, the spike can go in. Look at the 3 remaining. You can see the operator go straight to heaven to try and get a pick.
नेक्स्ट जब स्ट्रीम करोगे
Cuts
गुड बाय तब
across the
बाय
frame
लाइव
of
आएंगे तो
default,
सुबह
but
करके मैं
unfortunately
आपका
Lovers
ट्वीट सेटअप
walks
करवाने
away
के लिए.
empty-handed. Westside again, and with Flickless
Guys,
by
एक
his
नया
side,
mod का slot खाली होने वाला
GX
है.
indestructible in these kinds of situations.
Twitch
Yeah, I'm
रहने
starting to
रहने
take
तो
note of GX. This is
only
looking pretty decent
Binks बनाओ,
against
excuse me.
BBL, but it feels
Cast
like the
दोस्त में है ना वो
playbook
सब.
is totally catered
Features.
to their opponents. They know exactly what they're going to do. They've got everything prepared for them. And these side hits have so much potency about them,
रिजर्व
especially
को
when there's ults in the
VCT
back
टीम
of
कोच
it.
करेगी. ऑलरेडी कर लिया भाई सेंटिनल्स.
Really feels like we've
Come on!
stripped back the layers and we're playing a fundamental game here. It's very simplistic stuff, but
फॉर्म निकाल रहा
potent
फॉर्म
is
भरना
the
पड़ेगा फॉर्म भरना.
impact. First time out called on the BBL side, a sign of weakness perhaps as Key is
मैंने खुद
starting to
उसको
lay out the orders.
80-100 करोड़ दिया.
He was
इसका तो
pretty
अलग ही चल
candid with
रहा है.
his response after the Eternal Fire
Only
loss
things
that
बना
it was a
मैं भी
game
आऊँगा.
plan
Excuse
issue.
me आयुष भाई.
How much have they
क्या हो रहा
really
है आज?
developed since the last time we saw them
ए
here?
तुम लोग भी कम सो रहे हो क्या?
Yeah, that's the
क्या
big
बात हो
aspect
रही है?
to it. How do they switch things up? And I don't want to call it a
ये आज
game
मैं किसको
plan
सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ?
issue here, but
BBL लवर्स
I
रॉक
feel as
बोलते
if
हैं.
I
बहुत बढ़िया
can't
प्लेयर
call it
लगता है
any
मेरे
other
को.
way, right?
Sure.
In the sense that they're getting caught off guard by Giant X every single time. It's up to Key to try and prepare his players for this. They've opted for such a simplistic take on Haven,
Yeah.
and it doesn't
GEELI
inspire
Chummi
me.
to you.
I
Love
mean,
you
it's
देवांश
the
भाई. Love
basics,
you
right?
मेरी
It
जान
doesn't
के
feel
डे.
like BBL are even leaving themselves with an opportunity to defend
Excuse
A
me,
at
Vishwajit
times.
bhai.
Yeah.
Go back and look up a Larok highlight reel from
Consistent
his
बंदा है
time in
Belarus,
challenges. Half of those
consistent.
clips are on Haven A site as a defender, you know?
Yeah.
We need him there. We need Loiter putting the short smoke as well, right? The
Yeah.
Avova smoke, like...
Yeah, but there's a difference between tier 2 and a roster
I
that's
know,
qualified
yeah, I
to
know,
champ.
but you got to be able to
champions.
level that up, right? Accordingly,
I know,
and
of
if GX
course.
can beat you at that game, then
100%. Oh, the flash being held through mid, and
Flash
the
भी तो
steps
जाने
probably
पाएंगे.
going to follow. That operator and one rifle on BBL, the only parts that could really form a dangerous line.
ब्रिज अच्छा है क्या रे? मैं इतना नहीं ना.
The
मतलब
utility being sent
ठीक है
towards
space
them
ले
and
सकते हैं.
slowly
First system से
gravitating
लेकिन-
towards the C site. Well, Julius and the Cypher break through B and open the site up.
Spike far from committed at this point in time, though. Cairo still holding back on this GX.
No, not anymore. Look at Cloud. He's rushing to the B side. And not only that, Giant X have taken that A link space. It's Arago. It's huge.
Oh my God, hello?
And LaRock left trying to chase and
Balance
follow
the jet.
footsteps of an Ara that has gone elsewhere.
Yeah, just running circles around him.
Yeah.
Oh, you thought for just a second and looked
भाई,
away
क्या
at
था
an
वो?
inopportune moment. The round is done, though.
आज बना को
GX
तो
have
बॉडी.
secured themselves a sixth with this post plant.
बाप
The numbers at the top of the screen,
रे
too much for
क्या
BBL to
मारा
digest.
रहा मारा.
And it's another tough pill to swallow.
But say
Well, the operator has been identified, and you know Giant X want to try and get rid of that. As Lovers Rock tries to dive and
नहीं, एक और
dodge,
smoke
but I
नहीं
tell
दे
you
सकता.
what, there's not much dodging in Westside's rifle. So that leaves
नहीं,
LaRock,
off
the
gap.
only buy coming into this round, saved.
अरे शर्म करो chat.
GX happy to invest those ultimates in a round where they know that BBL are looking more and
ये
more
क्या है?
downtrodden as things progress. gotta say though, I'm wondering how much of a lead they can really carve out here. One of my biggest criticisms for GX in the previous week was their inability to close out that 11-3 they had against Pacific. So you don't want to take anything for granted right now. We know BBL's focus will be on that second half.
Tag the 40 once again.
Create maximum damage while you still can.
So the operator is now dead. It's not right operator, sorry, it's a rifle.
I just came here only Binks क्या मेरे को नहीं मालूम.
Well, BBL set up a play.
चल stream को like कर दो मेरी जान करोड़ों.
The only man to hold on to, and you know he's capable.
Yeah. Arguably the most consistent player on this BBL team, and the problem being, if he's not alive mid to late round, where do you look for answers? TP's out, it's a little bit of a bait for Rose, but he gets detected in long, and it's a long way to go. The Sova player on high alert, and you can see the rotations in motion, but that's where GX start to peel back.
कोई और एजेंट रहता तो वहाँ पे खड़े रह के वो लड़ भी पाता था.
Pulling players across, they don't want to get caught out. The drone not seeing much, but remember this happened last time, and BBL could doubt themselves here. Instead, they prefer to act off the information, as there is going to be a C hit coming through soon.
Yeah, Intercreven set up without a slide for the Neon player. This trap should be finding value, but it's instead the Rolling Thunder that cuts across the site and stops GX from getting in. Lovers Rock denying the
W ult भी मारा वो लोग ने.
Can trade it out, but Creven's right there back, and BBL showing those signs of
ये
life.
fight जीतना पड़ेगा Western और उसको.
Out of guard for GX right now. There's just no way through for them. Arrow lit up, and the rest of the defenders there to finish what they started. The distance closed.
Yeah, distance closed, but at the expense of 4 ultimates off the back of that. How repeatable is that round? That's the question I ask. I mean, fair enough, you get the round win.
Excuse me!
A round worth of momentum, but it's not a whole bunch. And I can still see issues that are coming through on the defensive side.
No way we've just replayed that same Phoenix.
कल एग्जाम में आप स्ट्रीम बंद कर दो. अरे इसके बाद मेंबर्स ओनली भी इंस्टॉल्ड है.
Production are on smoke, but here we go. Westside can't blind his teammates with that one, surely.
Omen surprise देगा.
This is a much more aggressive look from BBL than what we've seen in previous rounds, and it's paid dividends. Loiter adding in from suicide as well, and it's a man advantage for now.
Block होने के बाद भी
you're seeing that Loiter, that sewer position.
जैसे वो block को तुम लोग भी block को है ना chat अपने accent
Scottish accent coming through.
Actually gets value as a concentrate in the game.
I'm just glad we don't have Beryl in the map pool today.
So the last two remaining have to try and
Variety
go
game
elsewhere. That C-side completely given up. Remember, there's that one trap just outside of main. You can give a little bit of information, but it's not dependable. So as soon as this one goes, like the world's the oyster for GX really here.
Yeah, you've then immediately got to look, what do BBL have coming back into a potential situation? The dart should be coming back up for Rose. He's got both shocks. Cam already used preemptively by
देखा जाए ये लोग 2v3 निकाल सकते हैं.
Westside does have a molly, so this could get a little bit cagey here.
I mean, right
very
now,
much
the
possible.
They're going to try and want to get a pick back in their favour, get numbers in theirs, and that pick's just done it.
All goes up, Molly's still available.
Oh, and Flickless, it might have been a little bit dirty, but he manages to get it over the line. So a 2 versus 1. BBL had the advantage, and they bottled it in this round, leaving GX with a massive advantage heading into the last round.
Yeah, it's such awkward fights. There's a 1 versus 1 that happens at CT. Flickless able to win that one.
भाई 2v1 में वो कैसा राइट जाके 1v1 दिया देखा क्या?
5 HP. He can't disrespect the blaze wall in the end. And GX just isolating the fights that they needed to. It's a really frustrating way to lose. And, not another one.
Come on!
Another one? You're joking.
क्या हो गया इसमें? ये तो रोज का है. Excuse me.
Not one to stop, not at all. And Lovers Rock at the back of sight, trying to make sure he doesn't get caught out and having to respect everything thrown his way.
Yeah, he's on a bucky, so maybe wanting to play up close around the edge of one of these smokes.
It's a heavy observer.
He's gonna fade before he gets the chance to.
बहुत मजा आया. Excellent.
Neither is the paranoia. Ara and Giant X will end in a flawless round in this first half. What a brilliant start.
8-4 है बहुत
In
ज़्यादा
zone floor.
बिंग्स भाई बहुत मजा आया आज जो मेंबर्स गेम हुए
A real kick in
चैट
the
जी
teeth for
जिसने
BBL who
मेंबरशिप ले
wanted
लिया
to bounce
जल्दी ले
back
लो
from last
पर्स
week.
मेंबर
We'll
गेम्स
see if they
वेरी
can
आई
after the
लव
half.
यू यार सजल भाई लव यू यार सारे सेल्समैन बनेंगे तो मैं क्या बेचूं पेड चैट नहीं है वो अब मुश्किल टॉक शो का भी बता कल रात को ही हुआ था भाई पूछो मेंबर्स से रात को मेंबर्स ने कौन सा गेम है एनशॉटेड भाई परसों मेरे गाफ है बे हाँ परसों मेरी गाफ है पैसिफिक है फिर EMEA फिर मैराथन और सारे अच्छे मैचेस घंटा हुआ था जेरे भाई किसने आपको उसका घंटा दिया बता मेरे को बता आई विल लुक इनटू दैट मैटर वेरी डीपली सही में टॉक शो प्लान करो ना NRI मेंबर्स पोस्ट के लाता अक्षु तो मेरे गांड के पीछे पड़ा है बे क्या हो गया अक्षु मोड़ की दल्ला समझ नहीं आ रहा है
That game against Pacific is the one which everyone feels like they're naturally going to get at
this
stage.
10
Anything else would be considered an upset, especially when you're looking at this BBL team that wish to be London bound.
Yeah, but on top of that,
बस भाई आज बागा पर हागा है कि आज बागा पर हागा नहीं आज बागा पर हागा नहीं
comes to your kickoff winners,
आज बागा पर हागा नहीं आज बागा साफ एकदम
EMEA has never qualified to an event after that win. That's an insane stat to think about.
Indian player क्यों कोच ने करते
in the first year, right? You think of last
अगर
year
इंडियन प्लेयर वहां पे गया खेला तो तू फिर क्या कमेंट करेगा ये सोच के डर लगा है सारे रीजन में इसलिए वो लोग पोस्ट नहीं कर रहे मेरे हिसाब से
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. Whether you believe in curses or not,
वहां पे दो डबल मॉनिटर फिर देखो
chance now for GX to really hammer that point home.
अभी वो लोग का सेटअप इतना
Flickless
अच्छा
has
नहीं
been fantastic
एक ही
on the
मॉनिटर
cypher
वाला
since making the switch, and he's one of the first players here. Showing the
बेटा
exit
चेंज
is
होने दो
arrow
बस
though, and Lovers Rock has made a way into the C site.
गए गुरु
Romeo
बिनु
trying
भाई
to hold it
कौन
down as the
अच्छा था
reveal
ना
comes in over the top, but still it's just not looking good
कौन
enough for
अच्छा था
GX
बे
to keep themselves in it right now. Twice the numbers for BBL in post.
Yeah, but they come back in with two sheriffs, and hey, listen, a couple of those body shots can make things dangerous.
Oh, you got to hit him first, and Cloud's already taken on board. An unhealthy amount of damage.
अभी दिखाओ ना अभी दिखाओ स्लो मोशन में
on the board first in this second half.
Yeah, the reality after that first half is this is probably just a Haven, a typical Haven map. The defensive struggled, and BBL go straight on to the attack and prove what they are good at, and that's taking the heads clean off. Yeah, Lovers Rock, 13 and 10 so far. We need to see the rest of this BBL roster pick up the slack.
टेक्निकली देखा जाएगा तो पिस्तौल जीते हैं कमबैक
So with the pistol round secured, BBL, of course. Yeah, just thinking about this attack side, it has to be something that's been running through their minds over the last week as a general issue, as they lost exactly 1 week ago against Eternal Fire.
क्या तुम भी वही सोच रहे हो जो मैं सोच रहा हूँ?
This game on paper as well should be the perfect opportunity for them to respond to what happened, because there is no additional rivalry, no additional stakes. Hello, Cloud. You alright, mate?
किसका है?
He's looking deep into our
He
souls.
is. Sorry, I just
किसका
caught me
tech
off
was
guard a little bit there. I'm shaking.
You feeling alright, mate?
No, I shiver down my spine. I don't know. Maybe it's just the Berlin weather.
Yep,
It's actually quite sunny, surprisingly.
Oh, mate,
भाई मैं 12:30 बजे बोला है ज़रीफ को.
I mean, you live in Scotland, right? So anything's an improvement.
थोड़ा
But,
टेक पोस्ट का 3 घंटा
back to
ऐड
the
करना
point
मैं
at
भूल
hand.
गया.
Sure. BBL, right? These attack
done,
sites
sir.
and the pressure of the game.
Yes.
You know, the pressure. It's not the same.
We are back,
I think
we are
Lau
back. A
looked
short
like a man
pause,
possessed at
basically,
times
short
after
pause.
some of those rounds. Really, lots of emotions attached to that one. Whereas here, this should be an opportunity to sort of reset, take yourself a step back.
Yeah, BBL a team with a target on their backs, let's be honest, right? Especially after how they were talking in interviews, especially with how good they've been. Everybody wants to prove themselves against this, and Giant X would have known the task at hand. Lovers Rock hasn't been able to quite connect.
Nice,
At least Kevin, the rest of BBL are. Okay, that's fine. It'll be pretty easy from here on now for BBL to get this round done.
Yeah, just confirming what the weapon was picked up there by Cloud. It is only a ghost, so one more kill would be good damage. We'll have to see if Rose can pick up that other rifle, I assume, on site.
There was Marshall from Lovers Rock, so it's not a massive loss realistically.
But to sort of build on what you were saying there as well, it does feel like put up or shut up right now for BBL with the position that they're in, because they've talked a big game. It only counts for much if you can then put the results behind it. Cloud with no real opportunity to make something stick there, so the gap back down to 2, and we'll have to test for strength BBL's bonus.
That's the big point. Yeah, you're going to have to means test this and see if BBL can show us what we know they're capable of. And they have done that in the first couple of rounds. It seems as if we're getting right back to what we expect of them in this second half on the attack. But the big keynote here is the note that came in straight away in this half was that BBL have the second most any team on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, look, the post plants last week, not just for them and Eternal Fire, were pretty poor.
Take flight.
Cloud gathering info over the top of the A-long smoke. There is player presence behind it, and BBL doing much of the same that we saw from the defense in the previous.
It seems if BBL want to show presence and head elsewhere, but they have deposited a Joker. Loiter placed face down on A main. What can he do realistically? Not a whole bunch. He wants to head elsewhere.
GX looking like they're playing for a retake towards the C side. This Cam from Flickless can spot players early, but with it destroyed post-haste, BBL are ready to fight this one, and Flickless can't stand the ground. He's forced to forfeit it.
Yeah, exactly. Let's hear about how GX are going to start to get in towards this retake, though, Hazard.
भाई निकाल सकते हो लोग क्रेवन गया लेकिन
For sure.
क्रेवन गया 101% एक को नहीं मारेगा
Nice. I got blind default, boys. Ready?
Yes. Wait, I don't
I got blind default, okay?
I don't molly.
Ready, boys?
Yeah.
Let's go. I'm revealing.
Go. I flash.
I'm blinded, guys. Default.
What's backside?
Default and backside. Lock.
I don't blind.
अरे bro दो मार दिए
He's default.
भाई कॉल्स तो अच्छे थे हाँ जेक्स का कॉम्स अच्छा था एक बंदे ने चिल्लाया भी था गैराज पिकिंग ग्रूबी कॉम्स अच्छा था बे एक्चुअली कॉम्स अच्छा था लेकिन वो लोग ने मारा हुआ था लेकिन कॉम्स अच्छा था
BBL doing exactly what they needed.
Yeah, and I think Giant X had identified all the key issues there as well in terms of like
why more teams are not abusing Neon as much as other teams.
Up to level drop there in the end, but
मेरे को कैसे मालूम भाई
again
कौन Neon को गाली देता है या कौन गाली नहीं देता मेरे को आइडिया नहीं मैं सिर्फ डेडलॉक को गाली देता हूँ I abuse only deadlock.
Outlaw in the hands of Lovers Rock, and an opportunity
plus हर एक का प्ले स्टाइल अलग रहता है
here to
सब लोग कंफर्टेबल नहीं होते नहीं
start building up a little bit more finance. I think one of the big things about how BBL used to play around combat, for example, was that they were running the Outlaw a lot. They were running the Operator every single time it was possible, even throwing away the most expensive gun in the game to punish some of these ecos, and that kind of leans into the second map, Lotus, as well, and how you're expecting them to play there as it returns to the pool. But from GX now, it's a case of what I was talking about earlier. Can you start to close out some of these rounds, you know, where it feels like they have that plan, they're setting up for a retake, and you execute on it.
वो मतलब ये Patience.
I don't know what Giant X are rotating off the back of.
कैमरा तोड़ने के लिए आगे जाता हो टूट गया था
वो. Seems if they're thinking it's going to be B.
Just a bit of a gamble, right?
Yeah.
Get 4 bodies behind this, hope that BBL are trying to play into it.
Under 11 रख दिया सबको बुलाएगा लेकिन वो लोग ने कॉल दे दिया रहेगा इस शॉट खाली नहीं है अगर सब लोग इस शॉट से जाए तो भी ओपी हो जाएगा
that this should be a free site. They haven't accounted for west side just yet though. He's not going to last very long.
He managed to get himself in a shot though in a corner which can be difficult to clear, but that information should make that as clear cut as possible for the attack.
But ठीक है round secure, comeback secure, 8-8.
Well, they're going to give it a damn good go. In goes the classic of Arrow. That's one now. The next, and it's just your standard eco fodder versus rifles. BBL should be moving through this with ease and tying us up at 8-all. Damage control more than anything as the spike starts to pace aggressively now.
Heavy comeback.
And they can add the finishing touches.
Thank you for the 17.
It's so interesting that we saw Giant X in their attack and everything that they showed us, right, in terms of the fact that they're willing to go and take those fast takes. But what the worst part about it is that their general stats aren't that much worse than their attack stats, and this seems to be that they're really struggling. That's why Pipson is checking in and seeing what's actually going on here.
Yeah, what's going on here?
GX, of course, another team adopting double duelist, and it's important to mention that while historically that double duelist would be very effective on the defender's side, that was down to the Yoru. When you're missing that, I think the theory sometimes is quite difficult for some of these teams to really get a grasp of and how it is that they want to set up a lot of the time. If you're playing for set retake, you do have lots of good utility with the Neon Stun, for example, and even these Phoenix body lineups if West Side is looking for it. So that's what I'm wondering here. Can GX actually start to show us a little bit of that game plan now? And you can also see coming out of this timeout that Ara is going to have brought up an operator, which is another talking point in and of itself.
It's something that is like, I feel as if a key part of Ara's game, something that like we've really saw a lot of and left a lot to be desired in that first stage of kickoff. But as we've headed into stage one, first week we didn't really see a lot of it. Second week, once he got it back online, Ara was absolutely frying on the operator.
Yeah, he did lose that head-to-head versus CNED actually.
No DKs,
as you say, it was across the rest of the pack, which he found most effectiveness. And set up this defender's side a little bit better. And it's going to be exactly what they need.
Ara 102,000% mara.
Ara just peeking in front.
Well, he's now on the lane, so this allows Giant X to lean heavier towards other parts of the map.
क्या लगता है कौन जीतेगा? BBL?
Drones traded.
अच्छा लगता है BBL team अच्छा लगता है.
That smoke stops Cloud seeing a whole bunch. In fact, the main pack now is BBL start to bear on down of A.
West Side is here and
does have the ultimate, it's basically 3v5 side में. Control smoke आ जाएगा, Omen blend आ जाएगा.
Bringing it down to the wire. Lovers Rock trying to create a little bit of space here over the top. West Side did pop the ult in fact, so he can live a little longer, but he's got to start fragging out or he is on borrowed time, and it's just the one to bail him out of that situation. GX without numbers with that operator, it's another safe call.
Yeah, I mean, Giant X, right, when we think of the game against Vitality, that operator didn't get a whole lot of chance to be online, and it's the same here for Ara. He wants to keep it, he wants to keep it in his back pocket, and BBL aren't chasing either. The way the things are looking, BBL take advantage.
As you can see there on the screen as well, the impact which GX are able to get from this operator tends to be pretty good, but there were moments definitely, and in kickoff as well, where you mentioned that it felt like Arrow was missing in those situations, and it just simply wasn't worth the price tag.
I mean, it's insane though, you think towards the first half even, right, if we want to make it much more relevant, when we saw Ara's rifle work on the Neon.
आपको ज़्यादा कॉकी नहीं लगते BBL वाले? नहीं, अपन नॉन कॉकी होके भी कुछ कर तो नहीं रहे वहाँ पे. तो मतलब ऐसा मतलब कमेंट पास करके कुछ होने तो नहीं वाला है. देखो अगर टेक्निकली अगर अपन देखा जाए,
look back no further than Champs last year, and
एकदम down to earth underground.
I feel like that's when we really saw him level up individually, especially with this gun.
टेक्निकली देखा जाए तो.
It will find itself part of the foundations of this defense yet again, as BBL have now taken the lead. 5 rounds unanswered.
Possible hai.
With a judge, you feel like he's straight into sewers here.
Yeah, adding that to the repertoire will be a dangerous one. We've seen Deca and what he can do with a judge, but we're not going to see it here.
What is up?
B is what they're thinking about. But
hey, Diamond, kitna time baad aata re?
Lying on the seaside of the map, that's a potential danger that BBL could walk into.
They're going to go right down the middle instead.
80 months ka kitna?
And Lotus Rock with blades drawn has an opportunity to get mobile in here as well, one which he will take, and with that license, no kills collected. Grubby still holding on here as best he can. GX hanging off the olive branch, and BBL making them pay for it. A hefty total in the 3v3. Larok doubles up, but the spike is left out in the open.
Oh, big information, because look at the flank.
Flickless catches this just at the right time. Kreven closing in the gap, and Rose spotted to the corner front B. Ara interested. 2-on-2 situation, but GX have players in the right position.
बहुत time ले रहा है.
Kreven more than anything.
वो लोग try करेंगे
क्या in this situation, and Ara posted on the line has to hit the shot, and with Rose just peeking, that's the barrel spotted. That should be Ara confirming this one now as Kreven's trying to close the gap, just can't complete the distance. 9-9. And GX answer right back.
Misclick की जरूरत नहीं है मेरी जान, तू बोल बस.
Trade off, play off one another.
मैं बोलूँगा.
That's what this whole team has been built upon.
तू बोलेगा
Just a simple basics.
नहीं मतलब मैं हूँ.
But GX do well to respond to the pressure put on the B side, and when LaRock
मेरे को मालूम नहीं है मेरा chat कैसा है.
That's the worst part.
मेरा 75 months हुआ है रिशाद. Love you मेरी जान गुटे.
BBL's plan completely crumbles. And we're all even once again. They head towards C, and that's where the operator is.
Game audio delay refresh karo.
Ara again, ready to fight this. Cam is further back this time, so he tried to peek off it. He stunned himself. Can't scope back in. Not until it expires, and with that, he is able to plug out of the sky, slide back into the open, ill-advised. Support coming in from the rest of GX and Cloud with this ult. Trying to tag up Kreven, who's already inside the smoke. I don't even know if they've realized it yet. Yeah, Kreven starting to find value and flash in for his troubles. But Flickless finds it before the gun runs empty. And it's Westside to finish off the job.
एक सेकंड. अगर next round GX जीत गया तो पैसा नहीं है GX. जीत सकता है.
They lose every sort of pace. I don't know what's going on with Ara in this corner.
नहीं ना BBL ना.
Grubby not identified either, even though he's sitting on Lotus and already got a pick from there.
But ऐसा अगर teammates मिले,
it's a bit chaotic.
क्या मजा आएगा ना खेलने को?
Giant X will be happy.
Operator
now with an ult in the back pocket if Aru really needs, and it's now changed to the A side of the map.
He's getting these picks now.
वो लोग बोलेंगे सो भी इधर तक करके.
That's what was absent last time around. That's where I feel like in kickoff we just weren't seeing the value from it, but it's a mental game as well. Anybody's best guess which angle he's on next. And it's just the drone sighted right now for BBL.
It's becoming a bit too easy to read though, because BBL have done this majority of the times in terms of going towards A and heading elsewhere.
Yeah.
Now Giant X just refill the space, they're re-clearing.
BBL need to get a move on, or else they're going to have a real problem in the back lines.
Grubby has an ult here as well, so he can quickly
reposition
to help assist.
एक बंदा भी ऐसा है जो टीम बना के खेलने वाला है open qualifier.
How much further do they want to commit to this? Because it looks like Flickless is actually playing to defend the site.
Yeah, there he is, behind his cages, but he has been hit by the paranoia. Kreven takes out Grubby, the support for Flickless. Although Flickless holding it down and making things even. Westside comes in, gets one of his own. There's another ultimate sent into the mix as BBL lose the real opportunity to get the lead back, or at least even things out. Giant X 2 to the goods.
मजा ही आ गया और वो
BBL, what is going on?
फाइट टिकट करवाओ कब से आ रहा है वो on the way.
And haven't been able to pick up since. Flickless proving why he's always been such a great player. He's an anchor at times. We know that his initiator play was really what made a name for himself. Looking at him in a couple of these rounds, just the decision making, knowing when to fight, when to give it up.
अभी prediction दे दो चैंप्स का कौन जीतेगा जी बेबी.
Yeah,
you got it.
It's been a little few and far between from BBL. A good start, but since then we can see from the round count that GX 3 back to back to back. And that's why we're going to get a pause here. Flickless quote. Some pros, I would say, how humble they are, but that's like 1% of them. And interestingly, choose the BBL.
Hello? Hashtag OP misclick. What the fuck? हेलो भाई हैवी है ये हैवी है चैट हैवी है भाई मिसक्लिक तक कि रियल का वजह कैसे पता चलेगा एक और बार किया तो मतलब मिसक्लिक नहीं था मतलब जानबूझ कर दिया समझ रहे एक और बार किया तो वरना शायद मिसक्लिक मेरे हिसाब से Love you, DK. Bye. Love you, मेरी जान कर रहे. Thank you for the 899 DKKs. रात को 1v1 वीडियो कॉल आपको. Love you. वाइटिका मत काटो मेंबर गिफ्ट मत देना आप ही रख लो ये पूरा. Love you, DK. Bye. Love you.
Left bodies behind in A.
Done it.
Op already sighted early in the round, but that doesn't look to have foiled their plans whatsoever. They just carry on and use Lover's Rock as this pointy tip of the spear, try and throw it in a distracting direction.
Yeah, but the lack of noise from BBL will make GX look for something, and that's what they've done here. Found Lover's Rock, and now they look to retreat.
Yeah, GX just walking down middle through west side, finds one. Throws a flash behind him for good measure, but there is no repeating that position right now. Flickless still keeping tabs on C, but only lasts for so long, and here are GX backfilling the space.
Looking to fight the Omen ultimate, and Flickless into the cage, caught out, and Grubby trying to escape, gets caught himself. So it's Westside's Phoenix.
30 seconds
Something we've been so complimentary of will not continue. A 3 versus 2 now for GX to try and win.
Good damage though, Rock's really low.
Cloud in towards backside, looking to try and catch someone off that might peek him, and there it is, there's Kevin gone. So a 2v2, which the health favors Giant X.
Exactly, and Arrow's got a full belt coming back in. Cloud's just got his recon.
Yeah, need to be careful of his position. Where is he coming from? The info dart to set him up. Pushes LaRock. So now it's Loiter to clutch in a 2v1. Something we know he's so good at, but he's under pressure from Ara. Denies the defuse. I don't know if that was half. Loiter now needs to peek, needs to find! Ara trying to defuse, and as we expected, Loiter shows us the clutch.
A Red Bull clutch, no less. Expertly played.
Oh my God! Ara निकाल सकता था रे, जाके मारा नहीं.
But didn't buckle under the pressure.
किसने कॉल नहीं दिया क्या वो एक हिट का?
BBL post plant though, there are still glaring issues here, which it doesn't look like have been cleaned up too much.
इतना crucial
It's
round.
evident on the face of their coaching staff, both Key and Viento.
Yeah. You can see it on the faces of the Giant X coaches as well. Not happy that they managed to lose that in a 2v1. Hey, listen, we've seen crazier things from Loiter.
Vaitika.
Back towards the east side of the map though. The operator
taking a much more defensive position
and BBL continuing to play with this A conditioning that they've set.
Chupa de de, ready to go!
Right now, it looks like GX have been pretty happy to concede that space. It's what BBL do with it, which is most poignant. Garage also about to be tested. Flickless does get pinged by the recon bolt, so he's forced to give it away. In the meantime, look at the scaling on A. Stopped dead in their tracks by Arrow.
That's fantastic work, and LaRock nearly gets a chance to get rid of Cloud. So now 2v5 for Lovers Rock and Rose.
WW, thank you guys, thank you,
BBL stunted on their A progression. As the sequence unfolds, GX find themselves right back where they were at the start, but with the kills, with the numbers.
Do they think about safe here? There's 2 players that won't be able to buy in the next round.
899 का सुपर चैट किया है. वाईटी का काट के टैक्स काट के 159 बचा. उसका एक गिफ्टेड दिया मैंने. क्या मतलब गाली देने जैसा क्या है उसमें?
That's not the position you want to be in.
899 का काट के 159 ही बचेगा ना भाई.
One player survives, like you say, and then you come straight back into the next and
10 seconds
face this, where GX look like they're going to have a clean sheet when all is said and done. In effect, a flawless round.
Valorant needs to be so careful.
But I don't think he's really willing to overinvest to this position. So GX reached 12 first, and from map point of their opponent's pick, they'll have 2 opportunities to close it out. The first of which
That's what you're hoping for. It's not a better opportunity for Giant X to go and do it now. When you think of ultimates that could come and play, they'll probably
टैग करो डिक्की के बाइक को और प्यार दो मेरी जान के टोटो और स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो वरना नहीं मिलेगा जैसे
light shields. Phantoms in the hands of Grubby and Flickless looking nasty. Rose just on a sheriff. Back to beating
oh shit Cloud mara no way.
Lotus floating in, trying to do something with the shorty there, just not really understanding what was happening.
Heavy off guard pakda gaya.
GX have the numbers and BBL have lost their duelist.
That they have. That's the space.
क्या टैग करके प्यार दो डिक्की के बाइक को heavy juice पी रहे. I mean समझ क्या है?
Rock was the one really doing the heavy lifting in terms of those entries. It's at a 4-on-4, but as you say,
love
Arrow
you,
has already progressed the length
love
of C-Long. I wonder if they're actually just going to cut back across into his neck of the woods. This could be devastating. No, it's just pressure.
It is, and there's also extra space taken off the back of it. If you look at Rose, Westside trying to break in. He's done so successfully with players at his back. The cages stopping the angles that the GX players want to take as they come straight back in. BBL Rose with 2 quick headshots. So it's Arrow's operator to call
oh my god, ये तो उठी है अभी.
Weakest gun in the pack or so you'd think. But Rose's shooter has set them up for success. Spike plant only just coming in now, Cairo. Arrow's got
मुझे नहीं मिला gifted the same. क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Yeah, he also has a slide.
899 की जगह पे एक बार 1899 करके देखो. क्या पता मिल जाए.
A 1v1 and a relay bolt. So let's see what Ara has in the locker for us. It's not a whole bunch. They head straight into LaRock.
Full support.
A 1-round shootout between overtime and a map win for Giant X.
Another round where Kreven is able to reposition and be so fundamental to winning these rounds. Not just at the end there, but him getting the Cypher off as well. Leading them on a pathway towards a spike plant. Feels like his lurks have been neutered at times, right? We hadn't seen the full value of them at points.
By Rose और LaRock दोनों का ulti है. No way. वो लोग कुछ भी कर पाएंगे side पे. अब main ये देखना है कि वो लोग कितना ult commit कर लेंगे.
Already we're getting the Rolling Thunder sent in, and it's not got a whole bunch of value. GX play for the retake.
Rose on thin ice here as well. He's the one with the Hunter's Fury. They need him alive in post. He's taking more damage.
Yeah, look at this. BBL bruised and battered. Can they hold on? Because Cloud already.
Spam में मरे जा रहे. क्या कर रहे वो लोग?
Hunter's Fury ripped from the defense side. Spike on the ground. BBL needs a brawl. They need to get their fists up, and they can't defend themselves. They're losing fight after fight, and Giant X end up winning Haven, which was BBL's pick.
Yeah, beating them into the ground in the end. A narrow loss on paper, but an unprecedented turn of the tides for GX here. Exactly the kind of result that you want to bounce back and keep things going.
Yeah, it certainly is, but this is going to...
We'll hear what Ara has to say down on the stage with Billy.
Hello Ara, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on the win. How chaotic was that kind of last round there before it almost went to overtime, first of all?
Sorry, let me move a bit. It was a bit chaotic, like everyone was calling.
वेरन के शहर के 10 बार उससे टैप मारा 100 अल्ट नहीं मार पाया. इसलिए भाई जब 100 अल्ट है किसी और को प्लांट करने दो ना 100 अल्ट कर लेगा. प्लांट करने के बाद अल्ट करने में कितना टाइम है यार.
Against the breach, especially with the operator on that defense, did you find this a challenge?
खुद वो कर देता है प्लांट. ब्रिज अल्ट मार के जा रहा है अंदर.
When they execute C most times, like when they do the flash and they take me off the angle, you know. But I think it was pretty okay because this comp is a bit old, so I'm kind of used to playing to it. So it was not that hard.
No worries. Congratulations once again. We'll see you from map 2 and I'm going to let you join the rest of your team. And we're going to toss it to a break quickly. We'll be back with the desk very shortly.
13-11 जीत के बात तो ऐसे 13-2 वाली ये क्या सीन है?
Who you are? You are my enemy.
I see who you are. You are my enemy. Look at our enemy.
But you're the most brain rotted in the team, no?
What?
See?
Yeah, I agree.
I think I'm number one for sure.
For what number one?
Brain rot.
लॉक्ड इन हो क्या ऐसे कॉम्स दे रहे लोग? बंक्स भाई आपसे ज्यादा वैरायटी स्ट्रीम तो एड क्यों कर रहा है? 8 आवर्स से स्ट्रीम कर रहा है। मेरी बात सुनो, वो ट्रॉफी जीता है, मतलब ट्रॉफी एक नहीं, स्प्लिट वन का वो नहीं मालूम, लेकिन स्प्लिट वन जीता है यार। 2-3 दिन चिल कर दो, बाद में उसको घर जाना पड़ेगा। बाय द वे लोग यहाँ पे बिना कुछ जीते वैरायटी कर सकते हैं, वो जीत के नहीं कर सकता। क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Have a break.
ना करो, ना करो, ना करो, ना करो।
One break. Let's go.
At Carmine Corp, we demand the best.
जो एक और बोल रहे हो?
The Razor
JNL
to new gen.
देखिए भाई ये क्या हो गया? अचानक से नॉर्मल चैट पे आ गए। जूस उतर गया लग रहा है 899 में।
Red Bull gives you wings.
मत कर, सॉरी। कौन सा इनिशिएटर फॉर कौन सा मैप आपके हिसाब से? अलग इनिशिएटर फॉर अलग मैप मेरे हिसाब से। पैसा कदम सेम, वी आर इन द सेम बोट नाउ। भाई नेक्स्ट इसमें अगर एमिट जीता ना मेरा हो गया, मैं अभी बोल रहा हूँ। नेक्स्ट इसमें भाई हीरो मेरे हिसाब से स्ट्रेट अप। तक भाई को बोलो अंको से लेने टेक रात को बोलता हूँ, तब तक स्ट्रीम देखना। Yo, I got 3 membership. ऐसे कैसे? 3 रे। I got D अच्छा D लिखा। क्या सीन बड़े सीन? भाई म्यूजिक तो 2 कॉपीराइट। इंडिया वैलो टीम फॉर EWS है, क्या होनी चाहिए आपके हिसाब से? मेरे हिसाब से भैया जी वो EWC नहीं ENC है भैया जी। कोई इंडिया टीम EWC में नहीं है मेरे हिसाब से। हल्का सा चले क्या बस मैं लव यू लंड नहीं होने वाले मेरे बाप।
Welcome back, everyone, to VCT, where GX has officially taken the lead in this best-of-3 series against BBL, winning their opponent's map. This is a great start for GX.
Well, we kind of said, like, it's a must-win for both teams, but I think especially for BBL, I want to say, right? They're the team that are coming back off of being a global event and now losing out this first map to Giant X on their own map pick as well, nonetheless. It's a little bit shaky if you're BBL right now.
Yeah, I think especially if you go for that like older style, like we're going to go back to the comp before Yoru, and then it didn't really light the world on fire, and you played against a team that it has basically said themselves, their coach on record went, this isn't really our meta. Like this is we like the double initiator. They've moved their Sentinel into a secondary duelist and then beaten you with it. Like that's a really bad look.
Yeah, that's alarm bells ringing in regards to BBL, but for GX also we have to give them their praise because we had questions in regards to after what we've seen against Pacific, what we're going to be seeing from them this week specifically, is that going to be a lesson? Are they going to adapt? And I feel like this is what we want to see from GX.
I think on this map specifically as well, if we're talking about Haven, is the performance that they had against Vitality on this map in week 1 in comparison to how they were able to fix that defensive side more specifically against BBL today. I think Ara and Westside, clearly the kind of front runners in those kind of double duelists, and I also want to highlight Ara on the operator as well, picking up a lot more kills than what we're used to seeing. It's been a bit iffy for him, and him himself kind of admitting that it wasn't too challenging playing against the Breach. So yeah, I think Ara and Westside, the fact that they're able to continue this double duelist, like you said, Tom, is really like a testament to how adaptable we're seeing this kind of Giant X.
Well, I think that defensive side especially was my main worry, because sure, it looked okay versus Pacific, and I think they'd already made some adaptations, but I didn't expect them to work as well versus a better team, a team that cancelled Bishu, but they moved into doing more retakes, they moved into sort of still using that double duelist to clear together, maybe getting aggressive sometimes. I also want to give some credit to Flickless, because ultimately his role went from I'm this like initiator player that's setting everybody up to I am ultra site anchor while a full team is executing on me, and he was annoying. Like they had so many positions where it's like we've paranoid, we've stunned, we've aftershock, we've thrown anything, and it's like yeah, he's still just chilling and he's killed 2 of your players. Like that shouldn't be happening. Which okay, you have to look at BBL in that way, but you also have to look at him and go fair play. You should be dead, and you're not.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what GX, I guess, in my sense, surprised me a little bit, because especially after last week, I had a lot of questions. This is a good sign. This is what I wanted to see. And then moving into Lotus, it's a map that we've not actually seen them play before, Billy. So it brings a whole other bank of questions when it comes to what composition are they going to play? Are they going to keep up this pace that we've seen from this map specifically? What are they approaching, and what do they think they can bring against BBL that could throw them off even further?
Man, it almost feels like it would be criminal to not see Westside back on a Sentinel on this map, right? Like, the thought that they could potentially continue this double duelist, which appears to be working out really well for them, but it's like you say, we don't know what to expect from either team, right? Because we've not seen either of these teams play this map in kickoff so far. Like I mentioned in the map video, Giant X banned it the last 2 weeks, and now they've decided today, hey, we're going to pick into this. I think if you want a little bit of copium for the BBL side, though, I think back to when they played it in Challengers under that BBL Pacific banner. They played it, I want to say it was 30 times whilst under that banner with a 70% win rate. So I think it's a pretty decent ratio. But again, it comes down to are they going to lean back into the compositions that they played when they were in Challengers, or are we going to see something else? Because the last time they played that was like a Breach Neon Cypher.
I think the good thing on the other side for GX is this is a map that is still very much solo duelist is fine, double controllers pretty good, you can run a Senti with that as well. Like, I don't think anybody's gone like, too crazy always running double duelist on it, so I can see why they'd want to lean into it. My worry for them at the same time is what we've seen so far, you kind of mentioned it. Week 1, they played Haven, not good. Week 2, they improved their Haven. Week 3, it seems to be getting better. The same even with Pearl, they had like a pretty, okay, they still lost it the next week, but they improved. They haven't played this map, so now we're going in with that first step. They're not going to be able to adapt, they're not going to be able to give pips, and I am hella excited though, Westside Chamber. That's going to be lit. The man with the best headshot percentage given a gun for, not for free, but for very cheap, there's one shot to the head.
Obviously not the first time we've seen Westside on Chamber.
My favorite.
Yeah, it's exciting to see him back on it for this map specifically.
Yeah, I mean, I also want to look at the BBL's composition when we're looking at the Raze as well as the Vice, and how we're expecting that to play out from the side of BBL and Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really excited to see LaRock and Lovers Rock jumping onto that Raze and Neon. I think that Tom and I both kind of wanted to see something like this from coming out from BBL. I think especially as well something that the casters why did I almost say Mitch and Tom? It's because you're sat right next to me.
They're the best.
Something that Chiron has the usage from Lovers Rock, and them being able to lean onto that, especially on a map like Lotus.
I think as well the Vice, you mentioned it briefly, on the C side, it's perfect for stopping Neon. Like you can have all of those thorns doing a hell of a lot of damage to wall to isolate a player. That singular duelist might struggle if they keep running into a Vice setup, and Kreven is unbelievable on those type of Sentinels. So I think they have the pieces for this to be a good map for them, but it's whether or not they can get it all working together.
But it also needs to be a good map for BBL, because so far you have return from a global. You have one
Zakrim
win under
Kuzar
your
do
belt.
बहुत
You've lost
funny
against Eternal
होता
Fire.
है मस्त
This
से
is it for BBL.
क्योंकि मस्त
If they
tension free
don't
खेलता है ना सारा
manage
tension
to
मेरे को
at
देता
least
है
push
वो
this to a decider, alarm bells will be ringing. But for GX, they are
बढ़िया
looking
बंदा
comfortable on that haven. They looked comfortable.
अगर
And
west
we'll
side
see
खेल
whether or
रहा
not they'll be
है
looking comfortable
तो
on
east
Lotus
side
as
किधर
they're
है
heading into our second map of the series with our
South
casters
में
Haza and Cairo.
Thank you very
Stream
much.
volume अब से ज़्यादा लग रही है हल्का सा कम कर दो ठीक है
But it has to be said, historically, this is the most BBL map ever. This core made their debut, announced themselves to the world, and the Ascension 24 on this map.
Oh, absolutely right. And I think since then, it's massively fallen out of favour from them. Sure, it's not been in the map pool recently, but even if you cast your minds back to Ascension, they lost it all 3 times they played it there. And this is now where we're seeing changes. Personally, I'm loving the Vice coming out immediately. The meta read in Americas right now is seeing Vice on Split and Lotus right out the gate, whereas EMEA haven't really caught onto it. And having her be the premier counter to Neon, especially when Yoru is nowhere near as prevalent with those fake outs anymore to break the wall, is absolutely huge.
Gonna be no, gonna be no.
Start the defense, what seems like on the front foot as Lovers Rock looks to walk right down, and there's players to meet them, and straight away hemorrhaging a player. Rock nearly getting caught himself.
Down to just 7 HP. You can see in the meantime, Westside ready to escort the rest of his team onto this site, but this is where the sheer wall is waiting. And Loiter has been heard on the jump spot.
Westside noting to his team that the wall is here and waiting for the rest to get into position before crossing the boundary.
कंफर्म उसको 2 बंदे लोगों का साउंड आया है और एक बंदा जंपिंग कर रहा था ब्रो डब्ल्यू मार कसम क्या खेला बे
Headhunter has found one. That's Rose gone. Larocque low. And Giant X once again. The pistol looks good. A 3 versus 1 in which we'll have to see Loiter try and I think this might be a little bit out of his wheelhouse. And it is. Giant X gets
I love you, Cardi Bad. Thank you for the $2.
It's a great mid-round from GX there as well, gotta say. I like the scaling on A. They were ready to receive the C pressure, dealt with that brilliantly. And Westside already hitting shots on the Headhunter. A sign of positive things to come for GX here. Last time they played it was at Champs against Heretics. 13-3, absolutely decimated them, so...
आज नावी में कमबैक खेलेगा क्या एग्जिट करेगा पता नहीं मेरा बात
नहीं हो Flickless doesn't break his hands because that might be a problem.
That definitely will be a problem.
Dark it.
Handless. Hoping that doesn't happen.
That is poor. Come on.
Come on, man. You've got to give me the license to get a little bit silly.
Yeah, I'll give you it. Yeah, and it seems if this could get whimsical considering the amount of bodies BBL have at the minute. Not expecting too much of an upset as we start to get things underway. Oh, with that getting lost here, this is where things get worrying, especially with chances like that going amiss. The rifle not recovered.
It is the smoke from Loiter as well. It's just giving a ring to play around.
Yeah, and he's continuing to do it. Reload is what catches him off guard though. And at the same time, look at Kreven. He's starting to close the net. And Grubby managing to buy himself out of a dangerous spot at 19 health.
21 HP between the two of them though, and Kreven's already closed the net. It's only Cloud left.
Yeah, with a Marshal in hand, this will feel like an operator. And with 2 points of health, he needs to make every shot count.
It's a rotation which he'll make towards the C site through spawn, but Loiter has matched it already. He will be here first.
He will. Will this Haunt identify him though? That's the question. Feels like Loiter has the advantage, especially in health, and it's exactly what you expect. What is going on in that round?
That is just pandemonium, but BBL benefiting from it. Help protect Larocque in that corner. Outside
just joined house.
Sure, this was the
only shot
Look across the board, it's like all classics, but GX just can't make the best of the situation and
बिना control smoke के वो slide करके मारने गया सीधा. Excuse me.
Seems if BBL are vaping.
That's a real change from last week. That's what it's about, right? Finding some calm in the chaos and actually just cooling off a little bit. I think these Turkish derbies can really get in those players' heads sometimes. BBL have usually been good for it, but
Well, there's still 4 shots in the West Side's Headhunter, which sometimes similar stats to that of a Guardian. Lovers Rock, though, in a difficult spot, and this could be back-to-back equals with the way this has started.
Maybe. I don't know if we're getting a little ahead of ourselves.
But Ara has the judge, and Douglas has a Guardian. This is
Bro,
looking decent, no?
It is. Just a question, can he get past that wall? Can he vault over it and find something? Or can Westside just open up a completely brand new avenue? That's A now under pressure.
Big
Reaction test to
the Vipers wall there. Westside now makes things a little bit uncomfortable. Rifle recovered. Giant X looked to answer straight back.
Jumping करके फिर वहाँ से jumping किया. That was some.
Thank you very much, says Westside. GX grouping up for
मेरा
the
दोस्त का याद
C
दिला दिया
now.
वो
It's going to be a 5-on-2 here. The wall has already been triggered, so
Hey,
there is nothing left
मैं
here for those players to play off, except for Rose's utility belt. But timing
एक
has to be right.
Rose tries to peek out and can't get it at all. Kevin now respecting this. In fact, goes into the middle, trying to take a bite. So LaRock has to clutch up a 1v5. Does have the showstopper, but does he really want to use it here? Surely there's going to be a moment where he makes that decision. And so all the players of Giant X look to create a crossfire and make this unwinnable.
I mean, you were the oracle, right? That opening kill, and GX have managed to convert it into a round win. I know that there was talk of curses on the previous map, but I think the real curse is usually us. Whenever we cast GX, it feels like they lose, so who knows?
But, hey, listen, maybe
there's always 13-0s. The only 13-0s in the partnership era in EMEA. Both of them GX.
And both of them us cast.
That's what I'm saying.
There's plenty more games to be cast. That's all I'm going to say. I don't think we've got any more Giant X, to be fair, after this.
वो लोग force करेंगे considering LaRock के पास ult है. वो लोग 4 guns तो.
That's what I'm saying. The Giant X fans hate us, so if they actually win this game, it's huge.
Yeah. Well, at this point in time, the only cost that we have to be considering is that of a kick-off winner qualifying to an event after that, and it's looking like if BBL continue in the way that they have been, Hansa, that could come true.
It always feels like from kickoff into stage 1, it's that time of the year which the bigger teams get a chance to really tune their approach. Fnatic are the prime example. They do look like the prime competitor right now, especially in this group. Always good for a stage 1 win. And GX through Westside, always good for a pick on A, apparently.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is the kickoff teams get upset entirely because you think about it this way, you have to adjust the Euro changes. And 2 maps coming into the pool. So it's a lot to really try and get your head around.
Okay, Rose, just don't jump this. Oh my god, I was going to say, bro, please, just take the orb, it's fine. You know Westside's probably there anyway.
We'll know about Lover's Rock in a minute, but LaRock has gone hunting in towards Ara, a peak which does not favour him. So uncharacteristic that he loses that, and Rose wants a bit of this as well. BBL decided, right, just give us our ones, let's try and take this, and GX are winning them time and time again. What is going on?
Great punishment of Kreven. One of the changes in Vice's kit from the last time we saw her really be a stalwart in competitive play is the flash. Now you don't get that audio cue anymore, so
next round.
the incentive is to play off the back of it. You can still get great value, but obviously BBL in that situation, their hands are tied. This is going to be a save.
Yeah, want to keep the operator, want to keep the rifle, but the biggest thing that I have to say, Hazza, is the LaRock one I can forgive, right?
ये कमेंट्री थोड़ी casual नहीं है.
Find something, get a
मेरे को तो देख सब समझ में आ रहा है.
Favor, but it feels like BBL and the fact that they have the hero factor, right? Players
that can go
rounds, that they maybe try and play that card a bit too often.
No, that is true. I think Kreven is somewhat warranted there because he's on a pistol, right?
It's like,
but no, I do agree with your thoughts, right? It's like too many players on the BBL side want to be that hero sometimes. Westside searching for any more damage, but he has his ult now, so that's exactly what he needs into the following round.
And I think we didn't really get to hear the operator in that last round, so now Giant X know about that coming into the next one as well.
LaRock, it's not outlaw, it's OP.
I was expecting maybe a bit more in terms of that support.
I think also BBL need to hold a conversation now and okay,
अच्छा के लिए जेक्स उनका मैप पिक है
maybe I'm a coach. I don't know.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. They need to have a conversation, and I imagine that's what the timeout is going to be for here, around how they want to hold this A space.
एक बादाम दो बादाम मस्त है actually.
The rendezvous that he has, the TP to get out of that position.
But tension में.
The changes to
एक सेकंड मेरे को देखने दो. अगर ये लोग BBL हारा तो qualify नहीं होगा क्या?
Sort of set up on for any of those fights of players that do want to get aggressive, makes it Chambers paradise, really.
Wait,
so
let us
there has to be some sort of an adjustment. Are you
BBL
up on a
और
deeper line? Do you
Giantex
still want
है.
to take these early fights? Is it a
कितना
late
top
reclear?
4 maps है ना?
What is the call?
Oh fuck.
Yeah, I think like especially considering how often BBL, that's at least the core of 4, right? Excluding Lovers Rock after the change.
में जो जीता वो qualify होगा.
They played it so often, especially in their run into
Pacific के तो लग गए.
That was the big part of their map pool. So I'm expecting
Pacific सीधा split to.
checks back in. Guys, remember how to play this map. Remember
Pacific सीधा split to में मिलेगा अभी.
fundamentals, and this will start to work because realistically, Lotus, pretty fundamental.
Yeah, it is, and I think this is another map where Rose really proved himself as an in-game leader in terms of his calling, coming up through challenges into
Stage
Tier
2.
1, but he's definitely struggled in this new meta so far to get the better of it, and you can see here BBL, their adjustment towards
Go 2K like 1.6 like Rajat!
Standard fade horn from B through the gap in the roof. And they have identified that GX bring numbers to the occasion this time. It isn't just Westside with his ult blocked.
But they haven't committed to this entirely. BBL instead tried to work elsewhere on the map, clearing out B main, for instance. And, well, there's a lot of pressure coming through here. LaRock pops the showstopper. No packs to try and get himself forward elsewhere. BBL collapse upon the pack of Giant X. And this could be over before it started.
Yeah, in the meantime as well, got to highlight the fact that Lovers Rock has been able to walk out onto sand. So he's got a deep line, and he heads up towards C. Just a couple of lanes that GX can look to abuse here. And the biggest concern for me is this B pivot again. If Rose finds himself isolated,
you know the biggest point here, Giant X don't have the numbers. Simple as that. They want to try and get that spike down, so they're going to go investigate. Split up, look for clues. Let's look at Cloud and where he's going.
He's trying to get in behind instead. I also want to look at Westside as well, though, with this ult specifically. No, it is Cloud that takes first contact. Wins it cleanly. Kreven gives up the utility. And with Westside in the meantime, just scouring away on B. That's exactly where they'll get to. Lovers Rock in behind the trap, though.
It's a quick one.
Flank OP, flank OP
Cloud or Westside, so Lovers Rock should have an idea and does. So we look at Cloud now. He's going to get moved out of position, and then Rose is cross here. That's BBL to answer straight back.
Brilliant there from Lovers Rock, just continuing that development of the deep line that he was able to get on C into a full-on flank. BBL did well to defend the site at the start. Decent enough showstopper from LaRock in doing so. But can they make this success repeatable? That's the question on my mind. Looks like GX might be considering another early A investment to meet them, and actually
heavy A fight
have increased the
लेकिन वो लोग
bodies they're willing
जबरदस्ती वाला
to
फाइट
throw.
नहीं लेंगे GX कभी भी जबरदस्ती वाला फाइट नहीं लेंगे
looking to
अरे प्रॉपर पुशर है ना वो लोग सीधा पीछे जाएगा बेंस बोलेगा सेंस बोलेगा फिर ए रीटेक करके बी स्प्लिट भी कर सकते सी भी जा सकते
with a quick combo. The operator not getting its chance, and the sun is Westside forced all the way back.
Yeah, just went for the hole
चलो
there.
चलो चेंबर इधर
Looking towards the left, half a chance he could have
अब
taken
चेंबर
the
यहाँ पे
kill in
नहीं
that
रख सकता
situation, but
बिकॉज़ इसे
BBL have been able to create enough pressure to
शॉट में
He's the one
हेलो वाइस ले जॉब कर रहा है
and
पड़ी
there to just stall this out as well, but Kreven wants a little bit more. He's not going to stop heating up.
Yeah!
With 3 already under his belt. But even that isn't enough to satiate the hunger. Kreven makes
Hello, voice of
before the night is done. And Loiter's there to confirm it in zone flawless.
They've been asking Hazza, well, if you take the operators away from the duelist, who picks it up?
What's
your answer? Kreven will bloody do it. Oh my God, a brilliant 4K. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, it's vintage, man. Spline
हाँ
up as
बे,
well.
कैसा
Feels like
करते
I'm
हैं ये लोग
watching
ऐसा ट्रेस?
2020 NA Valorant. It's crazy.
ऑप्शन यूएस रेड वाले को मारा बे.
It really is. He can't believe it himself. No, he can't. But we're all loving it.
कोच भी हंस रहे.
Here we go. No, McDonald's. What was that? No bother McDonald's. Yeah, okay, sure. Not so sure about that one though.
किसी एक का किसी का एक किसी का साथ पिंग क्यों नहीं है सबका.
The ultimates are coming into play for the attack. That's the big point here. Lovers Rock's operator has gone and caught
सारे ऑफर्स भरे पड़े क्या बे, कोई मिस नहीं करता BBL में.
Laroc's got to try and stand the test here though. Looks like GX are actually making their way towards A through west side again, but he needs to be careful. He could be caught on this rotating door very quickly. Paranoia from Lotus is enough to set him up. And in the meantime, GX didn't even spot the two players behind this.
Feels like we're going back to Giant X of last week. They're making such simple mistakes and getting caught out time and time again. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah. I mean, this round's a little bit all over the place. They're trying to take the A space so they can, you know, pressure B simultaneously, but one final set piece to see what they can do.
30 seconds left.
Story with Fight Boy. Thank you for the Canadian Australian $2.79 मेरी जान
to find themselves in
Love
front.
you.
I mean, something that's changed here, right? You go from a double
Canada
duelist
का
comp that was
बढ़ते जा
very
रहा है
much on the front
population.
foot, playing as a pack, splitting sides. If
नहीं
it was
आ
if
रहे.
they were completely dissecting BBL, when we go to here where Giant X are asked the question, right, can you play much slower? Can you have the likes of left side try and scale up himself? But at this moment in time, we're just
मैसेज
not
डालने
seeing
को
it.
रह
And
गया. अरे
BBL,
कोई से नहीं,
they're
वापस कर
taking
सकते
their
हो.
chances now when it comes to these 1v1s.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say, I feel like in the
आज
past,
मेंबर
BBL have
ने
struggled
किसके
against
साथ
some of the slower,
दो
more
किया था
methodical teams if
ज़हीम के
they're able
साथ.
to have their way with things.
Language,
I think, for
Jerry,
example,
language.
the
भाई
NRG
ये
game,
होता है. Two sides of a coin जैसे है ना, वैसे two sides of a coin tree. समझ रहे हो? देखो देखो, एक बंदा $2 में कुछ मैसेज नहीं किया पॉजिटिव, और एक बंदा ये
duel every single time now, or at least stopping GX from having an instant way out. Westside's not finding anywhere near as much effectiveness.
Yeah,
ये अटैकिंग मैप है ना, थोड़ा सा मतलब ऐसा 55-45
BBL off guard, which I think honestly
but that's a
won't work
6-6-7-5
out, because we've
types.
seen the fact that BBL are so happy to leave a solo player holding down a lane while the rest try and gamble and flood in. I need to keep a note on what
भले
actually
attacking
is
map
the
है, ये
answer.
map में
So far it seems to be
retake is
we're gonna
fairly
get
easier.
Cloud setting up west side towards the A side of the
एलेक्स
map.
भाई को बोलो शांत रहे. एलेक्स भाई कहाँ से है? अक्षय भाई
Lovers Rock
स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो?
once more though. Finding this forward fight
कैसे हो
with
अक्षय भाई? हाउ यू? थैंक यू फॉर $5 में जान गए.
not really engaging in the map enough right now, in my eyes, to threaten a rotation.
क्या हो रहा है? चलो वरुण भाई thank you for the $10
and that is going to prove to be the issue. A now under threat.
चैट जीजू वरुण भाई से गिफ्ट में अटैक करके एकदम चुपा था. थैंक यू फॉर द 10 गिफ्टेड में जान गए. लव यू वरुण भाई, लव
The
यू.
man who has to be careful that he doesn't get caught off guard. A big double from the captain, and unfortunately Loiter not long for this world, so we settle on a 3-on-3.
Back into
सब
the
जगह
retake.
ट्राई किया
Ults for
भागने का
BBL,
वो.
especially Steel Guard and Creven. Here's the aggression though.
Spot
They know the
हुआ.
operators there, a double swing, and Lovers Rock can't connect, so he goes for the ultimate instead. The players of BBL try to threaten the side, but it's Lovers Rock operator that comes through at the perfect time. No more rifles, it has to go to the pistols, unless Grubby has something for us. A 1v3, players low, can't connect, and everybody on BBL knows
Bro,
exactly
BBL
where
back,
he is.
man.
It will be 5.
BBL
for the
back.
Binks.
Yeah, BBL looking a lot more effective in
these
micro moments
वो
where
भाई
they're forced to
तारा
scramble the
बिना
team, which was so good at it
ठीक है
in
वो
kickoff.
भाई तारा बिना मेंबरशिप
Seen the drop off
काश
at
दोस्त का
times.
ब्लैंक मैसेज करूंगा
Rose does well to
ठीक
get two
है
here, I think,
मिस्टर
but
दगड़
this round is
दलेस
also built off the
तारा
back of
बिना
the early C control that they're
इसलिए मैं
getting.
बोलता हूँ ज्यादा करो लेकिन बराबर करो है कि नहीं
It's such an aggressive
और मैंने
stance
सोचा जरी भाई
almost every single time.
Thank you for the $5. Thank you for the
They could
$5.
have
Love
pulled the
you.
rotation fully off the back of that. There was a little hesitation in there. If not for an open B side,
फिर से
but
चेंबर नर्फ होएगा जैसे ओमेन होएगा मेरे हिसाब से
much better from them.
एक ही टिपी दे दो
Giant
जिससे
X need
नियॉन
to
स्लाइड
stop
मारेगा
the
ओमेन
hunt.
नर्फ
They need to put a bandage on this. In fact, probably something even more better.
10 gifted miss कौन सा
That's
मिस
for breaking a bone, not for stopping bleeding, mate.
अभी तो
And
चुप
right
दिलाया
now, that's all
उसको
they're going to do is bleed another
तेरे
player.
को अलग से देने का एक्शन दे सकते हैं more than welcome he would enjoy
But Stucky, how many more rounds do BBL need on this defense for us to feel confident that that attack side's going to be
One more.
enough to get them over the line? That's where my head's
One
at right
ले
now.
combo हो गया
Nice
ले
combo.
पटा पटा
Shot
पटा
to the
पटा
feet
पटा
of
पटा
Barra, but
हाँ
splash damage isn't quite enough.
No, it's not. Keeps himself alive. Cloud doesn't know it, but he's actually done a decent bit of damage there. This operator is one
वे
and
क्या
done,
जानवर
that's
लोग
for
है ये
sure.
लोग मरा
And unfortunately, there's not going to
Ara,
be
Arab
one
में
in
बोल रहा था
it. It all goes Ara's way.
Ara.
Wall gone. GX in a good spot.
Yeah. They're going to take their time on this, though. They've
अरे
dealt with the
EMEA
fight
के
detail.
एलेक्स भाई जिट्स
Still
का
a flash for
कोच
Kreven to
बट
play
मैं
off.
टी को बंक्स भाई घर पे का सब
Lotus, he's
कैसे
here in
मेरे
these
घर पे
steps.
सब बड़े अक्षय भाई
Spawned,
वापस दो
brilliant
मारा तभी
transfer
रोज अभी
to take
लोइटा
down two. Loiter
एक
back
लाइन
into
में
the
खड़े हो रहे
shadows
लोग
and GX back to the
मेरे घर
dark
पे सब बड़े
ages. Where do
अक्षय
you go
भाई
from this?
Well, the
आपके घर में
superstar
कैसे
factor
कौन
is
कौन है
certainly back, I can tell you that. The Spike.
Thank you for the
elsewhere, so
$10 मेरे
Ara's
जान
back of
कटे
all
love
players.
मेरे जान
As he
कटे
heads into B main and gives the round up. BBL hits 6
Check.
Giant X.
मजाक सेट कर जितना क्लीन बीबीएल खेल रहा है ना आई थिंक 2-1 बीबीएल होने वाला है क्लीन ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा है वो लोग पास कुछ आंसर है वो भी अटैक में जबकि वो लोग रबल आराम से ले सकते हैं
Rounds back to back now.
हाँ
And once more, Westside's impact nullified on this chamber. The space left open and Loiter takes full advantage.
बड़का बड़का
Screaming of around
मैंने
from
बोला
BBL.
था
They're
जीतेगा
starting
ऐसा
to
बोला
really get themselves into gear. This is what we
वो कोच
expected.
जीता तो क्या
A team
बात कर
not
रहा
in
था वो
crisis mode, but a team cruising to
मेरा
London.
सब
And they need to prove it here and now.
तेरा नहीं देख रहा मिस्टर
Loiter in the middle of things needs to be careful. Well, he is.
फाइनली फाइमन
You look
रबल
at GX in this situation, it's a
It's time to
ragtag fight, but
execute.
if there's any way to do it, it would probably be brute forcing the A site. We've seen this double layered C hold so many times, but as they try it yet again, it feels like the same result. That's until
even
a couple
लड़ा
kills come back in the feed that get you interested. Lovers Rock
Bro,
just shifting that
done.
status right
भाई
back, but
क्या
still,
बैकअप है
down to
ये
the grindstone we go. Lovers Rock swapping out the guns, looking for something to try and take Westside offline. Finally, he does it on just 1 HP. And if Flickless can get past the first of one of these two targets, then you fancy him for the round, but it's Kreven up close.
Oh shit.
Swaps out the gun and finds what he was looking for.
जीतने का ज़्यादा चांस था लेकिन ऑफ
Yeah, I mean, a bit chaotic, but that's where BBL thrives.
बचाना वो
Once again,
Anti
it's
tire on
right
the
tag by and desperation. Not from BBL this time, but from
Flickless ने
Giant
लेकिन
X.
खतरनाक
Again,
बैकअप दिया
it does feel
खतरनाक
like Lotus is their map.
It's weird though, because GX are going through the motions. It feels almost non-committal the way that they're taking these sites, right? Like in terms of the spacing, I
लग
don't see a world where a lot of these are
फिर
getting
से
traded.
जा रहे with more
Flickless did really well
firepower
in that
not
round,
bad
but
I like
otherwise
this
it's
not
like,
bad
where is that
this
second
can be
player,
a
you know?
completely
Arrow
winnable round
closing the distance here early. Showstopper
Oh.
doesn't find anything.
Okay, straight away a trade on to Flickless because of the splash damage, and you can look at Lovers Rock starting to take C main once again, a problem GX haven't identified, and they look to hit the B main spot where Kreven has a wall set up.
Also see Lovers Rock flanking up on this,
Bro,
so
bro,
how much
Chamber
time can
Chamber
BBL
देख रहा
possibly
बच गया।
buy for this one, or do they not need
अयो
it?
चिंबर तो
Kreven
छोड़
has
दिया
shut
वो
down the first player, that's
एंगल
out. And I'm talking of this second layer. Where is the follow-up?
That's the question.
Free kill now.
On the site already is Grubby, but the spike caught in transition. Westside able to get one of his own. It's just pick after pick, but it continuously favours BBL. And what is now the last 2 rounds, and will be the last round, I feel as if Giant X need at least one, and they've not shown it to us. As we're waiting for the last pick to come through to confirm what is going to be BBL on 8.
It's crazy how much operator usage we're getting in the server right now. It's something we were talking about earlier. Some of these rounds, though, from GX, as I said, I think the issue right now is just in the scaling. When it comes to hitting these sites, they're losing so many members before they can even find themselves in a dangerous position. Lovers Rock, once again, scot-free. Out in sand. How many times have I said that so far in this map? Because
लेकिन वो half hearted वो लोग अंदर घुस के वापस पीछे आ गए लेकिन कभी कोई और space नहीं ले रहा था.
What do you do to like, realistically, right? Sand has been an issue after like, they lost it the first time. Like, they wanted, like, you think of that first C fight, right? They sat back and waited for the push. That went excellently. But since then they've been so avoidant of taking that fight.
It feels like BBL have started to invest more numbers in taking this A lobby space, but GX still want to try and fight it. Whereas rather than actually trying to force the op off this line early doors, that's more of an afterthought for them. Looks like Westside might finally challenge it head on here though, and that might be the best chance that they get.
Lovers Rock though, he's already crossed in that operator playing an off angle. This Giant X still once again taking this fight, but it's Kevin that goes.
Yeah, I was going to say, Ara has a stun to try and stop Lovers Rock here, but let's go trading for utility.
Lovers Rock, you know he wants onto this line. Ara has seen him, and the shot given away. Still alive, and Royce now tries to get in on the mix. Doesn't happen, and still Giant X have the advantage.
Yeah, I don't know if Rose just thinking that there was a lack of numbers there or something, but got to be careful they don't throw this one away now. Lotus again in the lobby. GX
just turned 18 yesterday, and
had a
it is
double
for
last
future.
time, and once more, Flickless is the man dedicated to this angle. As a swing comes through, Flickless gets it, and this is a much more positive note for the attack.
They've dealt with that threat, and now they can start to focus on this C hit again. For a moment, Lovers Rock had been called elsewhere. It will be a 4 versus 2 with BBL at the deficit. Their chance to find 9 on this defender's half.
Both duelists
30 seconds
in the
left.
deep.
3.
Oh, an off angle La Rock. That was a bit messy, but he managed to capitalize on to give Lovers Rock a chance. But into the Viper's pit, he needs to go and makes it work. There's no way. A 1 versus 1 up against Grubby, which Lovers Rock giving Giant X a massive lifeline into the next half.
Hanging off the olive branch into this second half here, when it looked like Lovers Rock stared down in the face and smiled. He was the one putting a casket in the end. Can GX bury them here, or is there more from BBL?
क्यों भाई आपकी जिंदगी में क्या बुरा है? क्यों भाई? क्यों बुरा नहीं है कुछ? बिंग्स भाई आप कब दिखोगे यहाँ पे ये बताओ. लास्ट ईयर में था स्टिक पे. एक मैप MVP था. थैंक यू. बोलना कभी है प्लेऑफ्स के बाद. भाई आप जिम जाते हो? दिखाओ. बच्चे दिखा रहे. दिखाओ मैं. दिखाओ मैं. आज बाइसेप्स डे था करके नहीं दिखा पा रहा वरना.
BBL to bounce back from a map 1 loss. But can Giant X show us a resurgence here to finish this 2-0?
That's all we're waiting to find out. As we know, BBL have struggled with their attack, and this is who they're up against now. An Ara which has made improvements, not just in terms of his output, but his operator impact as well. And that has come through, a slight change up in the agents too. I think we've seen him play less Waylay across the board.
इस साल भी जाने वालों का मास्टर चैंपियंस के लिए मेरे को नहीं मालूम लेकिन कैप्स में मत ले.
It's more in vogue, and on this map, in terms of what he's got to do, well, I imagine it's probably.
Hello, Vanchi Plaji, how's you?
Yeah, it certainly will be. I think for West side, like being on this chamber, right, it's going to provide a chance to go for a double operator push if they really want to, considering the long lines of sight you have on A and you have on C, and the fact that if West side really wanted to, if he gets the ultimate, he'll also have a rifle.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? You've got that difference in terms of quite nice if you get the trap off and the slow field deploys against this Neon, but starting out with pistol at the very least, he is tasked with marshalling the situation on A as he was the inverse.
Binks 41 है ना नहीं story by
first couple shots are a miss, but West side gets the green light. Rose is down.
Yeah, Cloud also here playing within the smoke, but as the players go back, they nearly walk into the giant X pack.
They're boxed in now, and BBL have to fight. Well, they're going to be going down on the way out. It's a group up for lobby.
लड़ेंगे कहाँ पे लेकिन?
He's tucked in the corner as Flickless is fighting the Jules for him. Paranoia in. Messy shots, but plenty of damage. BBL are in trouble now, and they're not walking away from this one.
मैं तो गाइस में लूँगा also BBL later. मैं तो पहले से बोल रहा हूँ. देख जीतेगा. लेकिन ये better by something new. Excuse me. रोज दिन जाता हूँ मैं.
But we've got to be thinking about that bonus round.
I mean, Replay doing Westside dirty, but he hits the shot he needs to in the end. For as good as Lovers Rock's bait is there on the Neon movement. And I sort of agree with your point as well, right? GX winning double pistol on Lotus with the momentum you can accrue on this map, you're just feeling. This one is far from done right now. Grubby's got a lot of work to do here though. Maybe he'll have cut out for it by his teammates. Into the smokes go BBL. They've found a couple, but needs to be one more if this is real damage. And yeah, looks like GX will pass the test.
Yeah, I was thinking about what can they get saved here, but you can see the pistol player nowhere near close to picking up what he was looking for. No, sorry, got the Bulldog actually. So overall, looking good. This is where we're looking at now. It was never about the anti-eco, always about the next round. When you look towards BBL, a couple of light shields in the mix. There's a bit of danger in the wall.
Shitish bhai, thank you for the membership, मेरी जान गड़े.
Buy up a Vandal here. He had some Headhunter bullets left, but this is the path he's chosen to go down. And in terms of position, not going to make it. Yeah, I don't know. Makes a lot of noise. Lets him know. Cloud now trying to fend this off with just a Marshall. He's not long for this world. And the A site holds crumbled.
That has no chance at all.
Hey, आवाज दिया.
Trying to go and take these fights. Flickless. Time.
20 HP में.
Now given his best.
Oh my God! Don't tell me.
And now the spike on the ground.
Yeah, needs a way to recover a rifle here. Didn't get the Vandal though, and that might be Yoshiro.
Could be. Depends on this 1 versus 1, but Arrow looks away. And now it's up to the Sheriff. It's a real messy round. You can look at both players on BBL with an escape to be.
Yeah, they're walking away, but this has given Grubby a rifle. He knows exactly where both of them are going because he heard 2 sets of rifle fire. What does the post-plant setup look like? Kreven in main, and Larok tasked with the plant.
Well, you know that there's a flash there, and probably going to be identified yet by the boom bot. So that flash going to be ready to be used. Grubby thought there was a fight coming his way, but very quickly we'll know that both players want to just play with each other.
4 सेकंड में आगे जाएगा अभी.
Does still have a smoke. He's got a second one now. That's what he was waiting
अभी
for.
अच्छा टाइमिंग है. 2 1 है उसके.
Well, that flash used up now, so that's going to be on a cooldown. That gives Grubby the chance to walk in towards sight. That's what he was waiting for. Something to play into his favour. Tap of the spike. Does anyone peek him? It is Larok. So now we're in a 1 versus 1. This is worrying. Kreven jumping into the smoke.
Bro, damage
He wins the round, but at what cost?
Yeah, a slightly muted celebration there from BBL in the end because they know it was far too costly.
बस अगर गलती से
Ara working miracles on site, honestly.
तीस मिनट तो बच गई तो क्या आपको लगा एक सेकंड व्हाट डू मीन बाय गलती से?
Not happening this time though. Had to find half there. And Kreven has the timing down to a T. Bit of a let off for BBL though, and into the next. Westside is out for punishment. Every single player in striking distance of this outlaw.
That's the danger. And the outlaw is towards the A side of the map, and a couple of players being lit up by the horn gives Westside an inkling as what he wants to try and find, but as the door closes, so does his chances. That's the thing, you want to try and get on that early aggressive position. The TP with the door closed is a chance for Westside to move back to safety, but within the range of this rendezvous, he's happy to test the limits. It's Loiter he has to be aware of. Loiter's played this position for years in Tier 2, and he'll play it again to the highest level. There goes the Westside, there goes your A control, and the Omen player wants to escape.
And Loiter's that last leg on A, so he can continue to apply pressure. And if BBL want to deviate, they can, but it looks like it's going to be an all-in on C. And with Flickless moving off, empty utility belt, there's nothing to really reinforce this.
Well, there is not. Grubby tried to use his ulti, but instead he's stuck now in the middle of sight, and it's not like Haven. You can't survive with all that utility being sent your way. And in a 2v5, I think Cloud and Ara are happy to throw in the white tail. Will be double digits BBL. And I imagine Petson might want to chat with his players.
Yeah, I mean, look at the money. It's just not a fiscal possibility here for GX to even flirt with the idea.
17 hours and still going.
When you look at how the round played out, Loiter does brilliantly well and gets the timing right on Westside moving up. When it comes to the C site hold, if Grubby had got that info on Sand maybe 5-10 seconds sooner, there could have been support arriving, but not the case. BBL moving to double digits, and this is the round that they had to win.
Win condition वही था कि वाइपर ओमेन के साथ रहे.
Start to close that gap if you're Giant X, if you win that, and put a little bit of damage to the economy of BBL.
स्पेशली जब वो लोग ने प्लान बनाया है कि ओमेन अल्ट मार के सी का इन्फो लेगा, एटलीस्ट वो इन्फो लेने तक वाइपर उधर रहता था ना.
And really start to look at maybe ending out Lotus here.
क्या मेरी पढ़ाई दिख रही है एग्जाम के लिए नहीं?
For them right now, but we need to see the performance from everyone on their side. Right, I think there were a couple of standouts at moments. Ara Flickless, the old Ukam duo having their time in the sun. Westside at portions at the beginning, but everyone on BBL seems to be inspired in this second map.
Yeah, and do we get that third of split?
No,
that's the question that's on everybody's minds
short,
here.
Short.
Answer that, no, not for the time being anyway.
Short.
As his operator gets the value, glass cannon. Can he get one more? He certainly can. And he doesn't even drop off. Flickless is there to support, but he can get the value that's needed. A rocket chasing him down.
You see.
BBL eventually have the sight.
It misses though, and Westside now. Just guarding this side of the map as everyone else is moving. Waterfall, that was a leg shot. He'll connect on the next. That's 3 now for Westside.
कैसे swing किया देखा? बूमबॉट ऐसे दिखा है कि पूरा राइट जा रहा है, लेकिन वो राइट जाके घूम के आ रहा था बूमबॉट.
It's been good here or there for something magical, but this feels like another task entirely for him to try and clutch up. Damage being sent his way. Plenty of bodies and Giant X to grab the round.
Rose had half a chance there. I think he's one of those players where along his first engagements, he'll put his body on the line to get you in the site, but if you leave him in a clutch, he can win it for you. Not against GX on this round. Westside hitting those shots again, back in form, exactly what they need if this is going to look better for them. And that comes in those first engagements.
Yeah, just noticing as well there, BBL having a little discussion. I think probably to think about how they're going to try and take on this operator. Now it's switched to the C side.
Obviously, BBL.
You're seeing these pings here. Are they going to go through B to try and hit towards C? That's the question. And Westside is firmly in the middle of this push.
I mean, that's the difference between these two comps as well. BBL with the double duelist can go a lot more dive heavy. And already off the barrier, you can see here the intentions. Splitting the sand side of the map as Westside has been
चेंबर मारा ओमेन को
detected.
देखो
Still yet to
ओमेन
take
को
the
देखो
TP, and when he does, Lovers
अबे
Rock is
ओमेन को
waiting
जो
for him.
नियॉन कहाँ से आया भाई
Through, and the rest of the side none the wiser.
Hello?
Left scratching their head as to where the players have come from. Rose managing to get himself back into the corner, but not to safety.
Yeah.
Still advantage BBL.
Could change the face of this round, but it's yet to be seen. Kreven with the ult to fall back on.
The Lovers Rock so deep with the operator.
Lovers Rock
Straight
bolte.
away breaks the back of this push. So Cloud and Flickless, where do we go from here? Well, they've got no way out. They have to brawl their way to safety, or either brawl their way to the spike.
Guns तो सारे गिर जाएंगे next
by
round.
Lovers Rock, so
गुरबिंद
any
भाई ने
attempt
कर
to make
पाएगा
a save is under serious scrutiny.
पका
A clinical execution from BBL.
No.
GX have read his position at the very least, but he's ready for the next.
Now he is. Quick reposition. Ahon identifies his position. That operator back. Lovers Rock wants to deny it. A big piece of Giant X's defense. Before 11, that 4-round gap has been recuperated by the attack.
Giant X are escape artists there. I don't know how it was
Panko,
they were able to find a
late night I'm playing and throw that.
Very smartly played from Cloud. Yeah, I mean, this is crazy. I'm so surprised that Lovers Rock can get all the way through B and into Waterfall to punish Westside's TP like that. But that was the intention, right?
Yeah.
That was the call from
the
word go. And now,
late night,
having picked it up,
1:30.
they can play to a slower pace. They can change gears when required.
Oh, and Westside not looking in the right spot. The adaptation to Rubble here on Lotus since we've seen it been reintroduced to the pool. Benefits that of Lovers Rock.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've been really impressed with how BBL are starting to manufacture some of these openings.
Rose के पास ult है, वो
one
लोग
against
बीच
the
में जा
old
सकते हैं.
Grubby advanced.
Trying to take the next
Oh,
engagement.
Mark,
Well, yeah, STP's out here, and he's going to opt for that. As the rest of BBL try to chase him down.
Oh my god!
How in the hell is he? And manages to get to safety.
Yeah, gets away with it. 4-on-4 situation. Still very winnable here for GX. And into the retake, they've got our result.
Yeah, that they do. They can easily come back in here and start to break a few wrists and trying to flick towards him. So he looks to try and send it their way, but the operator already working, and so is the rest of BBL. It is up to Ara with the ultimate as he look to try and get away from him. He wants the next engagement, wants to try and find this, but it goes Rose's way. BBL on map point.
Masters of their own destiny. The grand design of
BBL is looking strong, BBL is looking strong,
Rose is the one playing chase. It's just like...
Don't show Mitch, man, that, please, for the love of God.
Channeling a Hadouken.
भाई उधर रेस को किल नहीं मिलना चाहिए था, पता है? कि जब नियॉन भागते गया ना, रेस में गोली मारा था उस पे.
Yeah, I don't know, man. But I have to say, I think even in the retake there, Ara's got to be the one breaking the crossfire, sliding in first. Just some of these little micro decisions I would love to see GX make improvements upon. Pipson laying down the law. It's a 5-round gap now, and if you look at the last 5, 4 of them won by BBL.
Yeah, I think that's the big talking point here is when we've got to rifles, it's gone one way. You can see it when it comes to the round count.
Hello, Bugs, hello. अगर wanted to go shoot
rounds and anti-ecos and stuff like that,
बुला दे तो
something like what, 2 rounds around, and that's the worrying aspect of this.
I mean, that's the thing.
Bugs, esports में आओ.
GX have won only 7 rounds. You've got 2 pistols and only 1 anti-eco. Yeah, literally. Like, in the rifles, we just need to see that more success from them.
Well, success needs to come or we're getting map 3. That's it. Yeah. Simple as that. There's no room for error. GX have to show us it. BBL, though, I mean, let's just see what they can do, because we know exactly what they're up to. This time, Ara's actually started to take the fight to the attack. And they're respecting it.
Yeah, and we've got a pit propped up on the other side of the map from Flickless on C with Westside playing the corner. by the
अब
box.
ओमेन क्या करेगा मेरे को देखते हैं.
This all really falls on Grubby though. If he loses this early engagement, there's a real issue here.
Shot.
He does win it.
Has ulti if he really wants to.
And he can reinforce this space as well with utility, but GX
Oh
got to be
my
quite
God,
careful
भाई
that they
खड़े रह
don't
के
get
मारा
caught
है
up in
वो
some of
लोग.
these fights, and that's exactly what's happened.
ठीक है.
Ara trying to keep them in this. As he's playing behind the Viper wall, but BBL will be diligent to check it, clear it out. It's Larok again. And with that, they get the numbers back on side and freeze.
भाई वो लोग खड़े रह के मार रहे हैं.
Ara just trying to play on the edge a bit too much.
यूटिल डाल रहे उसके अराउंड खड़े रह रहे हो मार रहे बे.
Just got his TP back, places it, and now starts to move further
straight up
up.
aim duels are
Already sliding
I
out
have
here
a
with the
genuine
ult.
question.
Facing into that
Catches.
is an instant death.
पुछो पुछो
And
डिके भाई
with
पुछो
it,
पुछो पुछो
Westside shown the door. Flickless has it all to do, or BBL are taking us to split.
It would be something brilliant from him. He's only got a molly, which is already used. So maybe a Viper's Orb onto Spike, but let's be honest, it's 1v3.
BBL showing their Lotus for the first time this year. Not since Ascension did we see it, but improvements have been made, and that might just be enough to pave them all the way back to a playoffs run.
Yeah, it's been fantastic from BBL to bounce back from Haven. Sure, 13-11, but it didn't look too great to be honest.
भाई ये बंदा हमेशा एकदम ऐसा गुस्से में एकदम एग्रेसिव नहीं लगता लॉरक.
To hear his thoughts after this one.
Actually, it's Lover's Walk. By the way, congratulations. That was a crazy performance. I want to ask
Laura,
you real quick, when it comes to losing the first map, not on the second one, you're absolutely popping off. How did you get from that mental transition?
प्रीमियर का इन्वाइट इंस्टामेंट पे खरीद सकते हैं क्या?
Too much mental down. I mean, we could have won first match as well. It should have been our map, but we lost. It's okay. We move on.
Alright, that's exactly what you guys did. I'm gonna let you move on as well with the team. Good luck in that one out there. We're gonna be back with our final map of the series split coming up next after the break.
Okay, madam. Cute excuse me. थोड़ा कंटेंशन क्रॉस करना चाहिए. हेवी एग्रेसिव है वो. तो जितने को ऐसा गुस्से में सबको देखता अरे अरे. इसलिए तो पूछा पॉसिबल है मैं बेचो पॉसिबल है. Bangba mention your favorite player from each region. नहीं. 2 मंथ बाद आया हूँ. क्या चल रहा है VCT में? भयंकर चल रही है, भयंकर. कोई भी जीत रहा है. लेकिन मेरे को मैं एक्चुअली ये मैच के लिए एक्साइटेड था, पता है. सेकंड मैच थोड़ा वन साइड है. नावी 2-0 इजी. देयर इज नो वे नावी आ रहे.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience the NAVI Express way. Fast, stable, competitive.
Heretics versus KC. Gentlemen
free cosmetics.
चलो qualify तो हो जाएगा.
And more. Scan to subscribe.
क्वालिफाई तो हो जाएगा. फुट ऑलरेडी 2-0 पे है. चल फुट भी क्वालिफाई हो सकता है. थोड़ा टफ है लेकिन फुट भी क्वालिफाई हो सकता है. लिक्विड तो 100% का क्वालिफाई. लिक्विड को कोई नहीं रोक सकता. वन मोर विन फॉर प्लेऑफ. सुनो इजी है, इजी. मैं बताऊं कौन सा मैच जीतेंगे? मैं बताऊं. ग्लोबल esports. Wait a minute. Let me tell you the exact match जो अपन जीतने वाले. The exact match जो हम जीतने वाले और क्वालिफाई होने वाले. The exact match. Let me check. मार्को फ्रिंग हुनमिन बेन शॉट मारता है. हरमीस वर्सेस उडोटान. क्रेजी. उडोटान सबको क्लियर करता है. रिसेंट मैचेस देखते. 2-0. ऋषि सर ये क्या है? DRX का ओनर मैसेज करता है, बोलता है ब्रो आई एम स्कैर्ड योर टीम विल विन. भाई DRX का ओनर बेस्ट है ना ऋषि सर. हाँ, वन ऑफ द बेस्ट ओनर्स टू बी एवर सीन. DRX ओनर ब्रो, ही इज अ वाइब ब्रो. He's a vibe, absolute fun, chill guy. एकदम vibe pro max. He's my favorite. एकदम insane, best human being. ये क्लिप उसको बेच के हल्का सा एक पार्टी पूछ लेना. ये जो 2020202020 ये स्क्रीनशॉट उसको बेच के उसको बोलो प्लीज लेट अस विन दिस टाइम. सिंपल बात. मैं क्या इसमें ड्रीमिंग इन सो लॉन्ग जल्दी कोरे आओ दारू पीने के बाद हैवी पार्टी करता हूँ. हाँ हैवी पार्टी तो करता है वो. उनका स्ट्रीम हम तोड़ देंगे. थोड़ा सा 2-0 थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा. इस बार हम लोग को चाहिए. पेरेक्स के साथ क्या है भाई. 2-1 1-0. It's like noobs. Straight up. Noobs. नोंगशिम का क्या? Noobs. नहीं इस बार क्वालिफाई इजी है. One more to go for one whole year of rooting for my favorite team. I love you मेरी जान के डे. They beat Masters winner 2-0. कुछ मैटर नहीं करता. DRX इजी है. इस बार थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट राइट हो रहा है वो लोग में. पता नहीं क्या सीन है. मतलब पहले जैसा क्लीन खेलते थे वैसा नहीं है. एंड इट्स बीन ऑलमोस्ट लाइक 1.5 years शायद. उनको हरा के मजा आएगा. इस बार अच्छा है. लेकिन क्या ना ये ग्रुप से क्वालिफाई होना मतलब क्रेजी वाला चीज़ है. वो भी अपन #1 पे है अभी. #1 और अचानक से ट्विटर में सारे फैंस दिखाई दे रहे. और ग्रुप इज so fun. 4 champs team masters winner and team excuse me what do you mean and team secret. हाँ इला लो फील कर रहा था. फॉर्म में आ गया तो न्यूब्स मुश्किल लग रहा है ना. न्यूब्स फर्स्ट टीम टू क्वालिफाई फ्रॉम ग्रुप ऑफ द माइक टू यू. हाँ ना भाई. ये क्या नया बफ है क्या जो नियॉन ये स्पीड से भाग रहा है. बंक्स बाय 2.5 to 3K में बेस्ट गेमिंग माउस बता दो. देखो 2.5 to 3K में मेरे एक्सपर्टीज के हिसाब से 2999 का माउस पैड मेरे हिसाब से अंडर योर बजट और बेस्ट रहेगा मेरे हिसाब से माउस पैड. 2999 का माउस पैड सर्च करो. बैटमैन लकी चार्म तो है. सारे प्लेयर्स अच्छे भाई. एक दूसरे के साथ सारे प्लेयर्स अच्छे. बहुत प्यारा है. ब्रो नो वन रेस्पेक्ट टीम सीक्रेट एनीमोर. भाई मेरा है भाई. आई एम अ जीसी वेस्ट फैन. माउस बोला माउस पैड नहीं. ओ शिट. लैंग्वेज करबेल. BBL should drop रोज ना बंग्स भाई. तुम लोग को ये समझ में आ रहा है इतने यंगस्टर्स में रोज आके IGL करके इतना सब कर. भाई इजी नहीं है भाई. तुम लोग सारे IGL को गाली देते जाओ. वो सारे IGL अपने टीम को आगे बढ़ाते जा रहे. वो लोग को मैटर नहीं करता कि वो लोग इतना विफ कर रहे. वो लोग का KD नहीं है. ये उनको घंटा मैटर नहीं करता. वो लोग को मेन है क्वालिफिकेशन और ट्रॉफी लाना. ऐसा क्यों है कि हमेशा IGL ही गाली खाता है. T9 में भी सिर्फ IGL ही गाली खाता था मेरे को याद है. 15 दिन में सी फाइनल से ओफ शिट मैं चाय लेता भूल गया. 15 से का फाइनल एग्जाम है. बेस्ट ऑफ लक विश करता. बेस्ट ऑफ लक मेरी जान गड़े. सो बाय.
Set up regardless of how
Bunks
they're trying to
can't
approach
wait
the
for
game.
resident
When you're going
next
up
year in
against
VCT.
BBL
Rishi
and
sir,
they are
आपके
locked in,
मुंह
they're
में घी
comfortable, they feel like they can
और
take you on
काजू
one-on-one, they
कल्टी.
have the
काजू
confidence
कल्टी का
that they're
पूरा
so known
एक
for.
पैकेट.
What do you do?
काजू कल्टी का 2
Fight the
पैकेट मेरे
confidence
को
back, like, and I think as well, like, it's just so instilled in BBL to have that confidence because of the things that we've seen them achieve, right? I think coming back from Santiago, it was kind of one of the toughest losses that they've ever had as a roster in their career. I think if you're Giant X, like, we already spoke to Cloud about, you know, things that they're working on as a roster and things that they need to improve. They have to be able to bounce back. You know, we kind of set this matchup today as a must win because both teams are 1-1 in groups right now, that it could come down to this matchup by the time we get to the end of groups to see who actually ends up going to playoffs.
Yeah, and split is the decider for this, which to me, Tom, I'm also a little bit worried for GX's side of things because we heard BBL's coach, they got a surprise in store. Maybe it's Neon, maybe it's not the Neon, okay? Like, I don't want to spoil that. But they feel so comfortable and confident that they can actually take them on and win this series, which for GX's camp, what are we expecting here then?
Look, if he was really confident, he would have told us what the surprise was. That's all I'm going to say. But no, I
think the surprise.
I think that we also come off two different teams in two different places because they both played Pacific, they both won, they both had strong defensive sides. But then we saw the weaknesses of BBL playing this map when they played against Eternal Fire. So they've now had that extra learning curve. Like, okay, a team that's super high in flair and firepower has managed to take us down, had a horrible attack side. So that's where I think the adaptations are going to come in. That's where they maybe do move away from that jet because I do think that diving in doesn't really work quite as well as it used to. But that is also the style that we're seeing on the other side because you have the Waylay, which is literally that dive in and arrow on the sort of follow-up on the Neon. It did work, but it worked versus a Pacific side who didn't know how to hold a post plant.
Yeah, I mean,
so let's see what the surprise is. Let's see.
All right, here we go.
Yeah,
No way, it's the Neon. That's crazy. Who could have seen that coming?
I mean, my eyes instantly gravitate towards Kreven on the Visor, actually, Tom. Like, that, to me, that's the surprise. Not the double duelist, it's the
what they did on the last
Vice.
map is the surprise.
Oh, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, because he's been playing Viper on this map more recently.
Yeah.
So I think seeing him on the Vice is a bit more of a surprise. It's funny because BBL have run the Neon and the Raze on this comp on this map, but just never at the same time. Right? Because so like they moved away to it.
BBL जीत गया, BBL जीत गया, split extra absolute cinema.
Crazy. No, I'm blown away.
Absolute cinema.
I'm so happy that you got to witness it. But I'm sure our casters are also absolutely over.
What hate? मुझे नहीं दिखता.
Our final game of the series.
भाई ऋषि सर इस इंडस्ट्री में ऑलमोस्ट 10 इयर्स से है, प्लस एक्स CSGO प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर, लवर, क्रेट ओपनर. हाँ, ऐसा हेट को इग्नोर मारते हैं ना ऋषि सर, जैसे तुम्हारी एक्स तुम्हें. है कि नहीं? है कि नहीं? आर वी इन दिस टुगेदर? Am I right or am I right and left?
Lost it. And the weird thing is, the team that lost it looked much better than the team who won it last week. So let's get into this one and let's hope that Giant X can give us a much better showing than what they did.
Already you've seen the GX pistols. They've won the vast majority of them. Only one dropped over the course of the series so far, if I'm not mistaken.
$100
Split attack side is, you know, one of the sides in the game where, you know, winning a pistol round makes all of the difference.
Automatic
So I think if there was any time to find another one and find your feet early, it would be now.
तूफान के वजह से.
Slow
Next
start,
let's convince them of Mumbai.
Move
में की शक्कर, मुंह में की
3
शक्कर.
out of 4. Can
बता क्या सीन, बहुत सारे फैंस आए थे.
Already Kreven only seen 2 towards B main.
ना
There's a
करो
wall
यार
to
भाई.
identify if anyone does go towards it. The
ना
heaven
करो, ना
spot.
करो.
It's all red herrings. GX, they want to start to head towards A. That's where Lovers Rock is all alone.
Yeah, the potential of a crunch through vents.
मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ, और थोड़ा मैप का कंट्रोल दे दो ना
just
GX को.
recalibrating. He'll be looking to fend them off from
ना वेंट में जाना नहीं. शॉट बे, माँ कसम 2 मारा बे.
West side with a trade in
बाप
directly
रे.
And the B site left open for the taking. GX
भाई
en
उसने
route
दो
to
मारा
a
बे
fifth round in this series.
Re-clear करने आए थे clear ही कर दिया direct.
Just a fair that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's still impressive nonetheless, and that's the big point that we have to take from this.
नंगा नाचूंगा इसने clutch किया.
Giant X have looked lights out on pistols, but it's the rifles that are under a microscope, and they show us it once again.
Looks maybe if they do get a fifth pistol round.
Hello भैया, it's so fun and motivating. First of all, he's the owner of the biggest VCT teams in Pacific #1. Sir बोलने का, sir बोलने का. I'm youngster of 17. पढ़ाई करो. I will surely grind and try to join esports. By the way, looking forward for a win of G #G fighting. W. बाकी सब बराबर है. बाकी सब बराबर.
I mean, those three agents, specifically the Sky, I've only seen it, pop up in like top 5 highest picked agents in CN. Like that is the meta read that they've gone for more
भाई
than anyone else.
China का देखा क्या VCT?
Dripped off a little bit for
Heavy
other
cheerleading हो
regions.
रहा है
That's
वहाँ पे.
interesting.
Oh,
घर
yeah,
जाएंगे
it's
types.
interesting, but the rifle gets picked up by a pistol player, and now we're straight back to the same thing, just one less
Versus
player
our
in the
हो जाए
mix.
China
BBL
bootcamp.
have been known for pistols in the past, not so much in the tier 1, because let's be honest, since they've been in tier 1, they've always been winning. And it seems like, yeah, they won't get another chance here as they stop
ये लोग तो आपस में लड़ रहे हैं.
heaven. Lovers Rock still holds
मर
up with
गया
a
वो,
shot, even
कुछ
that's
नहीं कर
taken
सकता
out,
बे.
so it should be business as usual now for the attack.
I mean, one there would have been huge, but Larocque, we see what his bandit can do. Only one map ago, but or could it be
Shot
repeated?
बे.
No, just one this time.
That's fair
अच्छा
enough.
तो मारा.
Overall, yeah, I don't know.
Any of us go to China direct blacklist on passport.
That
And
overdrive should have come
पीछे लग
through.
जाएगा.
And Giant
Shit.
X have a pretty decent end to that, and also have a win condition.
अपन नहीं
for the
जाएंगे ना.
next,
Players वहाँ पे जाएंगे और अपने को वीडियो कॉल.
Yeah, it looks like the engagements have been pretty easy
ये
for
idea
them so
कैसा
far.
लगा?
Building on what I was saying about comps, I think that's one thing we've got to be looking at with this Sky pick, something which Cloud has always been known to play.
Yeah, 100%. I think for me, when I look at a lot of teams, the one thing that's consistent through a lot of them is Neon, Astra, and Viper.
If you
All
can't
the
beat
time
them,
we'll see
join
these
them.
three agents, and I like that BBL have decided to have a look at the world and thought, what's good for us? Let's go away from this kind of agents picked.
Yeah. I guess the difference
दी
is right,
देखो
you've not
इसका
got like a
excuse me.
Cypher or anything either. Actually creating this ramp pressure might be a little more difficult for them.
अपने
when the
players
side
का
swap
visa
comes through.
story
For Aaron, it's
सुनाओ
no
तो
problem.
1
He's
million views
breezed all the
वाला
way
clip
through.
आएगा.
He's on an adventure, mate. Let's see what he can
मेरे को
find.
2027 का यही
Potential
डर
for him
लग
to be
रहा
a
है.
backstab
इतना
now if they do
qualified
want to start
जितना
heading
कप्स
towards B, but
visa
first of
issue
all,
से
the mid
कैसे deal
players have to
करेंगे?
try and find something already cut off. Ara still holding on to this one and will pick up Rose.
Yeah,
भाई
closest
बंदा
BBL to the
base में
re-clear,
बैठ के
else Ara
rotation
becomes
काट रहा
a
है
real
भाई.
big issue. What is happening
क्या
right
है
now?
ये?
It gets
Omen भी नहीं है ये.
between the two, and then there's Ara's overdrive. The player's still not wanting to fight, and then Ara goes running into Creven. The spike is heading this way, and that's a big 1 versus 1
Shot.
between the site
भाई ऐसा लगा
player and
स्पेक्टर उसके हाथ में
Cloud.
वैंडल निकला. कौन सा स्किल है
Even
वो
with a
बंदा?
spanner thrown into the works, feels like GX haven't fully profited from the situation. Creven now in an awkward
उसको पता है
timing.
अकेला है.
Oh, but does he lose out?
उसको पता है
Cloud
अकेला है.
playing around here, plays
Oh
it
yeah!
away.
Oh my
Good shots,
God!
but can't quite find that second kill that probably would have won the round. for
Bro,
Giant X.
दोनों का
Instead,
HP देखो
BBL
बे.
come out
Left
on
right हो
top.
सकता था.
Was what 40 health between the
I am
last
already
two?
calling it
Yeah,
redesign kickoff.
it's a really
They'll
weird
keep
one,
Bangkok to say
Someone's got to
on
go and
visa
address
issue.
that
हो
issue.
सकता
Ara
है.
cannot be left unchecked in
Best है
sport.
लेकिन Bangkok.
Larocque does a brilliant job at marshalling mid, and eventually they clear him out, but not before
Last
he
time
picks
हम
up
लोग का
2
जो
kills
होटल था
for the
ना,
Endeavor.
crazy.
Important round though, crucial stage in the game for BBL to get this defender side active again. The building blocks for their success last time, it was nearly a 9-3 half down to the 1v2 on Lotus.
That's true. It is do or die once again in the economy state. This is usually when we see BBL actually show us
Idea है,
what they're made
execution
of, and judge
थोड़ा
and
सा
play,
एक second
and this is
थोड़ा
the map
blind
you
है.
want it.
मैंने कभी एक sexy जगह मिला chill and watch the match.
Soon, Rose is going to find
मेरे को
himself
भी sexy जगह
hot
मिला
under
था,
the
but
collar,
just to chill.
under the bright lights. Will he bend or break?
OG के टाइम पे.
Just shuffling the guard as they're ready to drop in, and there's Rose. Stands the test, no problem at all. Rocket let off from Larocque, he goes down with it, but doesn't matter how much utility Rose is going to miss here.
I think
yeah, but has a
Jax वापस वही गलती कर रहा है जो A1 में गया.
It is, but look where the spike is.
स्पेस लेने के बाद वो लोग रुके कि वो लोग आके मार के जाए.
Where's Loiter going? Because he's
सब उधर अपना बूथ लेके बैठे थे चिल करके.
Backside here, he's the rear guard to the situation.
Yeah, Grubby could very quickly be caught. Knife out.
And
सारे ओनर चिले. सेन का ओनर चिले. रॉब भाई.
This is what I'm talking about.
पेरेक्स का ओनर चिले.
You can stun it.
पेरेक्स के ओनर से नहीं मिला मैं अभी
if you're flickless apparently.
निखिल भाई से नहीं
मिला. Such a long way to go for Grubby though, and it just doesn't give him any real opportunity now.
आरआर का कोच से मिला सबसे ज़्यादा चिले. I think RR के owners से भी मिला हूँ मैं, if I'm not wrong. Korea
It's a round one for the defense, but it's a lot of rifles lost at the exact same time. Loiter lucky to walk away with his life, but there's at least 2 players here that probably won't have a buy.
Yeah, we'll see what the money looks like. I think they should be just about all right. And, well, with GX now dropped down onto an eco, matters not, because I'm expecting Outlaws and the like to come through. Rose did excellently well in defending this position.
निखिल भाई इंडियन है मालूम है क्या बात कर रहे हैं निखिल इंडियन है
when it comes to that split, you know, are they ready to respond to
मेरे को लगा इजिप्ट से बे
different levels of pace if it is going to be GX sending it into mid every time.
निखिल भाई की वजह से कि मेरा एक साओ पाउलो अच्छा गया वरना I was तो फ्राइड देयर हाँ क्या लेकिन बढ़िया बंदा तो वाइब एकदम बढ़िया.
What can we do to convert this into something better though?
Yeah, Ara takes on board a boatload of damage sliding through the thorns. BBL
chat लग गए chat
GX
के.
ready to be counted. A third on the
chat
board.
मेरे को लग रहा है GX का वो खत्म.
For the first time in this map.
Yeah, it feels as if BBL have been
vibe नहीं कर रहे GX अभी.
Within an inch of their life to wake up and be like, right, okay, guys, we know what we need to do, and actually start shooting Giant X because this is much more their case.
And I think this round is probably the perfect example of where you then find the value from that Vice.
Yeah.
Because as soon as the Thorns come out, Ara's losing, you know,
Gee,
2/3 of his health.
Vibe re baba, vibe.
Because it's the distance you travel to take the damage rather than the amount of time you spend
की बात करें निखिल का मत.
Exactly what is required to be the antidote for this Neon, which has found no troubles taking to ramp. It's in the site where the problems lie.
To heaven they go. Rose is the man playing on the
he's trying to play on the edge. उसको एक kill मारने के बाद उसको कुछ दिखा ही नहीं दूसरा.
But somehow numbers even and Craven having to hold things down. A big
time back कर दिया.
in a position where he can
time back कर दिया. No way उसको कुछ के मारे.
But they go elsewhere towards CT.
अब वो लोग अटक गए.
Both guns caged but quickly unleashed. In screams, Lovers Rock already on the line. I think BBL know exactly where these last 2 players are. They've considered it. It's just a question of dealing with that threat.
Well, it's picking your fights here because every single player is on their own, on their one, and Giant X have the numbers advantage no matter where they go. But I think Craven just heard exactly the Giant X players with that spike on the ground. The rest of BBL are going to get into position to win the round and put a little bit of distance between them and their opponent.
Yeah, it's a very well-gauged situation there from BBL in terms of who is taking the fights, who's backing up and inviting others.
कुमावत है क्या
Play from GX to try an entry, but I have to say, I think BBL equal to it. The setup on site from Kreven just stops them from getting in, gives a position to fortify, and there you go. 4 rounds to 2, and GX back on another bad bite.
Yeah.
Shining
light once again, double digits and kills already.
Blocking vision.
And looking to continue on.
Support BBL कर रहा है लेकिन जेक्स के लिए बुरा लग रहा है. नहीं लेकिन मेरे को लगा था
BBL are happy to give up if they can then fight the extremities together, and that's exactly what you're going to get.
Heavy firepower है.
Yeah, it's flickless on a sheriff, and he's not even got his crosshair lined up right either. So I don't know how it feels like a death match, especially when Lovers Rock can do something like that. It's a bloody operator, for God's sake.
Yeah, he's on rails right now. And that's exactly what
दोनों शॉट जो मारा है बे, दोनों शॉट.
You think of the op duels in the
दो अलग-अलग
series. Izzy was really headlining that encounter.
Insane fireball.
And here it comes back to what I was saying, you know, knowing when to pick your battles. That's always been a factor with BBL.
इसको भी फ्लिक मारेगा लग रहा है जैसे आ रहा है एक बुलेट मारा.
Ara might have the element of surprise here. Doesn't last for long.
What is happening at this moment in time? Ara now, yeah, he's a sitting duck, come on. And now with the operator on his back,
Bait करके thorns on करके मारा रे उसको.
But it doesn't get a chance to use it. So 5-2, BBL really starting to flex those muscles.
Yeah, you want to see BBL getting proactive like this on the gun rounds as well, because I think back to their old composition, they actually used to play Sky similarly to what we're seeing from GX here, whereas Rose doing that. He was the one forcing the issue.
Best controller Valin और Mako. मेरे हिसाब से best controller Phase 5 का है.
The same value from the Fade here, which has proven to be the premier choice on this map so far. That's what it's all about. GX looking to go for the B play again, but it's this reposition from Kreven and his Thorns that we've got to be thinking about.
सारे light armor में रे.
BBL though, they're all in heaven and ready to line up and support Kreven. So once again, the Vice utility gets the effect that they want, and they get to rotate and support.
This is exactly why I wish more teams in our region would play Vice, because she really feels like the premier solution on a couple of maps to counter that Neon.
Bunks bhai, आप ladies VCT क्यों ना excuse me?
Do you vote yes?
Well, I vote yes, yeah. It's
well, you're the poster boy for Vice, so I'm hoping that you would be voting yes. And Giant X seem to be voting no at the minute because they've got rid of LaRock and want more. A brawl in mid, one which does not continue. Because at this moment in time, it's a heal up and a wait. Execute coming through, Rifles actually getting to work. Rose, when do you take your chance? Probably now as the players walk away. So that's a defensive cosmic divide that's pushed GX away from this point.
Smoke नहीं डाल पा रहा था इसलिए वो लोग
fight जीते थे. So they need to get a move on.
Yeah, it makes that rotation a little bit easier towards A now as well if they're looking for it. In fact, Rose actually pushes out beyond the divide. Big fight in middle.
Oh, and one which...
I say fight, he did not have a gun out.
More of a beat down, and to be honest,
time में तो आ गया Neon. मार सकता है.
Up in hand doesn't get a chance, so this should be a Giant X. No other way to look at it. 1v4. Kreven, no chance in hell here, surely.
Yeah, but if you are making a serious team and you are down one player, आप Zaref को लोग गए यार सना को.
For Scottish Cast, didn't you?
Can't take both, by the way.
Scottish Casts, yes, definitely.
Scottish Casts.
Yeah.
Scottish Caster.
Well, we'll see.
Can he add any fuel to the fire here, though? No. Put out in an instant by Westside.
Well, the good thing is here, if this does go a traditional split way, that's the lifeline, right? That's what we expect. And considering Giant X can win pistols, that's what we'd be expecting here.
I mean, look at that. Alert is down to 15 HP, I think, before he takes that bullet to the dome. So it was job done. And what GX need to do is they need to find a way to bleed some of this utility. Now, with the Thorns, that's going to be pretty difficult. But, you know, if you can find a way to bait out the wall, maybe you're sending the fast lane to get Kreven to pop it a little preemptively. That's got to be the way to do it, you know?
Excuse me?
But right now, it feels like a lot of rounds where we're just seeing a blind commitment towards one of these sites, and it's really costing them.
Panko! 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 Panko!
We can't be like, you can't start a round bad every round and then work it into your favor, right?
Time to order some starter.
For Giant X.
I would also probably argue that it's a knock-on effect of playing double duelist. The macro is fundamentally different.
Yeah.
This was a team that always loved to play double initiator and have those tools to really scour for that information. Now their hands are tied and they're being forced to maybe play
so that makes
in a way which is a lot more heads up, and I think that has been an issue for them. So we'll see what the answers are coming out of the timeout. It does look like much more of a spread default here.
Yeah, take the time, split up, look for clues.
Does a good monitor or...
But, gonna need to see some ultimates in play as well, see what they use. Need to be careful
PC metal like a play on laptop with 120 Hz monitor. Rank
could be BBL to
और तेरे
go
को
on and
proper
win.
rank
But
push
a
करने
great
का है,
shot
Esports
gets
में
rid of
घुसने
the
का है।
operator and Lovers Rock.
PC लो भाई
Say,
लैपटॉप
when it
पे नहीं
comes to
कर
holding
पाए।
down an angle, Flickless has had BBL's number at times in this bout.
आई लोइटर ने
Lotus is
मारा।
gonna win against the op of Ara, but Flickless is right there
Bro,
for
don't
another.
tell me
That's
comeback आ रहा
3
है।
bodies buried in middle. And the round almost single-handedly wrapped up by the Belgian.
Yeah, I feel as if I'm waking up in a fever dream. Why would BBL once again
क्या
going
scene
and taking
comeback आ
these
रहा है
ones when something they're good at playing together was
मैं
swinging
always
together,
open
right?
setting
Flickless
volume
just
बंद
takes
कर
them all
देता
for
हूँ।
himself. Now we've got a last 1 versus 1 and Grubby cannot win out. So it's Mr. Clutch himself to move into a 1 versus 3.
It's a world away though, and look who's waiting in the tower block. Eviction notice in hand. It's Flickless. A quad kill from him, and 4 rounds to match it on the GX side.
You're respectable. 3 rounds left of the half. Which way does it go? I think if you're a Giant X fan, I think at least one more would put me into a real confidence spot for this roster.
The part that makes this round
by the way, कल तो Ferran was
BBL were finding success by easing off from mid at times, allowing that pressure to be taken, withstanding it, and looking towards the other extremities, the limits of the map for answers. Whereas here, they're kind of going all in on a position where Flickless is just absolutely farming them, for lack of a more romantic vocabulary. So
कुछ स्टार्टर चाहिए तो व्हाट्सएप कर बोला हरा भरा कबाब
what is it that they've got to try and mitigate? Viper's Pit and 2 very heavy execute ultimates.
But then at the same time, right, you have that showstopper, and you also have the overdrive for Lovers Rock. This is really big retake ultimates, especially since Lovers Rock loves the operator so much. Imagine that'll be kept in the back pocket for those most close
वीडियो डाला है
double duelist, that 1-2 punch, which has had to reinvent itself a little bit. The Lovers Larocque duo, as it has been coined by some. Because they're playing different agents than what we've seen from them in the past. I know that Larocque was always good for a game on Raze every now and then, but Neon was the duelist which he really built his identity around. That was the change asked of him. We've seen him on so many different roles. Smokes, even you mentioned earlier in the broadcast. But yeah, it does play differently, and right now he does seem to be thriving.
Well, it's actually Rose who picks up the operator this time, and I like that BBL are playing with tendencies, right? Creven got a chance last map, now Rose gets a chance this map. So if you see the fade, you're not expecting the operator.
Little off-roll op, we've seen it a couple of times already. Boaster, Chronicle, Rose right now.
Condition.
Looking at things, it's another slow round from GX, but Westside gets up into round early, triggers the wall, and while the refract expires, he's perfectly safe.
Well, we're going to get a rocket coming straight through. The fuse, though, does expire, and Giant X managed to survive this.
Oh, but yeah, this is huge because BBL have managed to just usher GX into this corner of the map where the device is set up, and they're ready to fight this.
That ultimate has hit no one as well, so the value is next to nothing for Giant X, and BBL here to fight. Sure, let's go. Take the gloves. Let's try and take a brawl right now. Giant X, though, are completely stalled out. They want nothing to do with this.
Flickless in the corner. He's caught, but everyone's here on BBL.
That's a man with the spike. They have to try and play safe President, and they've done so. He's even saved himself. Pit in pocket.
No way.
Towards the site.
2 versus 2 situation, but the plant's got to come in at some point. Cairo, Pit to be deployed into elbow. And BBL playing back into this 2-on-2 with a health advantage.
So with the spike down, operator to try and re-clear the pit. You've also got that overdrive from Lovers Rock.
And I mean, look at Larocque's utility belt as well. This boombot on nade could make things a real issue, especially for Flickless.
Yeah, because he is so low. So you look at Ara, put on notice, playing outside
of the
pit to see if he can catch a player or two off guard. He
does get a chance. Oh my God, banda पीछे मर गया.
BBL up to 6 on the half. But surely
आपका मॉड डीएम गाली दे रहा है दीदी के बारे में पूछा तो तुम रिटर्न दो गाली फुल सपोर्ट है इसे सुपर चैट वालों को मेरा हमेशा फुल सपोर्ट रहता है टेंशन नहीं
Lovers Rock holds the torch, the rest follow.
Jerry.
Talking of leaders and followers, I gotta say BBL did a great job at setting the pace here.
forcing GX into an uncomfortable execute in the end, and it just didn't feel like there was a second plan.
Let me order.
Mind, go away.
Yeah, that's true, but at the same time, they managed to mitigate a lot of the problems sent their way, so it complements it in that aspect. So there's some bad, but there's also some good to come out of that.
Oh shit, मैं shot miss किया. Crispy दिया ना उसने.
Finding a few more of these though if they want to get back on even terms. When the half sounds, it's a great opening pick. He has played his job fantastically.
Bro, BBL जीत गया रे लेकिन 6 round पे.
From the Cypher to the Viper feels like a bit of a natural fit.
कल मतलब लाजिम कौन जीता? दोनों में जीता भाई. Hello.
BBL aware of the possibility of mid presence and GX. Here 3 members strong.
Audio क्यों नहीं आ रही?
So the mid round
अभी मैं इसको आंसर देगा तो उसको कैसा सुनाई देगा?
But at the same time, BBL.
कोई टाइप करके उसको बोलो वॉल्यूम अप करने.
This is where you see then Rose start to move over as well. He should have the Haunt come back up soon. He's got a Prowler, needs to collect a little
bit of information. It's not over till it's over, that is true. But BBL is looking strong. 6 rounds already जीत गया वो.
And the good part is, you look at the possessions from the players, it was pretty far back, right? Instead, they're moving towards B, and this is terrible for them.
Yeah, they're actually just going to give it up. So all of that Vice utility counts for nothing as well.
Wall trigger
Does it buy a little bit of time for the players to get back into position? Kraven in CT, the wall goes.
Cloud's still not made it past that Vice wall in main, still not triggered it with the spike in his hands.
So do they go for the brawl? Do they go for the fight? That's the question. Flickless still gets another. This spike plan will be successful, but where's the rest of the bodies for Giant X? They need to protect us. Not lose control. That's exactly what happens. We're within one.
भाई नियॉन को देख के मेरे को लगा दोनों को मारा लेकिन एस्ट्रो ने मारा भी नियॉन को.
There from Loiter as well to try and retake. BBL had all the players on the scene. It's just that initial call a couple seconds earlier left them hamstrung.
चलो बेटा excuse me. भैया is split a balanced map a bit attacking side. नहीं.
And in
defensive,
terms of the side defense in the end, there's only one avenue of retake.
But pros लोगों के लिए it's like good
attack.
attack.
With that, BBL not the best by Giant X.
Especially one candidate Binks by. Let's go! W.
Into the second half.
Thank you, the
Those Seekers gonna be a big component of this round. You can feel.
Yeah. And you can see GX immediately going back to this vent control as well. Oh, double dive in. Larrock playing around the edge of the smoke gets caught.
God.
And he's all by himself. That's one of the rifles gone.
But एक भी fight. एक भी fight. West side mid में हारा है क्या? मेरे को नहीं लगता.
I think it was one of the rifles. I'm not sure. You'd have to double check in middle, but BBL don't have too much going for them here. There is still the off in the hands of Lover's Rock, though, about to be tested.
Big fight. Oh, just misses out. And there's no quick trade either. And you can see the bodies from BBL being sent to the B site.
Damage onto Arrow as well. Does get healed up by Cloud as the Seekers will just confirm that the strong side for BBL right now is towards B.
पैसा कमाओ और ले लो. क्या चीज़?
An opportunity to play off it. The ult comes in early.
Yeah, that's a really nice ultimate. It'll buy a bit of time for Rose to reposition if he really wants to. He held the rope, trying to go up it, but Giant X, they now have 30 seconds to get the spike down.
Grubby is the one player making his reprisal from main, so all
eyes
on
मारा Kraven जीत गया. अरे माँ कसम.
A big double.
माँ कसम.
Nowhere to go. Grubby's a dead man walking.
बाप रे क्या मारा Kraven.
So he's got to give it a go, but this one is rigged from the start. Kraven again profiting.
Divine from Kraven, the BBL
believers
looking to try and finish out this map, and the best possible position has up 7-5 after a resurgence from Giant X.
Membership चाहिए हम लोगों को. ले लो. Expert मत join. स्प्लिट में वाइस अच्छा था. बहुत सारे मैप में वाइस अच्छा है. टीम इतना खेल नहीं रहा है लेकिन बहुत सारे मैप में वाइस अच्छा है. Hate by language. बस एक बार बोलो आरसीबी प्लेऑफ क्वालिफाई हो जाएगी. मेक ब्लू AWC नेशन का मजा आएगा, मजा तो आएगा। कभी है लेकिन स्टार्ट पता है उसको, डेट कभी है? वियतनाम जा रहा हूँ दोस्तों के साथ, विजिटी पैसिफिक स्टेज 1 देखूंगा। आप आओगे? दे ही रहे, मैं तो इधर हूँ। यही वाला गिव जीता हूँ मैं किटकैट का। जीता मतलब एंड ऑफ द ईयर। अच्छा मतलब सब होने के बाद EWC चैंप्स दोनों होने के बाद प्रतिबंध भाई देखो तो मेंबरशिप मेरी जान के टोटे।
The first team to lock playoffs could be Foot. Yes, you're hearing me correctly, because Liquid actually, even if they win that game, aren't guaranteed.
Yeah, both teams at 2-0, pretty big, massive.
First one to win is.
So is this one right now, as we can see. Look,
first one to win is.
Game has come down to third map on the second half. Giant X move on to defense on split. That's such a good sight for them.
Absolutely. Yet to see what BBL can do in this position with the adjustments that they bring to the table as well.
भाई अभी पिस्तौल सबसे ज़्यादा crucial है। GX अगर पिस्तौल हारा लग गया, hashtag के साथ लग गया, hashtag के साथ लग गया।
The pistol win rate.
और this is अभी 2-1 के लिए मेरे को सच्ची लग रहा है कि
80.
लग ही गए GX
And I think a lot of that will be propped up by the fact that they've taken all but one from BBL.
Yeah.
Let's see if they can find that fifth.
This should be the banker. We'll see if Giant X can capitalize on that. BBL will have ideas of their own, considering they start the attack as double duelist. Ara is caught in the seas, but I don't know if the players have saw the visual effect of that. Westside has moved elsewhere. He's a big component to the reason why these pistol rounds have been so good, and gets at least one.
A man running on confidence. Someone who has not had their confidence knocked is Flickless, still hanging on to mid control here.
तो किया बे किसने तो राइट में देखा किसने पे?
One of the big issues I saw from the last time out on split, just blind commitments. Sending it into sight.
पंको मैं गलती से तेरा वॉइस नोट सुन दिया, हाला बला कला।
It's a 5v2 wherever they go. 4v2, sorry.
Yeah, Grobby has to hold this by himself. In
fact,
Flickless has come to join, so it's a double controller to try and keep hold of the A site, but instead, let it go. Let the players by, and it will be a retake for Giant X.
As we know, this should be a win condition here for GX. Looking at the utility left, Cloud has a flash, Arrow the slide. Grubby a star, which he places to the pocket. Kreven playing from it. Now the defender's in motion.
I think वो flank
So the flash used, but it doesn't get anybody. That really bolt huge, and Rose not cleared. This should be no way back in for Giant X now. This should be BBL to win it out here and now, and it should be a massive pistol round. But that should. It's not the real deal. It's not confirmed yet. Flickless comes through himself. It's all on him in a 1 versus 1. As LaRock holds on to the nade and buys himself time. Flickless doesn't even have half. He's forced now onto the spike, and with a quick swing and a quick tap of the head, LaRock wins a huge pistol round for BBL.
And this one is binding. BBL up to 8 now with a chance to extend that lead. They've picked up another pistol.
Because best in the league.
It's another situation where
this guy is bad.
no trade.
Ima slime you
low. From Lover's Rock. That
oh,
can't be
Ima
overlooked, but at times that synergy just doesn't feel completely built.
Yeah, you said it's bind and it could be splitting now as we see BBL look to finish out this. Shaking the head, you don't like that one?
Low fruit. You have fractured our relationship.
Well, got to look for a haven for this duo.
The joke's making an ascent in quality.
Go, go, go!
Yeah.
But still, an abyss to be covered here.
Hey, come on.
Yeah.
Full drone this is.
Yeah, that's
gap building.
I'm so sorry, everybody at home. I know you want to enjoy this match, but it's not happening between us two. It's happening for Giant X though. A nice couple of I say a nice couple of kills. It was just one in the end actually.
Parkour is shouting!
On the other side of the map.
It's just classics, you know. So GX waiting in the icebox before they can get the weapons.
Tens ka 30 dekha marcha bro, crazy bro. Holy fuck. Bhai kada ho gaya, mazak se hatkar.
Absolutely do.
I know Tom's on.
माँ कसम इतना
we're playing that game.
ऐसा लग रहा था ये
Alright, Cloud, he wants out. He's had enough. And we're into the
next. बहुत crazy था बे.
Huge. We can't understate that enough. An opportunity now.
बहुत crazy था वो.
GX to get back into it or BBL to put up a gap.
30 of 30 headshots.
He's actually come up the stairs.
Yeah. All right, it's all right, mate. Maybe for the next series. Let me see what's happening.
और उसका reaction भी देखा क्या? Casual.
I feel like I needed to get him on the mic just to prove we weren't.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
They say if you hang around the studio long enough, you start seeing topics.
I see him everywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't know if that's just because I've been seeing Dirk or
चलो अभी retake
straight into the mix. We have BBL who have just taken the A site. There's no problems about that. It's a 5v5 retake.
Oh my god, West side क्यों जाएगा ऊपर?
With another utility kill, except that one isn't self-inflicted. West side offline. You look at this retake again. It's got to come through Ara, and Cloud's got things started.
Brilliant start to the retake, but it's Loiter in the corner.
Doing it all himself.
Oh, Neon रुका हुआ है, Neon रुका हुआ है.
Holding on and bringing this retake through, but still Craven and Main could be the big upset, and Ara's just found him. Grubby next up. BBL have collapsed on this hold, and sure it's in a bonus round, but expecting much better.
I feel like GX in a way just kind of.
Thanks for the membership, मेरे जान कर
using so much utility to initiate before. It's almost a
bro.
Full
what I feel is
finding 2 kills.
What I feel is
going to be the main factor with how they've tried to set
we are
up
going
previously.
very fast A side.
That is unfortunate.
और plan है already.
But GX doing incredibly well to get through this one. And now the next round is
I think we just wall ramps.
I think the big thing about West Side's death is it actually benefits Giant X.
और नीचे
spike. No longer in play. They win the round and they don't get the value. So with the next round, as you said, it becomes even more important because of the economy.
Yeah, I guess so, right? Larok happy to take that trade.
Deep Sivers wall है ना.
Into the A site again. It's been forfeited once
फायदा
more.
नहीं.
GX
अभी Astra वैसे भी flank ही देख रहा है.
In the retake, it worked well in the previous. But Loiter has disrupted it here.
Same sort of results from the last round, but Cloud, he won't be able to. Oh, he's able to get at least one, and the trades are good.
Nice.
Okay, it's 3-on-3.
Yeah, and BBL have to play this forward line. They have to find a way to disrupt what GX are doing.
Yeah, but they're also playing Loiter so deep in main to play for the stars. But he's going to have to come closer because things could get messy here. Grubby now looking to try getting engagement. Rose hiding. Doesn't realize the position he's in. Kevin manages to dodge the molly. So with the start being used to try and grab well, this is just going to be a defuse. Kevin Loiter needs to get into the mix. A defuse coming through, and he's missing the shots, and it gives Giant X the round. We're within 2, and BBL have no economy left.
It was a 2 versus 3 as well, I think, from GX in that situation. Backs to the wall, post plant set up. Flickless is so patient in making his reprisal through heaven. I think GX were lucky, honestly, with how caught off they got at the start of the rounds, but again, these post plants for BBL such an issue, and that will be the main talking point of the timeout, I'm sure.
Yep, second and last timeout of this series being used up by Key, and we discussed it, right? As we start to head into split, what does this defense side look like for Giant X? And since we've had a rifle round, Giant X have won them all, and they've put BBL under real pressure.
This
is at that stage in the game now where you're looking for the next layer of development, that next adaptation, because for BBL, they've been allowed into the A site for free the last 2-3 rounds. GX are giving this up on purpose, yeah, not without, you know,
भाई वाइस किधर देख रहा था जब ओमेन बैक साइड वॉक कर रहा था.
BBL now need to try and find what the resolution to that is. You saw the first little sign of it with them taking a little bit of screens control, a bit more advanced last time, but there has to be something else
change the
wall.
I agree with
that. I think just change the wall. Up side जाओ, side वो लोग retake ही खेल रहे हैं.
They also want to take extra space in screens, and when those players in screens fall, your player in main needs to come a lot closer. That's where Loiter maybe failed in that last round. Okay, next round, ultimate sim play for both teams.
Yeah, when you look at it, gotta
game
say
game
GX are a little bit closer in terms of finding themselves with
bro
the real best stock of them.
क्या risky जिगलता वो?
Thinking Flickless is pit for mid control when we come to the rifle round. And Westside maybe even looking to get that convergent paths up as well. You can see here the plan for BBL, take mid control, build off the back of the bucket.
Easy mid तो मिल रहा है.
But no duels entertained so far. Not until
Flickless. मिलेगा कि नहीं? अरे बाप रे पड़ी.
Not as clean as he has been. And well, it's going to continue to get cleaner. That's a nice setup.
Fantastic hinder coming in there as they've still got the main control. Cloud should move with an air of caution now as he knows mid control's already been taken, and yeah, the rotation's arriving.
Yeah, support and numbers and expectations are that
आज रात में मैच है एनी नहीं है
Giant X to close this one out. 30 seconds remain.
एनी देखने में मजा तो आता है
huge for BBL if they could get it.
The question is, where are you going to find it? A is probably your best chance, and even then, Kraven's walking in low. Cloud takes that one every single day of the week. Rose follows it up, though, and actually, in that foot race towards the site, they win out.
Yeah. And they also have a rifle, so in a 2v3, I'm getting a little bit worried here. It comes down to these shots, and later, so this is game on now.
That's really one to drag your attention. Loiter doesn't have any stars to work with from what I can see. Just the sheriff in his hands.
Bro, gun.
अरे सामने gun नहीं उठा रहे. Side, a double stack.
Yeah, 2 retakes attempted, 2-1. Can GX make it 3 out of 3? We're even going to get a cosmic divide. That's how worried Giant X are. Grumpy spray just gets it. It's an expensive round, yes, but the answer is, have they won? And you get it right now.
Yeah, an 8th for Giant X. Felt like BBL's setup was catered perfectly to what they wanted to try and do in that retake with a little understacker and elbow. I like this defensive utility from Westside. Profitable, catches Ara mid-jump. Or sorry, Lover's Rock. And then, yeah, this from Grubby. The Cosmic Divide, obviously, to cut off anyone playing post-plant from Dean, but they get exactly what they're looking for.
That's relief on the faces of the players. It has to be said. That's the big part here. Lover's Rock, operator back. Every player on 25 shields coming into this.
अच्छा round.
And you can see BBL have changed things up a lot slower, a lot more methodical. That's what they're aiming for.
I have to say, this game almost brings my mind back to the GX
again
BBL match
mid
we had stage 2 last year in groups. GX winning it over 3 maps and BBL having to fight back from the death to find their playoff spot. What a statement this would be against this team. And Flickless once more proving invaluable in those opening engagements.
Rope se chad ke mara usne.
3 strong now, and Flickless getting healed back up. The Sky's value proven second to none in this moment.
Yeah.
But क्या हो गया रे BBL को अचानक से हेलो?
All too often, but there's been at least a couple rounds where Cloud's been able to heal off one of his teammates. Grubby now under the microscope on this A fight. Locked into the line, and with the jump peak taken, the first
Grubby no.
Trigger pressed, Flickless right in behind. And Rose completely detached from this, so it really has to be Grubby in map right now. Up close to the wall, does catch one. And Flickless still slow to take his timing.
Yeah, happy with that. Our Giant X, they want to play the retake, but they also, BBL want to play on Rose. Look towards him.
That's the thing. They don't know that he's still left behind here. Ult to try and make that first incision. Kraven pops it, one of his own, but Aris with the classic in hand. Flickless pops up with the perfect time. Trying to engineer this wall, still can't stand to the task. GX tying us up at 9.
All even. BBL and Giant X. It's an absolute disaster. How has this end up being turned on its head like this? It feels as if BBL have been stuck on 9 for the longest time.
I mean, we've seen this happen to them a couple of times on this map. I think the NRG game in Santiago as well, when they struggle to close out there, relying on these hero moments. Players like Loiter again being alive in the late rounds, the only bailout. There has to be something more consistent
अगर उसको अल्टी करना रहता तो सीधा एक लाइन वाला अल्टी करता जैसे मेन से बचा रहता Heaven thoda open रहता.
Making sure everyone on BBL knows that this is a must-win and they need to fix their mistakes, and it's not going to happen. It's Ara's first in the kill feed. All 4 players for BBL are here, all remaining 4 players.
I mean, how many times have GX found this opening advantage and gone back into a retake? Huge fight going down in main.
BBL now on the move. They have to be the protagonists here. They have to find something, because these retakes have been so potent for Giant X. It's going to be through Lover's Rock Overdrive, but he's so scared. Doesn't move out of main. And right now, Giant X have got the site. They've got control of the spike. BBL need to win the Heaven fight, and they don't!
Cloud ka pussy dekho!
Giant X on the precipice of something special!
Double digits locked in, and Giant X really going through the motions now. It's another round built off the back of the same idea. It's not
Why no one plays mix banda इतना अच्छा नहीं है Esports में.
Stalwart in position.
चार दिन यार जैसे लोग देख रहे हैं stream को like करता मेरी जान कर दो.
The rest of the Giants to pile on through. Look at the round timeline. 5 diffuses in a row, all part of the plan, and BBL without an answer, without a timeout here either.
I think the worst part is BBL won the pistol round, and in my head I was like, right, okay, time to settle down. BBL are about to go and win this one, and it has not been the case whatsoever. BBL have looked stunned, stunted, and absolutely stuck out of this
लेकिन
game.
2-3 राउंड एकदम completely winnable था बे
and it is towards Cloud, who, to be honest, in his own right, has earned his plaudits.
Absolutely. No less for the match which he's called.
एकदम winnable था बे.
Split specifically looking much better for GX. Ooh, awkward engagement, but does find one to the headgear of Kreven first. Does Cloud cowering in the Kingdom corner, taken out. And with the follow-up taking its sweet time to arrive, what's Lover's Rock to do than watch Larok die beside him? Chasing him down into the sewers with just a singer. Cloud is ready for this one, as are GX, but
अरे वो ठीक है, दोनों इधर है, जाओ spike पे
जाओ. Yeah, but he's not Omen. He can't go and collect that spike with an ultimate. They're completely locked out without a key.
I also said retrieve the weapon. He's just left it
there
to go through the vent, and yeah, I don't know.
Oh, you speak out, locked out without a key. BBL don't have
11-9 next round, last round. ये round last round. ये round अगर हार गया.
When I mentioned different level out there, that should then be translating to matches like this, where you get put under pressure, when you have to adapt. It just doesn't feel like they've got that second gear to shift into.
Let's go! And this is the first round after that run of 5 retakes that GX have won purely on gun kills, on kills alone. Cosmic Divide back.
भाई ये लोग 111 हार रहे.
And BBL now go back to the grindstone to see what they can get.
GX will have seen that Vice wall be placed, and Westside over the top of it, not able to capitalize. Insert of Ara though, and back to this mid focus where BBL are gathered.
देखो mid तो मिल रहा है, इतना तो fix है.
Under pressure, he's managed to escape pretty easily.
उसके बाद क्या?
BBL again playing through this 1-3-1. They've gone A almost every single time when they've done it. This is the deviation. Now setting up for a B play on the 4-buy.
Yeah, but look at this. This is the stronger side of the map for Giant X. They've also changed things up. Elsewhere, this could be an issue. A nice off angle, and Cloud's ready to drop it.
Loiter down to 17 in transition as well, and he's so far away from the play. There's only Lover's Rock in heaven. As soon as that smoke drops, there's a real issue here, and Lover's Rock still, again, fully faithful in the notion that if they take B, they can win these fights. But look at the health, it's just too low. Westside sweeps in to take 12, and in-zone flawless.
GX, I can't believe it. We thought about the idea, we spoke about it. The fact that haven't looked the best. And this is the biggest of wobbles right now against the GX. The last looked like they should have easily been dropping out this group.
Yes! This game, or the match that both of them played against Pacific, feeling like a bit of a barometer. Credit to them for the rounds that they've taken, but
language.
Round, what is the difference for BBL? You can already see Lovers Rock
और बुटा
getting
सकते
ready
हैं
to
बस
take
और
the A
कुछ नहीं
space,
है
tagged on the way.
वो लोग और बुटाने के लिए भी फाइट नहीं कर रहे
anywhere,
किधर
but you can see right now the Seekers are looking to get that information for the defense, and they want to actually go and fight this. Lovers Rock with a judge in hand. This is not a fight you really want, not at close range anyway.
बोल मत एस्ट्रा ऑफिस दो मारेगा
Yeah, well, that's
Oh
where you
my
would like
God.
it. Not going to be offered it on their terms, though.
Bro, what the fuck? ये कैसे मार रहे दो?
Making BBL pay.
क्या?
a hefty toll. The team which towered over everyone in kickoff may just be bested by the Giants in a group stage game.
I'm out of here.
One bullet left in the chamber, but the
क्या
cavalry's
मारा
already
बे
arrived.
उसने headshot?
Falling off at the wheels here unless Lovers Rock can find a way to steady the ship.
वो
Body
लोग
card!
एक
It's
अल्ट भी नहीं
GX
किया
over 3 maps. With
ना
a
अल्ट
huge
फाइट
victory.
किया ना कुछ oh my god bro भाई BBL तो जीत सकता था ये भाई लग गए क्वालीफाई नहीं आएगा BBL अभी शायद I don't think अभी BBL क्वालीफाई हो सकता है लग गए ऐसे के साथ
Never expected, and Giant X, credit to them. What a performance!
Yeah, on paper, for most people in the community, you would say that the opening two
काय
games
काना
that BBL had, or opening three, were against some of the weaker teams in the group.
पंको क्या तुम मेरे को सुन सकते हैं पंको क्या तुम मेरे को सुन सकती है पंको क्या तुम मेरे को सुन सकती है मैं खेल नहीं पा रही पंको तुम क्या मेरे को सुन सकते हैं पंको
MVP बेबी सब तो ठीक है ये गांडू क्यों नहीं आया अभी तक ये पता नहीं
पंको तुम मेरे को सुन सकते हैं मैंने जो ऑर्डर किया है मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे सुन मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे आ रहा है आ रहा है ऑन द वे है आ रहा है ऑन द वे है
क्रैश हो गया
मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे सुन मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे आ रहा है
क्या
आ रहा है ऑन द वे
मेरे को
कौन सा आ रहा है
आ रहा है
अरे कोई नहीं यार तू आ
अरे नया बंडल आ रहा है यार
ये जोगी
ये गया बे क्या कर रहा है
आरपी होगी जोगी
well
week by week you guys are looking stronger and
थोड़ा सा लेफ्ट हो गया आई थिंक नावी अपन एक मैप देखेंगे मोस्टली नावी 2-0 है और पहला मैप नावी कन्विंशिंगली जीत जाता है तो फिर आई थिंक एक मैप के बाद हम जाने वाले हैं 12:30 members only and shouted yay
yeah what did he say last week after the game against
Pacific?
Yeah, you want to
a
go
lot
into
of
that?
things has been said, but I'm not gonna say everything, you know. But we were losing some dumb rounds, like always. It's in our genes, you know. We cannot get it away. But what we were lacking the most is like energy on stage, and I think Ara stepped up like really good on this, and he's bringing like a lot of energy. And for me, this is why we play so much better as well.
That's good to hear. I mean, we see that improvement, so it's absolutely working. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. But I want to talk to you as well individually about your role specifically, because you're the flex player. How has it been for you to transition into different roles? And in general, what do you think about your role?
I mean, it has been both hard and easy, kind of. Like for me, it's kind of hard because it's full different from what I was playing. But I have Waylander and Pipson who are just telling me what to do, and I just follow what they say.
Okay, everything's working so far. But my final question: you still have 2 in your group. You're 2 wins, 1 loss. You have Fnatic, you have Eternal Fire. How are we feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling confident. I'm feeling good.
That's what I want to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank
Congratulations once again. We're going to be heading over to the desk where we have Billy standing by as well. So, Billy, how's it going?
Hello. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hi, come over. Welcome. I want to also say congratulations to Cloud and Aura. Congrats on that game.
Thank you.
What's the initial thoughts? How are you feeling right now?
You go. I mean, it was, I think, a deserved win. Like, we tried, we didn't give up till the end. Even if on the last map it was a bit in their advantage, the game. But we still believed, everyone gave their best, and in the end, we won.
Something that we were talking about on the desk, Cloud, is that coming into this game, you against BBL, it was a very important match for both of you because you were both on 1 win, 1 loss, especially when it comes to making it to playoffs. Did this feel like the case when you were sitting on the stage? Was there a lot of pressure, or did you guys not look at it that way?
I mean, to be honest, I'm playing here already like, what, third or fourth year? I'm getting excited before every game, you know, that's normal. I think everyone gets, but about the pressure and nervous, I wouldn't say this because like it's my third year, you know, and I'm used to it kind of to play. But the moments that gives a lot of emotions, it's kind of like the close game, you know, 11-10 when you win the important round, when they have buy and their next eco, you understand like game is going your way, and yeah, that's why we love to play, you know. That's what I'm playing for.
And this is your first time playing against the BBL roster, right? So, or at least on this stage. I don't know about Prax or anything like that. Do you feel like you were underwhelmed? Did they play as you kind of expected?
I mean, to be honest, they played kind of how our coaches told us in a lot of moments. But as I told before in the interview before the game, they were pretty aggressive, you know, especially on the second map on Lotus. I think their coaches like gave them the slap, and they said like, let's go peek into them, you know, like don't be scared or something like this. But yeah, they played how we expect, kind of.
And I want to quickly touch on your defensive rounds as well, because especially on that last map split, I think we have round 18 to show you guys. You kind of mentioned like protocols in your interview this morning with Ginny. How can you kind of go into a retake like this? Do protocols still stick in your mind, or do they go out the window, especially when you have BBL committing a Visol? Like, are these things that you're thinking of pre-round or in the round? How do those kind of situations affect you mid-round?
Wait,
Bunks भाई कोई एक membership gift कर दो pledge नहीं.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, of course. So how do these kind of situations affect you mid-round? Because I know that you'd mentioned protocols previously. How do you call in moments like this?
भाई क्या हो गया बे इतना heavy advantage था ना रे BBL इतना heavy advantage था. खतरनाक वाला aim देखते हैं तब तक जब तक मैच चालू नहीं हो रहा है, जैसे कि आप लोग देख सकते हो. चैट हटा देंगे, लाइक कर देंगे. हाँ, जैसे कि मेरा पीसेट का हाँ, तो जैसा कि आप देख सकते हो यहाँ पे मेरे बिना चाय किधर है? इधर है. थैंक यू फॉर रिमाइंडिंग. हाँ, जैसे कि आप देख सकते हो यहाँ पे मेरे बिना 1-13. यू आर राइट. मेरे बिना 1-13 हारा है. 1-13 हारा है ये ना. यप 1-13.
हम जिस प्लान पे बैठ ही रहे थे कि हम कहाँ जाना है, दो बंदे चले गए.
2 3 4 5 6 7 8 माम्बा और अमन एफ के था भाई. कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं भाई. जब मैं खेला था मेरे भी बंदे 2 बंदे एफ के थे, अपन जीते थे 3v5. हाइलाइट्स में वीडियो 3v5 जीते थे अपन. समझ रहे हो? वैसा आईजीएल होना चाहिए.
एक बुढ़ा आपकी स्ट्रीम का वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं बुढ़े.
तेरी माँ का बेली भाई. इसका पूरा रेड लाइट ही वाला सीन है भाई. हाँ, मंडे टू संडे
मैं बता रहा हूँ एक्टिवेट हो गया.
सिर्फ रेड लाइट भैया.
ये कौन सा थ्रेट है भाई?
एक्चुअली यूरोमेन भाई मेरे को नियॉन खेलने ही नहीं मिला. अभी मैं नियॉन खेलूंगा.
खेल ले.
2-4 राउंड हुए, खेलने में मजा आना शुरू ही हुआ था उतने में यार.
हो जाए नियॉन.
हाउ मच योर EMEA?
क्या अचानक से
खेलने ही नहीं मिला. अभी मैं नियॉन खेलूंगा.
खेल ले.
क्या
2-4 राउंड हुए, खेलने में मजा आना शुरू ही हुआ था उतने में यार.
हाँ ये कौन सा है बे? ये क्या है बे? ऑन द वे।
जियो फाइबर।
अबे मैं थोड़ी खाना बना रहा हूं भाई। 8 minutes। ठीक है 4 ना तेरा ना मेरा 4 मिनट।
This bow has taken men and
हाँ चला गया।
I found there is little difference.
हाँ भाई देखो इतना तो कंफर्म है कि ये रूम में ही है, क्योंकि उसका चेयर में उसका शैडो दिख रहा है, तो वो रूम में ही है। वो चेयर में उसका शैडो दिख रहा है। एक्सपोज्ड
जियो का भी एयर फेवर होता है? होता है
एक्सपोज्ड
एयरटेल का होता था वो मैं जानता हूं।
एक्सपोज्ड
आ जाओ भाई ये लो और देखो बॉल। या
तो वीसीटी देखने के बाद ये देखना पड़ रहा है।
साइफर भी था।
अरे बाप रे ये तो हो गया है। कोई कॉल देगा तो यूहॉल हो गया है कुछ तो ना।
एक बंदा इतना कैसे बेहोश हो सकता है? माफिया का बाप रे
कान में आवाज नहीं आ रही है।
मेरी बीवी
पत्ती टट्टी की है ये पत्ती टट्टी।
छोड़ बोलना साइपर गन पे गन नहीं थी।
मैं आगे से बता देता हूँ ठीक है। लॉबी बकचोदी में डूब चुकी है। नाउ कम्स द फन वालों ठीक है। हम लोग और सीरियस शायद नहीं हो पाएंगे। माफिया
ये कभी सीरियस नहीं कहला।
सो या बी रेडी लेट्स गो।
हम भाई का ये वाला
ये ए वालों कृपया करके थोड़ा बोल दो।
लैंग्वेज चैट
फिर भी स्मोक में घुस के एक मार दिया मैं फका हो गया।
धुरंधर लैंग्वेज
आगे हैं
पंडेनस भाई।
नहीं यूएल तो आएंगे ना वो तो, क्योंकि मैं शॉट पे मार के भागा हूं। और कोई
ये कौन सा है? ये नावी मुंबई।
गुड वेरी गुड फीलिंग।
मैं
नावी मुंबई वर्सेस
वो स्काई का कुत्ता मेरे को फॉलो
मुंबई हो रहा है।
तब तक
एक सेकंड
ये नहीं कर सकता।
ये वेटो अपने हाथ से ट्रैप निकालता है। अरे बाज हाँ
डॉगी हो रही है डॉगी।
क्रेजी एडिट आया है अपना स्प्लिट 1 पे, वो देख सकते हैं। वो मैंने देखा अभी भी आधा देखा। उस दिन 1.5 मिनट देखा, फिर मैंने शायद 4 मिनट तक देखा। पूरा देखना बचा।
शॉटगन मार के यार मेरे को।
लव यू तेरे भाई, लव यू। मैंने जाने का क्लीन था शॉट। मेरे को चक्कर आएगा।
बैक साइड
भाई ये हमारा रेना कहाँ है?
भाई
तेरी
सीटी आके मार के जा रही है।
वहाँ पे थोड़ा हल्का
पको आ गया। वहां से मेरे को वहां से भर रही है मेरे को बे।
30,000
मेरे को भर रही है बे वहां से। मेरी गलती है अभी।
विधान भाई वेलकम।
क्या लगता है चाटी कितना किल मारेगा ये राउंड? कितना किल मारेगा?
मैं यहाँ से ट्रांसफर लूंगा।
मेरे हिसाब से 2 किल।
कहाँ रखूं मैं इसको?
0 1 0 भैंचोद कोई 2 ने बोला बे।
ब्रो
कुछ लोग ने 2 बोला। बहुत सारे 0 पे। ये क्या है? चूतिया है क्या ये? ये क्या है?
ये शॉट स्मोक। अरे वो वाला पापा गलत।
अरे तू जज चला रहा था।
नहीं
जेट ने डैश मार रहा है ऑलरेडी यो
ओ साइफर था
प्लांट हो गया रैंडम स्पैन
एक और मार दिया एक और यूएल है
यूएल पे एक नहीं दो बंदे हैं
स्मोक चले गए आराम से
एक स्पैम बॉक्स पे हो सकता है अभी भी
रिफर खाया था
अभी भी ये लोग यूएल क्लियर नहीं कर रहे जिससे राइट जाएगा और ये मारा इन 3 2 1 मारा 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 एक मारा दो मारा बे दो मारा बेंच बॉट से सामने तो
भाई
सामने तो बॉट्स है
away from the composition that they ran on split in kickoff. Obviously, it was Rooksix playing the chamber back then, but I don't really know why they moved away from that last week.
See, he's been incredible on it. The only thing I will say is a little bit funny that if you include Rooksix and now comeback, he might actually be the third best chamber on the team because they've got some, not because he's done badly, but some of the players that are insane on chamber. Like, for example, if we do get Lotus, comeback on chamber on Lotus was cracked.
It was cracked.
His
I guess it's like they
good,
toss a coin on whoever gets to play chamber on whatever map. But you know what? They're going up against Gel Mates, and a discussion that we had about Mates quite a lot is them coming back from Santiago and it looking a little bit flimsy, especially because there were the meta changes that nerfed Yoru. So again, the question up in the air still is, Billy, what are they going to do if Martin isn't on Yoru?
Well, the thing is, we have this kind of conversation from both teams, right? We've just discussed Filu having that Julius to Sentinel pipeline. We also have the same for Martin, right? These Euro changes have come into place, and we're seeing that Julius to Sentinel pipeline. I think initially we thought it might have been the chamber, similar to Filu, but we got to see the Vito last week, which he has said he really enjoys playing.
You know what my favorite element of this is everyone who's moved from Yoru is trying to find an agent that has elements of Yoru.
Yes,
it's like, oh, this one has TPs, that's cool. This one has flashes, that's cool. But none of them have all of it.
Yeah, and also something that the quote highlighted is from Martin's point of view is the things that he does really enjoy about this agent, it being the teleport, it being the ability to be able to go back and have a little bit more freedom. But when we're looking at the execute of that agent, Billy, it felt like everything he loved about the agent just wasn't there.
Yeah, on Fracture, I was waiting to see some cool things, and don't get me wrong, like, you could understand the theory behind it with the way that he was playing in tower, but against the KO, again, like, getting knifed out of position, so he couldn't use his TPs, not really ideal. On the Haven, though, I just felt like it was cheese. I don't know how you felt about it, Tom, but it just felt very... Like, you couldn't replicate that more than once, I feel, with the things that he was trying to do with the Vito, the Odin usage, all of this kind of stuff on the Haven.
The thing that's a bit sad about it is, like, the two agents that he's kind of moved
Finally,
into, the Phoenix and the Vito,
sexy.
to get elements of Yoru, I think he picked the wrong one. Like, I really like Phoenix on Haven especially, and I think that fits more into his game style.
Yeah, in general, like, when it comes to Gentlemates and how they've been feeling since they've returned here to EMEA, we had to check in with Starkso ahead of this matchup, so let's see what he has to say. Starkso, you got a match coming up today against NAVI.
NAVI का Filu का फ्रैक्चर वाला क्लच याद है भाई NAVI easy इतना वाला easy mark my words.
That's the momentum shift that the team needed to move forward.
I mean, for sure, you know, like we had to win that game. We started 0-1 in the group. Like this was no-brainer for us. We had to step up. We didn't play our game against Foot. It was kind of sad for us to go out that way. So it was must-win for us. There was no option.
A must-win, and you managed to do that. I actually really like that you're talking about the group in general and the slow start that you had against Foot, because you're one of the teams that went to Santiago. Now that you're back here on EMEA soil, what has that been like? What's the process been like of adjusting? Because I would say we're closing in on playoffs, so it's really important to ramp up.
I mean, adjusting was like for everyone, you know, especially with our time given, you know, like we had to take a little bit of breather, you know, after Santiago. It was like a long journey since kickoff for us. So we had to take a break. We had to adapt, you know, to new changes, new map pool that I never IGL'd on the maps like Fracture, you know, and Lotus. So I had to also learn that with the boys, with Yoru as well. So it's like huge change for us, especially. I think we're doing quite well, you know. We found our way. We're still kind of trying to find it like the perfect balance, but I think it's getting there slowly. So we're aiming for players for sure.
All right, I'm loving to see that, loving to hear that. But you're talking about changes. One of the changes that you have to deal with this week is comeback being on NAVI. So how do you as a team make sure that whenever these really quick changes are coming through, you're able to adapt just as quickly on the fly?
We try to not think about that. Obviously, we know how big of a caliber player is Comeback. You know, we know his potential. He's really aggressive, and like his sniper is really strong as well. But like we're trying to play our game. We know Navi style. They change GL. We're trying to find a way also to approach them. But the most important for us is to play our game, not get distracted by anything outside. You know, like turn off the noise, and hopefully it's gonna go our way.
All right, thank you so much for the insight as well. Good luck with your game today against Navi. That's it from us. Let's head over back to the desk. Turn off the noise, which, you know, considering there's no one screaming today, I think that is a great position for Gentlemates to be in. Yeah, but he's not here anymore, so we'll be okay. They'll be okay. But in general, when we're looking at Gentlemates, it still is the same question of Euros off the table. How can the team come together and also just have Martin on a different age and just have everything work out the way it kind of felt like it perfectly did for them in kickoff?
I mean, is Euro really off the table? Like, could they not try it? I feel like they could try it, you know? And I think that when we kind of thought about the keys to victory, we're looking at mates now and we're like, okay, things are not really working out in the way that we maybe would have expected them to, considering they've just come back from a global. They need to convince us now that that wasn't a fluke, and themselves that like that wasn't a fluke, and that they can continue to be able to go on and be one of the top teams in EMEA. And I think was Hero and Ruxic. Just someone help Hero and Ruxic.
Well, I have something to ask you, see if you agree with me. Is Comeback coming into this game, even though he was the guy that was kicked, the most informed duelist in the server?
The most informed duelist?
Inform as in like...
Oh, I thought you said informed.
No, no, the most informed duelist.
Oh.
I think he might be.
Come back again?
Duelist in a while. No, do you know what? Someone pull up the rank games. Maybe he is.
Because that's what I look at this series and go, okay, Filu swapped to Chamber, but I think that I would put Comeback above him. Martin's not been in the best of form. He's also kind of moved off it a little bit. Yeah. Vipo's also been lower down the board. Yeah. Comeback might be the best duelist in the server.
It's just crazy to think about. Like, I don't like that you put that thought in my head now, because now I'm doubting.
Because it's correct.
Sorry to break it up, though, because we do have a skirmish ready as well that we're going to have to head over
to
see which one of these teams is going to be able to get the lead on the map veto.
He looks ready.
Fight.
So we're playing dirty.
Up कर रहा है बे वो. पाको कौन है? Coach.
Playing fair. I can't do him like that. He has an ult. Okay.
तुझे कर रहा है. बे बुली करके मार रहा है पाक को तो.
Okay.
Ball change कर रहा हूँ.
You got the you could take it. So we're heading into game. I just have a really quick question before we head onto stage. You're playing with Comeback today. So from your perspective, how has that been?
It's been good. He's slotted in the team very well, so and practice has been going well, so.
Anything else you want to give us? How are the comms? 1 to 10, how are the comms?
Hey, Comeback कौन सी टीम से खेल रहा था लेकिन?
Before, so.
इसको पहले?
We're looking forward to playing.
All right, well, thanks so much for your time. Good luck today. We're ready. I'm going to take that away from you. I'm going to let you join the team because we are ready to have the players walk onto the stage for our second series.
Heretics में ना?
Gentlemates against Navi.
Heretics में खेल रहा था ना?
Starting today.
TH. Oh, within arc or what? हो सकते बे? Chat within arc? Ball change करो. Valorant! 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 ये क्या कर रहे हैं अभी? क्या था वो चैट? तुन सौर. भाई कितना पैसा लगाओ जीता तो 1/4 आपका. नहीं, मेरे को अगर मालूम रहता तो पूरा 4/4 में नहीं रखता. नूब.
All right. right, both the
Isa mat
teams
karo,
are
bhai, hello.
ready to head onto the server. And yeah, it is starting today. I was going to say now, but my gosh, I panicked, all right? Anyways, I'm sure the teams will not be panicking today. First things first, though, the map veto. Pearl, Lotus, and Split. Billy, what do we make of this beautiful map veto?
I mean, EMEA really be loving the Pearl, no? I don't know how many Pearls we're going to have to watch, but yeah, I think looking at the bans kind of seems like the usual bans. Obviously, Haven has been an insta-ban for Navi so far throughout this stage. I think Pearl is going to be an interesting starting point considering both teams have already played it, Tom.
Well, the thing is, Lotus has the sickest storyline of all time because you've got Navi beat Comeback on that map. He was probably the best player on Heretics. The last time mates played Lotus, he was on the team. So he's literally like a trifecta of I lost to the team that I'm now on, was the best player. Now I'm playing on the team, and he was the best player in that game too. And they won versus Vitality. It's mad.
You right there. Can we also just like
next announcement is our upload. Go and like, guys. हो गया क्या?
Do we want to talk about that? But then that means that before it was like what would like a 5, a 6.
No, but like, what do you mean by that? Like, what do you mean? Like, when we consider everything, the comms are better?
I'm also curious if, because I know that in Heretics, I don't think they really like to, like, switch to Turkish at all. They're always trying to keep it in English, so maybe the two Turkish players are actually just putting in more to try and help him out. I think that's something we'd have to ask them, is like, is there a switch in languages? If maybe the two that aren't speaking Turkish go down, you just swap, and then you help him out, or maybe they help him with the calls. I know that Hero especially will be able to just switch like that, so I don't know. Maybe they're just doing more actively to help him individually. Who knows?
It could be. I think it's, if anything, that
even brought up Viper and Zolboz wala. W.
We're gonna have to get to those at some point. But in general, when we're looking at this map veto, and okay, we're looking at the holy trifecta, but is there any one of these map picks that you think, Billy, would be especially crucial for mates?
A map pick that's crucial for mates? I mean, they've been going with this Pearl.
Somebody help Hero and Rusix.
Still things that I'd like to
see
from them.
My production Harami Pro Max se
like I need to see a little bit of depth. I know that Starkso did mention in the interview that, like, yes, he's having to learn on how to IGL on maps like Fracture and like Lotus, which is completely understandable, right? Let's not forget he did only pick up this role.
भाई VH से R1 order किया है, foreign से कल आएगा. W मेरी जान क्या है वो?
Last year, so I can understand it from that extent, but I want to see more depth from them.
Well, I also want to see if there's a swap. Is Comeback just going to slot in and play that way? Like, no. He's actually the one to steal away. I said it. He's stolen the chamber away from Filu. I'm not sure I like that. Filu's definitely had his struggles on Duelist, but giving Comeback, especially on the defensive side, the ability to just run away with that operator, it makes a lot of sense. I do think that it could be a little bit difficult though. Martin running in with those flashes, if he gets opportunities, Comeback's going to have to TP away.
Yeah, I find it really peculiar that they've decided to put Comeback on the chamber here and kind of take Filu off of that and move him onto the Neon, but alas, that's the kind of decision that they've come with. I think one thing that's interesting though is them starting on the defense here. How much is Comeback going to be able to get away with that B-long pressure, right? I'm looking at Gentlemate's composition, I'm trying to wonder how are they going to isolate that operator, how are they going to get an operator off a deep angle? That's what we're looking at here. Yes, they have the Martin flashes, but as far as initiation goes, they really only have the Fade, which isn't a lot.
Well, it's also possible though that Navi just went into this and went, well, we really struggled versus Comeback playing the chamber. Let's just put him on it and let him do his thing. I do also think though that, like to answer your question from before, I think mates come into this map as pretty heavy favorites. I think this is one that they should take. I think the what we saw before with the Waylay from Navi, I really didn't like. Just double diving and dying and then someone had to trade. I think this gives more opportunities for Filu to actually do damage where it would have been much harder for Colossus with just that dash.
Do you think this would also be set up both Bruxic and Hero, which are the two players that we've kind of hinted at? We want them to have more team.
They'll always have impact. They don't need help. It's everyone else. We need the others to perform.
Yeah, but is this agent composition enough to allow them?
I think it should allow the others to perform.
Okay, that's what I was looking for. Let's hope so, because we're ready to head into our first map of the series with our casters, Hazza and Cairo.
Go, go!
We are. We're back. Double Trouble, second series. Why not? Navi versus Mate.
Gentlemen, FTW.
Coming back for the second
come on,
series.
bro.
Yeah, I think that's
Come
quite,
on.
quite on brand, I would say. The
Come on,
guys
bro.
downstairs are absolutely hating the banter.
Navi ka team dekho, bhai.
You're locked in here with us, not the other way around. So, into Pearl we go.
Poland bolo main
change up in
13-6.
terms of agents, I think has got to be top
13-6
of the list
ka Navi
for
jitega,
what we're gonna
13-6.
talk about into this one, Cairo.
Yeah.
Filu is someone who has had his critics as a duelist within the region, and surely you want to enable him as the permanent member on the team, maybe?
Yeah, maybe. I would agree with you as well, especially after the clip we saw last week, right? But listen, maybe things are more towards getting comeback up to a higher level. We know he's an operator player, and that's always been his level, but he's also a Neon player.
He's on the line right now in main. Ruxic just shouldering this for a little bit of info. Crosshair takes a second to adjust, so Comeback takes half his health. Bippo flying straight in as a perfect distraction. With Hero backfilling the site.
Volume कम है कि तुम लोग बह रहे हो हेलो?
Navi with a strong hold. Let's see if they make sure to account for Mini, and they do. Ruxic is all over it. Should be the pistol in the bag.
And Cloric straight into this one as well. So Navi get the pistol round comeback, getting the first kill as well to know.
Mid bhai yahan pe kya kar rahe ho? Meeting mein jao.
These two teams and matching up against each other is that this is a big game in the middle of the group. Two 1-1 teams, especially with Team Heretics playing Carmine Core later in the week. It's going to matter a lot in terms of those standings.
Saw at the end there as well, battle between the NA imports. Glyph, of course, played Cloric 3 times last year, won 2, lost 1. Most famously in the promotion relegation event for stage 1 of NA Challengers. So, 2 players who I think which have massively bolstered their teams on joining.
Stun diya, bro, stun dekho, bro, stun dekho, bro.
Are 1 step ahead. Fantastic utility.
Maa kasam, baap re, hero ko dekha kisi ne?
Main man Hero. And getting many of those points towards the ultimate, right?
Recon bhi toda, stun bhi mara, banda bhi mara, maa kasam.
Playing against the Phoenix, right? We've seen a shift in this next layer of the meta from kickoff to stage 1. You're playing up against it a lot more. Cloric just firing from the hip there for an in-zone flawless. Yeah, just denying those orbs early.
Yeah, कौन है ये इतना सारा?
With a flawless
ये कभी बना बे?
bonus with a lot more.
क्या बोलते हैं?
A lot more
Emit
bite
fans?
to it, and that's something that Gentlemates will really have to navigate.
इतना सारा Emit fans कब बना बे मेरे chat में?
Well, it's a team that's had its own struggles considering we just casted BBL in the last series as well.
Yeah, another one of those Santiago teams, right? And that's what the desk were adding on in their keys to victory. That they got to show us that Santiago just wasn't just a dream run, and that it can be repeated here. With the change in circumstance, Martin still firing on all cylinders. He's had a pretty good start to the stage so far, and picking up a couple orbs for his troubles here as well on the Phoenix is definitely going to help them.
यार तुम लोग ध्यान से देखोगे ना, देखो मार्टिन बहुत बाप प्लेयर है.
And obviously you've got to be trying to find Glyph there, but with 4 players down on the site, it's 3 versus 4, not 2 in favour of Gentlemates in the grand scheme of things.
Glyph just closing up the distance here a little bit. Hero is as good as dead, and finally it is confirmed. Martin will be wanting to die to one of these last 2 players or find an engagement that he can win, because that would bring the run it back online. So perhaps something for Gentlemates to be thinking about here.
Yeah, it is, and you can already see Martin starting to gravitate towards this. Can he find the last one? A big condition, win condition for Gentlemates in the next round. It will happen. Another flawless round in this early stages of the map.
Yeah, another in-zone flawless. This one for Gentlemates, and getting that ult up into the first rifle round, really out of the bonus, is absolutely huge for them. Especially being on the losing side of that pistol, where it didn't look like they could really create any space. That is another similarity to Yoru, of course. A free path into the site.
B जा रहे Neon, I think trap तोड़ के फट से B पे
Statman from NA. The collegiate clash, as it were.
Winthrop versus Maryville University.
Yeah.
I think that's something that's impressive about NA, the fact that
Neon
they have their universities involved. But as for now, comeback involved. Big kill there goes Glyph. And there goes your smokes for the rest of this round.
Of course, going on to become NRG Academy. As Gentlemates here continue to push towards the B site, it is through Martin's ultimate, as we prophesized. Chloric fighting from this corner still, but bailed out by comeback, and as it goes unconsidered, he's able to find big value. Comeback and Navi doing a brilliant job at holding on. Problems starting to pop up though.
उसको पड़ी थी ना स्पैम कि फिलू ने मारा था बाजू से.
Yeah, Filu starting to give up the space, hoping that Rooksik will get here close. A 2 versus 1, you've got to favour the Navi boys, right?
That's if they can find a way to play this together.
Oh shit.
Huge factor of that Santiago run, especially the group stage with Starso winning out clutches just like this. Similar position. Gentlemates so good on Pearl, but it's not to be on this round. Rooksik winning the fight in the alleyway.
Quality बढ़ाओ. इसके ऊपर का quality कहाँ से लेके आओ?
Up in numbers, 3-1 now.
It's 3-1, but Mates did get a spike plant. Their economy not the worst state, even though they've only won 1 round.
Short देखो comeback का.
And comeback looking pretty decent overall, right? That's the big thing. This operator being set up right, getting the value that you'd be looking for. Sure, it's fortuitous circumstances, but hey, listen, you got to be there to get the kills.
I mean, comeback on a role like Chamber as well, it makes sense, you know. It's a less
vocal piece of lines if you're able to take those fights
on your own terms and conditions. And as you
can
can see
here, the
fight about to take place, a priority for Mates, and with all that utility dropped in, Bippo sacrificing himself to try and make something happen. Martin follows in behind with the same result, 2 down.
Neon uska 1v1 fight जीत सकता बस.
On them.
Yeah, this is real issues for Gentlemates. Remember, this is their map pick as well. This is where we'd be expecting for them to really show their stuff.
Guys, come in today. Dance in मेरे जान करते.
So this is a must-win for the attack.
Navi looking to get proactive in middle, or reconsideration perhaps, as Chloric is holding on with the judge in alley. Finds the kill onto Mini. Makes it a 5 versus 2. No real way out here for Gentlemates. Even if they want to re-explore B, comebacks there with the operator.
45 seconds to try and make this round doable. But Glyph and Starzo, as they go investigating, aren't finding a whole bunch. Navi giving nothing away. And that's why we're going to start to transition into a save state for the attack.
ये लोग A पे कैसे लड़ सकते हैं मालूम है? A पे normal लड़ने का.
Important to mention
reveal नहीं डालने का.
Is a rematch.
reveal का फायदा नहीं है. अगर वो लोग भी एमिन ले रहे हैं और हम लोग मालूम है वो लोग एमिन ले रहे हैं.
Both teams got
और
off to a
अपन भी एमिन ले रहे
fantastic start in that event, but of
तो
course only Gentlemates went on to make it to
स्टार
Santiago.
और वहाँ पे नेड है तो बाकी कोई फाइट नहीं कर सकता. नियॉन फाइट कर सकता है. तो क्या-क्या यूटिल हम लोग सिर्फ नियॉन का हेल्प करने का डाल सकते हैं ताकि वो उसका 1v1 फाइट जीते. वो देखना है. तो instead of revealing amen,
is this a honeymoon stage or
तुम
is
लोग
this going to be
सीधा
a permanent stage?
सीज पे का बाहर.
Because I agree with you.
Box
Like
के
it
पीछे.
feels very much like the start of
सामने वाले
kickoff,
नियॉन को
right?
सीज
They
किया.
have a
तो हो
good
सकता है
couple
अपने
of
वाला नियॉन में
results.
फाइट
They
जीते.
start to look decent, but it's in the face of adversity, in the face against a big team, is where they really failed in kickoff. Because I think back to
अभी यहाँ
that,
पे
they
सोचो
know
same
that
fight
they
लेकिन
don't
वहाँ
have
पे
tournament.
नियॉन वो
Also,
कर रहा
even
है.
if you just contrast the game which they played
समझ रहे हो?
last week against
सिर्फ
Foot
कर देखने
versus the performance against Heretics, it really puts things into perspective. A team that's in form versus one that's drastically out of it.
देखिए भाई याद रखना.
The player that we have to
अपने
talk
सुपर चैट
about
कल
in
किया था
this
12
matchup
बज के
though will
डे
be
चेंज हो
comeback.
गया.
He has represented the Mates jersey in the past, and as the tagline says, if you can't ace them, join them. He was just one away on Lotus, which we've got coming up in this veto. Chloric outdoing him, and well, it was little moments like that for Navi on the whole which unraveled Heretics.
Right division live,
Yeah, it really did, right? But like for that, you've got to be thinking about like how does Comeback now start to work in this team? We've started to see that in the early rounds, right? Starting to see Comeback show what he's worth and what he can provide to the team. I think it's going to be more interesting to see how willing he is to start to take a bigger step, right? To hold down that B long from on top of B ramp when he has no TP, and how he deals with it under pressure.
What do you think emblems is important before the match? First you go and play the match there.
For the absence of a Yoru when you're talking about an agent that can stay on a line for a long time. Sure, not too far advanced beyond the barriers usually, but an improvement than what others can provide. That's really what Mates are looking for an answer for in this stage, a solution to what was their ultimate win condition all the way through into Santiago.
Root language.
A lot of pings from Gentlemates towards the art position, where we can already see NAVI have got a fair amount of bodies on the line to try and defend this position.
Double
stack in the corner with Ruxic just face checking.
Crypto top.
Blazeball comes in from Martin. I don't know if that's dealing damage to the trademark. It
Kaise?
isn't, and so with that, still information here on the Navi side.
Oh, it does just go in the end because of the molly from the Phoenix, but that's a lot of utility expended for only one piece on the Navi side.
Yeah, and Navi have recleared this position now, so heading into the late round, those ults on the defensive side just get stronger and stronger when mates have to funnel into a lane.
Yeah, does Cloric get anything from this? The answer is no, but he does hear the rifles, so the audible's information in itself.
First
you can
man
see
who is going to win,
to grow closer and closer towards going for a crunch on the A side.
Gearing up for this execution, and as I said, the Armageddon is so well timed. Running down the clock, inside the 30-second mark is when players will start to emerge from
Jatin bhai, thank you for the membership, meri jaan today. Thank you for the membership, meri jaan today.
Reaching 20 seconds now, and still Gentamates still yet to make their move. Sees out in the open, bit of a blunder from Starso. Waves away back in for Filu, quick double, and just like that, Navi have everyone in the right position. Mace down to the last 10 seconds, and still no progress on that plant. They've not made it into the site itself. It's just Mini left, and he's got to walk away.
Yeah, a massive loss for Gentamates. It feels as if they're starting to go slower, and in a way become fanatic-like in how long they're letting this run go down. And Navi do really well to counteract that. They know exactly what they need to do to stop Gentlemates getting towards A, especially it's completely given away what they want to do when they go for the Nightfall.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, Navi with a perfect start here. 5 rounds to 1. It's exactly what you want to see. I think it's interesting the desk were mentioning it about the Turkish players that we've got in this team and whether that's how they want to set up. I think over the last couple of years, and it was mentioned
let them fight 1v1
about seeing Turkish
then
players
we can
on
go
international
B.
rosters.
Trip
How can they succeed?
problem
Is this the world that we're in now versus the Turkish teams that we've also got coming through, like BBL, like Eternal Fire? Yeah, and where players like Hero and Ruxic find themselves in all of that.
Yeah, I think like when you think of
and
obviously what they've been able to do, the one thing they haven't been able to do has obviously commit to that international performance or get that chance, right? And I think as well, when you actually,
it's a long night for us.
Oh my God!
But the point I want to get to, right, is let's actually sit down and think about like Turkish teams and Turkish players' performance.
You are nahi, your bol raha tha wo.
BBL is the first full Turkish roster we've had an international event for a while, right?
Yeah, well, not since
Mera greatest player of all time एक ही है, bro.
Last time we would have seen them would have been at a champs, and
there is only one.
It wasn't too great back in 2024.
No second thoughts.
Obviously, last year I think was the first time we really had an absence from them.
Yeah.
At one of those, and already equaling that record, right? 5th, 6th was the placement that they ended up with. Gentlemates, on the other hand, and I think we can tie this nicely back into them. Sort of showed the limits of their team performance on that big stage. So we do want to see this system start to find value, not just based entirely around individuals at points, and to kind of close up that point as well. When you speak of individuals, I think Ruxic and Hero are literally some of the best to come out of Turkey, so it has been a shame not see them go to those.
Yeah, I would love to see them going toe-to-toe with some of the best, right? Some of the best aimers we have in the world. Oh, there he is.
Hello, Hero.
Can you talk for a
nap, yeah.
Hello!
The Aspas, yeah. That's fine. That's fair enough. But yeah, and I think as well, when we think of like EMEA as a whole, when are we ever going to get a chance to like go further, go deeper in the tournament as well, right? I think I had real hopes around this BBL roster being able to go and do it, but it feels like it's going to be the same old. We're going to be...
I don't know, man. Yeah, no, it's the classic. Fnatic, right, this is the prediction. Fnatic win the stage. Liquid also qualify because they've got a good meta read, go 1-2 in groups. And who's...
Vitality.
You think Vitality taking that final spot? I think it relies on tomorrow, doesn't it?
It relies on tomorrow.
It does rely on tomorrow.
And I think the next reliant then is if EF win tomorrow, is it really comes down to BBL versus Vitality, which would be a lovely game to watch. And I think as well, off the back of that, is like BBL, right, in my head, like the fact that they've been caught in such a bad spot as well, considering, right, we've spoke about it in the last series, 2 maps and the fact that you have to kind of adjust the duelist nerfs that we're getting, because not only have you had Yoro, you've had Whaley, and there's also rumors of Neon as well. So I'm like,
I mean, some of these teams, they have different reads of double duelist, and I think Gentleman's being one of the Phoenix teams. You want to talk about Liquid have found a pretty consistent success with that. So, of course, we are in a technical pause right now. A team has reported a potential bug. Ooh, what that bug means, I don't know.
Oh, an infestation.
Bug?
I mean, what? Did we have a spider drop out of the sky or something?
No, I
Bro, don't tell me a wall wala.
Like last year when we were commentating, I don't know.
Wall se trip mein to
What type of bug have we run into? Oh, hello, Tombiz. You want to join us? No, he's closed the door. See, again, he's like a phantom.
Yeah, it's just funny though.
Like,
when you think about it, right? The crazy things we've had, like the fact that we did have like a random bug when you get ready, got to cast, you're getting all excited, and then, mate, we've got a little delay because of a bug. What type of bug?
What type of
spider has dropped on his head.
With legs. And it's crawling all over him.
Okay.
Terrible stuff.
Terrible indeed. It's almost like your patter.
Yeah, no, it is. For translation for the international viewers, because there are a couple NA players in the server, right?
Course,
it's getting late.
Yeah.
Patter means like it's like banter.
Yes,
but
it's Scottish. Yeah, it's Scottish.
Can you actually teach the audience some Scottish phrases since we're here? Because I feel like we've not had that opportunity.
Yeah, that is true.
Educate
that is true.
them.
I don't know Scottish phrases.
हेलो
मैं तो प्लांट भी नहीं करूंगा मैं तो नहीं जानता
हेलो
मैंने सुनो राउंड से पहले माफिया से बोला तेरे पास स्पाइक है वो फेंक के गया
हेलो
अरे तो मैं अरे मेरे पास कुछ नहीं करूंगा तो स्पाइक पर बस अल्ट्रा मैंने पहले ही दे रखा
हेलो
हां हेलो
क्या है
अरे कौन है बैकग्राउंड नॉइज ये
जरा एंसर्टेड 12:30 बजे बाय
आर वी डूइंग दैट
या
w डन है
या बाय बाय माय लव यू
अबे वो भी देखते रहे विंडोज वाला देखते रहे
फक ऑफ माफिया क्या
का भाई नहीं है गाइस सीधे शॉटगन से बचना
वो कौन है
सी ऑफ थीव्स खेला है ना
खेला बाप गेम
सब लोग दूर से खेलना यू हॉल मत जाना
एकदम सेम तो सी ऑफ थीव्स ही खेलते भाई हेलो
अरे यू हॉल में जाना इधर मत जाना
नहीं यू हॉल नहीं जा सकते एक बार फ्लैंक
Put me on the stop there, yeah, all of them, every single one of them. I'm just glad that we finally put them out of their misery because that was...
They were going on a tangent.
That's what you gotta do.
A spider?
What's your favorite bug, Tom?
It's my favorite bug.
Oh my
Ladybug.
Oh, that's actually a very good choice.
Honestly, when you asked him what's your favorite bug, I thought you were asking him about an in-game bug that he was able to
be honest,
exploit
I am always
in
there. I'm always there. It's happened so many times where I was on the desk once with the turret bug. I was there for that. That was really fun. When we had to replay a match from 7-1 because a team was using a bug cam. It happens to me a lot.
I remember that one. I can't
That
wait
was
for you to
like-
get a stern email after this.
So
I'm kidding.
they were all bugs.
They are actually.
And I'm here again. You're welcome, guys. You're welcome. If you like the color red and you like Kit Kats, you're in a good place.
Yeah, this is everybody's favorite time of VCT to take pauses, right? Everybody loves to hear about those, especially us on the analyst desk.
We've not been that bad this year. We've been fine so far. You know, it just had to happen the day that Tom decided to come on the desk, so that's okay.
But it is 5-1,
Kitna
so I
kayega
feel
bhai?
like analysis-wise, there isn't too much that we can break down unless, you know, Tom, you want to really go for it.
Filu looked pretty good.
Yeah, that's what we want to see.
In the last round,
Language
if it isn't a bug would count. He should have died, but managed to sit in a C's and still get 2 kills.
Yep.
Which is impressive on his part, but I'm also a little bit worried if that continues for mates because he really should have been dead. I also liked the ult usage they had. Like a lot of delay being created by their tail. I think that like you're already seeing the value that someone like Comeback can bring, just like being aggro with that operator. And I think it was something that I kind of feel bad for Kolosha because I think from week 1 to week 2, improvement was massive. Like he had a really bad first week, he improved, and I wanted to see by week 3, by week 4, how good this young Ukrainian could be.
Yeah.
The problem is we are in a results business. You need to be winning games, especially in groups that we've already seen a super competitive. GX have just beaten BBL. You look over to the other group, you got Foot and Liquid at the top, and you got teams that were making it like mates to Masters, and who are now slipping down. So
did improve.
You need that's the problem. You need to win now. Who's going to bring you results now? Comeback is.
Yeah. I think one of the things I noticed from the 6 rounds that we've had so far was one of my initial concerns, potentially 5, one of the initial concerns I had was the B-long operator and how Genomates are going to clear that out with this composition that they have. Mini Cypher Cam. I saw them do it around and I was like, okay, yeah, that is
I think it was Glyph's face. I think he cleared it, he walked in and got shot in the head and they knew there was a lot there.
That's
well, they
one
lost
way.
the round, but they knew he was there.
But the thing, right? Like, you wanted to check for the up, you checked for the up.
With your eyes, until they got
To be fair, actually, this kind of goes back to the we are results-based business. So you check for the up, tick.
तो अभी बग आ रहा है तो क्या वो लोग अपडेट डाल रहे हैं क्या गेम में?
Yes, but instead of us yapping, we're gonna head over to a little feature from one of the Genomates player because I know that is 100 times more interesting.
बग आया तो मत करो बग और क्या?
Yeah, I think we as a Mates, like, I mean, we took us some time to find identity, you know, like we struggled in the off season, you know, as I said, you know, in January we kind of find our.
Very good. तब तक ज़ेरफ का गेम देखते हैं.
उसको कहाँ से पता होगा?
चलो फेयर है. हम लोग सोच रहे थे अमन ने मैच, हम लोग तो गाली भर रहे थे अमन को भाई ऑलरेडी. हम लोग तो लोड करके रखे थे भाई, कैसे नहीं जानते? हाँ.
ध्वनि थी तब.
ज़ेरफ लाउडे.
करती थी तब से जानती हूँ उसको मैं.
This time.
New bundle आ गया in game.
This time.
Oh fuck. Oh हाँ.
Talk to Swaraj.
आप ही तो रखोगे? कभी है?
तो दे देता हूँ.
What?
अबे कैसा बंदा है भाई, भाग के आके लौड़े बोल के चले जाता है.
He's obsessed with you.
हाँ भाई. एक सेकंड में अंकी का जगह ले लिया.
Hashtag ओपी. Hashtag ओपी. Hashtag ओपी.
बैठ डले भाई. चैट लेके आ.
अबे ये क्या है अभी? क्या? पैसा गया मेरा. ये आधा वेंडल कौन सा है? ऊपर का किधर गया? क्या सीन? Brother, can you talk quietly please? I'm sleeping.
Eventually, like, people understood it's broken, so I was just put on your one trick all the time. So I was good at it. I'm ready to play other roles. I really like race and job. Yeah, I think the
लाखों में कमाता बोलता पैसा नहीं है.
Different than KC. I wouldn't play KC in anyway. It's just I'm the second duelist. You know, last year I was entering as kind of solo Euro. So it was definitely harder to get kills. You know, I had to go alone first.
उसका वो देखना पड़ेगा लेकिन
now
animation
people is making the space and I'm using it kinda and I'm calling around it. So I think it fits me better. I don't think I've shown my full potential. I think there is always, you know, something holding back, so I can always improve and always be better.
All right, I would like to pick up on that last bit actually from Martin, where he says he doesn't believe he has his full potential. Especially now that we're looking at a meta where we're not seeing Yoru picked at all, which to me actually really is quite surprising because especially on that first week, he said, yeah, of course, like, I'm not going to pick Yoru as often as I used to, but it's still an option, yet we haven't seen it yet. Yeah,
Spike bug है,
we kind of like, that's why I was like, why not just try it? Why not just try it? But even in saying that, they're kind of getting past the experimental period, I think is fair to say, now that they've picked up a loss and stuff. So yeah, I think for Martin, like, saying that we've not seen the full potential is fair, because I think coming into this stage, I was like, yes, we're going to get to see the depth of his agent pool, how flexible he can be. A bit Drake, as Cairo would say.
His full potential, he'd have to break back-to-back records again. That's quite a high bar. Like that's the problem.
के घर में आग लगी? हैं? क्या?
ऐसे वो EWC का वो वीडियो.
कौन सा वाला? EWC का वीडियो नहीं?
अबे वाइपर के घर में आग लगी लिख रहा है?
नहीं.
आग नहीं, स्मेल आ रहा है उसको. AC से या किधर से?
एक्चुअली कब निकला? Is it today's release?
कोई सिंह नहीं, मेरा चैट छूता है भाई. Oh my god.
You were in the tier 2 for a while as somebody who won champs. Like, it's unusual to go like all the way to the top, all the way back down, and then all the way back up again.
I love that you just removed
unbelievable
memory.
That was the down as well. Like that was part of the down.
Unbelievable.
But the fact that he then is looking at this and going, okay, we got back, but I don't feel pressure. I don't believe that, because you are the guy that kind of managed to do something that mates weren't even winning a game, and now expectations are so much higher.
I think especially if we even cast it back all the way to kickoff, where they actually
Bro,
were
I'm very close to
lift that trophy and qualify to Santiago. The emotions that came specifically from Starkso during that trophy lift was.
से वीडियो देख पंकु अभी भी आया है नहीं देखूंगा मैं ऑन स्ट्रीम मेहनत से वीडियो बना है अपन ऐसा व्यूज नहीं लेते मेरी जान मॉड्स पिन लिंक वीडियो ये देखो तोतली पिन को पिन क्लिक कर दिया मॉड्स लिंक दो
That's exactly what Gentlemates needs right now, because as much as they like to say, oh,
एक wireless gaming mouse recommend करो बंस भाई मैं तो विजिट प्रो यूज करता हूं
international once, and that was in Santiago. The next one is going to be in London, and this global event in London, your fans can actually come over. Like, it's not that far.
Starzo is like no stranger to the French fan base as well. When we think back to like the time in Challengers, and I think just to like quickly touch on that journey.
Oh, he's mod.
He was going through adversity last year with his roster being picked apart between stage 1, stage 2, and then even before Ascension, they didn't even know they were going to be at Ascension.
Chat, यहाँ पे कोई footballer है क्या, bro? Come on, bro.
So like, there's already so much adversity he's had to overcome as an IGL.
Front foot.
So yeah, I think that he needs to be able to like, you know, be able to pick his team back up. Like we mentioned, like he was able to go to Santiago. He's already kind of shown what a great IGL and what a great path this has been for him so far. But in terms of adversity, like he's no stranger to that.
I think as well, though, there's one other record that Martin could have that for me would be not a very fun record, because obviously he's got the EMEA kills, but he also, with KC, won kickoff and went to an international, and and then didn't go to any internationals.
Oh, here we go.
After that, so if he was to do the same again this year, I think he would probably be the only player who's done that.
Do you believe in like manifesting and putting things out in the universe?
No.
No? Okay, because I do it. I was contemplating like putting some tape around.
Can you manifest? See, I can't say it. That I cannot get hair back. It's not going to happen.
There's always a way. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Am I joining one of the Turkish teams?
I don't even know what you're putting out into the universe right now.
I would, however, also like to have a discussion about Navi, because we had the keys
आप बहुत बड़ी फुटबॉलर हो इसलिए चैट से पूछा ठीक है
Do you feel like we've seen that from them?
They've been pretty good so far.
4-1 no spike bug.
I mean from the rest of the team rather than those two individuals.
Players are like
ऐसा भी हुआ मतलब
around I was like, okay, yeah, that is.
But then wasn't it the next round?
थोड़ा ज़्यादा ही गए.
Fantastic kills with the judge in Ali. Finds the kill onto Mini. Makes it a fight. Both teams got off to a fantastic start. In the face of adversity, in the face against a big team, is really fielding kickoff, because I think back to that, they nosedived out of that tournament. Yeah, also even if you just contrast the game which they played last week against Foot versus the performance against Heretics, it really puts things in he has doing it.
Clean round जीते थे लेकिन.
That's really what mates are looking.
उधर spike ही नहीं है.
Stay on a line for a long time. Sure, not too far advanced beyond.
Oh. Green
the barriers usually, but an improvement than what others can provide. That's really what mates are looking for an answer for in this stage. A solution to what was their ultimate win condition all the way through into Santiago.
वो लोग को पता है कि नहीं पता नहीं लेकिन वो लोग प्रॉपर फाइट ले रहे हैं.
Art position, where we can already see Navi have got a fair amount of bodies on the line to try and defend this position.
तो ये लोग को पूरा remake करना पड़ेगा.
I mean, I hope we don't have another tech pause. You're going to be at it all night.
Yeah.
तो अभी क्या 4-1 है 5-1 है?
But we are back in, and Navi retain that 5-1 lead. So to just catch you up to where we were. Of course, Gentlemates starting out on the attack side here, struggled to put together a couple of rounds now. Comebacks look good with the AWP, immediately gelling in. Hero continuing to put up big numbers as well, but they're into a mixed buy now. And with the Phoenix ult available, does there get to a point where they can find a clause to use it?
Looks like they're going to try to, but remember we've seen the B-side exec with an ultimate before they run it back. It was successful. It was that third round that we've got to remember, if you can remember that far back. And then Gentlemates very quickly back in towards the site and ready to respond. But Cloric, really excellent double kill. Looks to put a stop to what Gentlemates wanted to do. All of Navi collapse on Gentlemates for an end-zone flawless. And yes, Hazza, it is exactly like we were before the tech pause.
Dreek, that's what it was.
Pin karo!
You look at these sight holds from Navi, and it's absolutely brilliant work from Cloric and Elbow. But, I mean, the rotations are so snappy because, mates, there's no second layer. I get it. This is the eco. We'll track how that develops. But that round did feel like a repetition of the last few that we've seen. I think the worst part of this for Gentlemates is they have had a little bit of respite after the, with the tech pause. With such a dominant start from Navi, you get to reset the mental, get yourself to go back into this, and it's the exact same result. That's the positive way of looking at it. On the other side, I suppose they're left to wallow in it, right? Yeah. 6-1 now the score. Cloric got to tread on thin ice here. It is the pack of players walking down B long now with Glyph detached and comeback already aggressive in mid, but no position to catch him off. Comes down to the IGL on the B side to forfeit this space.
Full retake.
Players give it completely up, but it's of course the ultimates who've got to look towards, and it's the fact that Gentlemates actually have control of all of the available ones, right? And that's exactly what they're going to use to hold on to this post plan. Cosmic Divide available in this retake, and it does go up, but not before Cloric falls. Recon already parted from his utility belt, and now Navi down to their last 4 members. Trapped in the corner. Hero can fight back out from it, but we need to see a whole lot more of that if Navi are to be set on the right path. And instead, Glyph will send them to the shops. Come back, walking away from this with the ult, but that's about as good as it's going to get.
ये लोग पहले निकलते ना, वो बाद में फिर रेवन से लड़ता.
And yeah,
कि backside तो वैसे भी देता है, लोग पिक नहीं ले
सकते. The operator, Gentlemates come straight back in.
But
the round count.
वो लोग ने बहुत टाइट कमिट कर दिए हैं, बहुत. मतलब 2
Gentlemates so far at this point in time would be getting those rounds together, starting to string a couple.
भाई please daily stream करना, आपकी stream देख के दिन अच्छा हो जाता है. Love you, मैं तो daily करता हूँ.
Might even be 3 depending on how the next couple of rounds go, just because of. Just because of how the way things have been going. Yeah, Gentlemates ready for this flood back in, so they've got to try and find a way to mitigate it. Of course, they're not going to have Martin's ult every round, so you've not got that liberty to go ahead and take so much extra space without support. This A main duel that we're going to see yet again. Those salvos respected now by mates, but there's an ult behind this for Filu, and it doesn't matter what agent you give him, the gun in his hands is good enough. Yeah, it's a double op, so if you go towards A main, you're going to hit at one, and if you go towards B main, you're going to hit another. So Gentlemates are really stuck for options.
And of course, it's the NA player with an Odin right in the middle.
So,
whichever way you go.
Don't see that. You're going to end up with like Meg sounds like
इसके वजह से नियॉन नर्फ नहीं हो रहा है क्या बे?
Why? What? Because
the Odin?
Yeah, no, that is true.
ट्रैक करके मार रहे हो तो?
Down a player already though. Bippo has struggled to find impact on these rounds thus far. Out of the picture.
अब कैसे घुसेंगे ये लोग मेरे को देखने?
A commitment into another site where
Navi पे आने वाला है, util पे नहीं आने वाला है.
Full आ गया. Oh shit. Anyone, but at least one horn did identify the players. Hero once again. Mr. 3K mix at 4, and Navi have an advantage for the next half.
He's their star player for a reason. Brought into the roster at the waning end of its old era, amongst the names that has lifted trophies on international stages before, and he is putting himself well in the conversation to be someone to look forward to in the future for those kinds of events. But that's exactly what Navi needed.
क्या चल रहा है भाई? बढ़िया चल रहा है. ये पिन कर दो.
He's had such a great stage so far.
Good flash. Biffle now on the hunt with an ultimate of his own, but he's not getting anything from it. In fact, he's given up the space entirely. And NAVI, Rooksik still holding on to this space around the edge of the smoke. God, the players don't realise it. The timing insane.
Oh my
and can he get
God.
through? The answer, no. Okay, so with that, the reinforcements come to the A site for Hero.
Bro, ye to bhai.
The round is given a little bit of time to breathe. Gentlemate's still scaling towards A. It's Filu's operator on the line, which poses the biggest threat here. No flash, nothing to challenge it with, so it's a free kill onto Glyph.
Save 8-2.
It's a long time to try and even save.
And
the round drops silent again, but this time Gentlemates.
Unka map bhi nahi hai, 10-2.
We spoke about the setup, 2 ops, either extremity, Odin through the middle. How on earth are you supposed to make it through this right now with how Navi have been playing?
Comeback needs to be careful.
बस snap tag and hall effects keyboard से game improve होता है क्या?
This is the one avenue of the map where Navi are happy to let up a little bit because comeback
I will let you know soon.
Can pick up the slack in spawn. Star so tempted to peek it, wins the duel, and now that is huge.
Yeah, this turns things on its head, and now the post plant looks a little bit different. Martin, no flashes, but a couple of kills could change that. At least does have the molly.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to be looking at this such an important round here, or even considering the possibility of using his ult to just clear out the backhauls. Starso has the Nightfall. Oh, the spam is just condemning him further back, and there you go. Ult comes in, forces Martin out into the open. Starso's got to fight his ground, but he just can't stand the test, and so Navi move to 8.
Yeah, trade of ultimates, but it's Navi who come out on top, and Gentlemates are just completely not getting any value, and I think that...
अपन ने last time अपन कौन सा टीम का देखा था तेयो, मेरे को याद नहीं आ रहा, मेमोरी इशू. लेकिन जब भी वो लोग रीटेक कर रहे थे, बिना इन्फो के बैक साइड सीधा अल्ट मार दिया था, सीधा अल्ट, और बैक साइड में कोई नहीं था.
Filu to get back on this line, absolutely no threat from main.
But
Easy pick onto Glyph, and it just crumbles around that. Yeah. Starso and Martin still having their moments, but this can't be a mates made of moments. It has to be more.
Yeah, and a man who you just saw on screen, Beppo, he has really struggled after Santiago and looks to struggle some more here in this moment in time. Been waiting for his moment in tier 1 and finally got it. Looked as if it had been overdue.
Yeah. I mean, as long as he can create space for the rest of the team, that's all. It's just the amount of times they're getting shut down before they even have half a chance. This time, it's Starso falling behind the cover.
Yeah, if you want to talk about game plans, Navi has got it down to a T.
And for Gentlemates, when something like this happens, how do you adjust? It looks like they're just going to commit through this onto B.
Yeah, but the problem is you're committing to 3 players and ones that have plenty of utility, plenty of bodies on the line, and plenty of rifles to make you pay. And I'm telling you, Gentlemates are paying double right now, as they look to have only got 2 rounds out of a total of 11. Navi nearly on double digits before this first half is over.
Panko! ज़रफ़ को बोल, मैं आ रहा हूँ.
एक मेरा रेस का
डॉज कर दे ज़रफ़, एंसोडेड चल.
नहीं अभी नहीं, अभी मैं
एक गेम आए हैं अपने जयेश भाई एक गेम खेलने दे. हां भाई
अभी आए भाई.
जयेश भाई,
व्हाट इज दिस?
कभी आप ज़रफ़ के साथ डी रैंक कर रहे हो, कभी मांबा के साथ डी रैंक कर रहे हो, क्या सीन है? रैंक अप करना है कि नहीं?
अरे समझ रहा
लड़ो बहन.
Unfortunately can't grab anything, but look at this, an immediate pivot, and this looks like the killer feeling that Gentlemates usually have, straight towards the B site, and it's going to be a brawl, one which goes either way, but Spike is on the ground. That's the issue for Gentlemates at the moment, and they need to try and get that back.
Navi main control, Rooksik to take contact,
and the players come through the smoke, and it's Beppo to come out on top. Spike recollected, the double duelists have a moment.
Comeback on the way through. Has to really challenge for an early fight here if he wants to win this.
Yeah, but an off ankle is what will get Gentlemates.
It was just a before round.
A lifeline, but a pistol round could throw that on its head.
It could potentially.
They've just about kept themselves in it.
Goes down to the wire if they can't find consistent success in that second half, which we'll have for you in just a moment.
ये वाले फाइट में वो राइट लेफ्ट वो लोग लेफ्ट राइट हो गया थोड़ा सा. Rooksik और Pranika. क्या खेल रहे हो मेंबर दुनिया में वो एजोरेट बिपो इज ओके बिपो अच्छा है प्लेयर है भाई ओके क्या बिपो अच्छा प्लेयर है मैंने क्या बोला था 13-6 बोला था ना मैंने 13-6 बोला था मैंने विपो पे इंडियन है सारे 10 के 10 प्लेयर इंडियन है इधर किसके दादा आप यहाँ से थे किसके दादा के दादा के दादा यहाँ से थे किसके दादा के परदादा के पर मामी के चाचे के फूफा के लड़के यहाँ से थे
We might have had a little bit of delay, but Navi are looking to make up for it. And this might be a little part of the problem that Gentlemates have.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say problem. Martin has still been performing. I don't think Agent has been a hindrance to him whatsoever. If I had to contrast his... if I had to contrast his performances just on a KC jersey to a Mates jersey, the change of environment and the system is actually what's brought the best out of him. Now, of course, that statistic sheet does show that on the whole, not just this map in particular, other agents haven't been as fruitful, and that's the thing. You can't broadly apply it to every single map in the pool.
No, you certainly cannot. So we look to get things back underway in the second half. The pistol round is most important for Gentlemates to try and come back and map number one. We could be heading to Navi's pick of Lotus before you know it, and that's not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, I'd like to see Mates fight back into this one as well. You know, they're a team which, in the past, previous versions of the roster would have crumbled in this kind of situation. They've shown us some tenacity throughout kickoff into Santiago. Does that translate here on a Wednesday night in Berlin under the lights? Let's see. Sheriff out for Chloric. Same could be said of Mini.
Camera taken out.
NAVI just gutting the mid space before they make a commitment, but Spike already sent in the direction of A.
Split towards A, but how does Gentlemates begin to figure this out? Oh, it seems to be they want to take it on the front foot. Look for that information. That's a big joke because Spike is here and Gentlemates are coming out on top. The second half of the push is coming from behind, so Gentlemates need to get cozy, need to find a position to work with, and they have! Spike on the ground. Hero able to recollect.
भाई ये चीज में ना मेरे को एक ही चीज नहीं पसंद आता है.
Yeah, love the reaction there from Gentlemates. Deficit of information in the middle of the map.
Fade
so
को
they react
सबसे freest kill मिला.
Make sure that they can at least fight one of the arms of the push.
गुरमिंदर भाई जाएंगे वो membership. Plus एमएन वाले अगर से शांत बैठे रहते ना तो भी
great jewels taken
देखा ना चैम्बर
Hero gets another salvo kill in there, by the way. This guy is just pumping him out. I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, I wonder what the end...
Helicopter!
Hey, listen, maybe Gentlemates are. That's the question. Maybe it's just an attack half deficit between these two. Martin manages to take an orb with no challenge and come back. Looks to try and take the space all by himself through art.
So, the Starso copter is on the helipad. They've got the pistol. What do they need to make this start feeling possible, Kyra? That's a nice opening kill from Martin. At what point in this game do you start to believe,
thank you for the 6 cars, those membership मेरे जान जोड़े, love you मेरे जान जोड़े, love you मेरे जान जोड़े, कैसे मेरे जान जोड़े, thank you for the 6 cars, those house views.
I'm going to start to really consider Gentlemates. Once we get 5 bonus, get a couple of rifle rounds in, that's when I'm going to be looking at Gentlemates. Like, yeah, they could come back here.
Alright, well, no need to buckle up on that one just yet then. Bippo, nice clean kill. Hero trying to trade it through the mid door, but the judge will do as it likes, and I don't think he's going to get a salvo kill there either. Bippo won't want to stand in that, and the rest of
clean round.
Flawless. Now, Kara, you want to talk bonus rounds? I don't think it's going to get much better than that with the weapons kept.
6 के से 5th one नहीं रही. 6th
one. The fact you get to keep a judge on defense side and outlaw as well. But the good thing for Navi is they've not got a whole bunch of players within striking distance of that outlaw.
They've actually fully bought into heavy shields in the next round. You won't see it just for a second, but vibes are good on the Gentomate side. And one aspect to those comebacks is Starso is an emotional leader. Where everyone else can drop off a little bit, he's always there to bring them up. And I think that's the reason why they made it out of Swiss in Santiago.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And already Gentomate's looking to brawl their way through that A main space. Something that Phoenix combined with the Fade will actually have a great effect to.
It's good, right, if you take that space. The problem is they've not left anyone behind, actually. Bippo is just soloing this, but he does peel off, and it's re-cleared through a drone. That's now 2 big bits of utility you'll be missing later in the round. Non-rechargeable, of course.
Thank you for
at this moment in time, Navi is they start to move towards A. They pick up this spike on their way there. We now know exactly where that execute is going to come through. 3 bodies strong, but heavier on that art pushing. That's the weaker side for Navi.
Star वार तो डाल दो इमिन पे.
Recon dart lands just to try and clear out the art space. As you can see here, mates ready to receive. Martin on high alert as the execution comes in. But Bippo playing guard and just sliding hero as well. Flori's got a whole lot on his plate, and it's just too much to ask of one player. Bippo with a 3K. And the bonus in the bag for mates. This is the start of something. Cairo, that's Starso Copter. The blades are starting to spin.
Hey, listen, mate, you're really obsessed with a Starso Copter.
Yeah, it was like now started meanwhile cast
not only hashtag Vice for EMEA,
hashtag Vice for EMEA, hashtag Starso Copter.
Come back.
But the problem is the point I want to bring up now is this attack side from both of these teams have left a lot to be desired so far, right? Like, right now, you're seeing Navi.
भाई देखो 40 seconds है. Trip टूटा नहीं है. बिलोंग का कैम लॉन्ग एकदम दूर का कैम टूटा नहीं है. वो लोग को मालूम है. Most likely it's A. Most likely. लेकिन फिर भी मेजॉरिटी स्टार्स ए पे डाला नहीं है. रोटेशंस आ रहा नहीं है. तो देयर इज नो वे एमिट कमबैक मारता है.
It's a huge opportunity
0%
to really close the distance.
It seems as if Navi have opted to not even challenge A main anymore. They would rather give that up and head towards B, see if they can challenge there, get some information from that side. But all they've found is Gentomate's ready to rack them up and knock them down.
Ruxic still has the rifle here, but how much can you possibly build around this? Gentomates don't need to go exploring in middle, but it looks like they're going to anyway.
Yeah, they want to try and find something from this. Chloric Sheriff not got a whole yeah, I was going to say not got a bit of bait, but certainly Ruxic's rifle does.
And that's exactly where I start to get scared, because Ruxic is here holding. Mates are still letting their presence be felt, and Navi just decides, you know what, let's take the B site. There are still some traps up here, but I think Chloric gets there first.
Yeah, it's a foot race, but it's a Sheriff that sails first. It's not your rifle, and it's not your healthy player, and it's Ruxic that has to commit to the spike plant. Well, Chloric gives himself away. Gentomates so zoomed in, zoned in on the only player that was low. Martin instead takes position elsewhere on the site.
37.
Gentomates get the round they were looking for.
Yeah, full confidence in their own individual ability there when you look at some of these fights that they're taking. Bippo going wide after the first. Then he gets his double there, and as Martin's the first player out in sight, as dangerous as it looked on the surface, they have found a 7th.
It's good, I like it, guys. It's okay, it's okay.
Hey,
what does he love?
I don't know. He loves the fact that Gentomate's a
yeah, no, that makes sense.
It seems that the coaches are getting a lot happier as well with this defense side.
Good comp.
At this moment in time, there's 4
players fighting. No way, Navi wins this. 101% Navi wins this.
That's the thing.
Hello,
What can Navi do with it? We're going to listen in on their comms.
Did you get selected for Minecraft and PUBG Sports?
Take backside.
I'm dashing back on.
Front, man.
Back on, Neon, guys.
Ninja to 120. All five. They're gonna push back on.
Okay.
You're pushing.
Last player standing.
That's okay. Okay, call timeout.
So it's a clean sweep from mates on the site, and with that, some real propulsion behind them now. Just one round separating the teams.
Yeah, this is not looking good, and you can hear the disappointment in the voice of the players after that execute. It just feels like when it comes down to these brawls, Navi just do not have an idea of
Emmet wins this.
Team fight capabilities.
Emmet, come back. Come back.
Chaotic environments.
5 from 5 on the defender's
side. Kaise aa re? They took backside.
And the call for the timeout is made. The first from Navi. There was a point in time when they were leading this game, but 9 rounds to 2. Mates finding their third just at the tail end of that first half, and they've been able to chain back-to-back success on it now.
This is a time at they're gonna rush B again.
And Angel starts to
I
get
think
involved.
they are gonna rush B again.
I think this is what's needed, right? Angel just telling everybody in the server,
yeah,
listen, this is what needs to be done. We need to be playing more as a unit rather than playing so individually.
And like, look,
and some
I think the scoreboard
EWC
reflects that as well.
Monopoly
Comeback
business
sitting at the foot of it, 6 and 10. For as much as we were speaking about him wanting to play on his own, you're seeing the negatives of that now when you're on the attack side, where you require a little bit more cohesion, a little bit more communication. Rough spot to be in.
Yeah, it's so interesting, right? When we look at it, the double duelist performance so much better on the defense. And it's the same
Mugiwara, thank you for the membership, Mugiwara.
EMEA, and there's been nothing to really stop them. And Navi struggling in that aspect, not really given utility to stop that at all. And now they start to put bodies elsewhere on the map towards Art. Gentlemates are up for the task.
I mean, that's where Glyph also plays into the conditioning as well. Early smoke goes up. Bippo still fighting in front of this. Finds one, but the Stingers continuing to play chase, and behind their own divide, a chance for the plant.
Yeah, that gravity well, given a little bit of vulnerability, but nobody to get anything off the back of it. Spike in though, this Cosmic Divide causing an issue.
So much utility used, but no one from Gentomate swinging off the back of it. Navi are able to get away with this, and playing up close and personal, these Stingers could have a serious bite. That's when Martin strikes. First one found, Rooksik offline. With comeback in the corner, he does have a TP and takes it quite early.
Nice pop flash, but you've got to be thinking towards Art as well.
Yeah. Chloric also waiting with his ult in main. Navi have win conditions here. Mates need to hunt these players out. Catches a tag, he's up in the air. Chloric only just taken down. Hero still with a real chance to win this. And he finds the first through the wall. Martin on that second tap. It's a full stick, and I think there's time. So Mates have brought us level.
What a comeback so far from Gentlemates on this defense side. How many rounds in a row is that now? 6. And Navi have not been able to answer back once.
And 7 if you include the final round of the previous half.
Bro, Martin.
Just gives them that little bit of relief that this was a possibility. Chloric up in the skies. Trying to play denial, but fully committed to it, and Hero can't win the clutch.
Martin Phoenix is...
Mates feeling themselves now. And that's a scary, scary prospect heading into map 2.
Yeah, you asked me when do I consider this a comeback, Hazza? Yeah, I'll admit to it now, right? 9 to 9.
You've waited until now. Well, look, if they lose, then I know whose fault it is.
Yeah, that is very, very true. Bippo's operator identified, forced back, and I mean, this is nice mitigation from Navi. But it's all about the fight up next. As this smoke begins to go, Gentlemates would rather fight close quarters, and that's what's really been favouring them.
See what the game plan is here as well. Comeback, finding a kill on the extremity, just walking up. They've left him behind though. The rest of Navi are ready to take the A site. The only issue is, it's a long way to the A site.
Yeah, it is, and look, all these Cypher traps still up. Starzo with an operator. He plays ahead, and that shouldn't have been the play at all. The fact that he had that Nightfall in pocket, and now it's up to Bippo's operator, which has been pretty decent so far, is getting pass marks, but can it go one better? Filu, 11 points of health,
2
up
kills.
close and personal. The trigger discipline, good, but not good enough. 2v2 now, that operator no longer in play. It's all down to the rifles and Navi in a pretty decent spot. Although, a 1 versus 1 around the spike is not the position you would want to be in. Ruxic does have a star, but it's going to be a very difficult position to be in. Should this 1v1 be lost? Beppo looking to go into this fight and win it out. A 1v1 now against Ruxic, and he has no stars, no stun. There's not a whole lot of time left. And that's where Ruxic is going to be in prime position to win this.
Navi. Yeah, Navi set themselves up really well there. I don't think that 2v1 would have been losable by any margin, sparing some heroics from Bippo. But it's rounds like this here where you see what it is Navi are trying to do. They're setting up combat to get to a deep position where he can find a pick and have the rest of the team pry away on the other extremity. They find value from it here. It's their first round on this attack side. Do mates have a counter?
It's only a drop right in what has been an ocean of Gentlemate wins.
Actually, instead, it looks like mates are working the map together by setting up 2 players towards B long, so there's a chance for Martin to flash and Bippo.
Proper A split.
Operator. Now
3 guys go arts, 1 drone maybe door or B, and split
just
A.
try and fake some presence towards that B side before they go for what looks to be a A split, and that Prowler finding nothing. And with the pressure about to come through from here on the B side, we'll start to move a couple of players around here, and that's going to make sure that Navi are in prime position for this next execute.
Oh, I don't know if it will, though, because Bippo's not overcalled it. There's still 3 bodies here for Gentlemates, and time is of the essence. We've crossed the minute mark, and still presence being felt on A.
Martin blinked in the face of what has been a real questions. Big kill from Starzo, big delay. Ultimate still to be thrown in here from either side, and that's what they go for. Send them right into the middle of the field as the players look to fight each other, and Gentlemate still at 2-2. Big kills from comeback, sure, but that spike on the ground.
We're still here.
Yep, and Beppo gets the kill, so it has to be the sub. It has to be comeback here. Under pressure, and can't stand up to it. We're all even once again.
20 rounds played and the team's inseparable, but Gentlemates much more of the character and charisma that you expect from them at this stage in the game. Another round win, and they're back to winning ways.
30 seconds left.
Comeback had a couple of nice shots here, really, but again, it's just how deep does that go beyond those couple of frags?
Now Gentlemate's getting up on their feet now, much to Filu's dismay. Same drone much earlier now, down B long, trying to identify the operator that Bippo had.
And look at this roaming pack that Starso is currently leading through spawn. They're just deciding,
let's go, Navi, my boy!
To be here? Is the mid pressure enough for us to bank on this? Or do they double back? It's an eco that they're up against at the end of the day.
Yeah, but is that conditioning playing into it? That's the other thing you need to consider.
Yeah.
You know, Gentlemates never moved on the last fake. But that cam probably factors into the decision making now.
Navi also have the info that there was a re-clear in mid. Trademark of comebacks has been broken. And
easy side.
Has to just dip back a little bit. Respect Filu with this ultimate, who will be looking to pave the way forwards, honestly. Look for as much as he possibly can, not given anything. Same can be said, a comeback. It's a dodgy fight, but he's going to win it over Mini.
And that Spectre at close range is exactly what you would want. But ultimate put in, run it back used, and Martin's got a kill off the back of it.
Looking for a second before that one expires, but it is just the one as it stands. 4-on-4 situation. And Navi have a couple of players deep, embedded in secret right now. That's what mates have to hit on the head, and that's exactly what they'll do. Here can't play postmark from this position, flushed out by the molly, still hitting heads. And Ruxic doing enough to delay the defuse initially, but now Starso's hands are busy. Ruxic, there's no way he walks away with 2
damage.
Yeah, it's nice kills all in, but what does it really matter when Gentlemates still win the round? Good damage, yeah, but you're looking at an economy which I thought had a lot of height. This is a little bit spicy now.
Yeah,
you'll see it in just a moment, but those 2 kills from Ruxik could have more weight than we imagined.
Your thoughts on Sentinels? Crazy nice
Extra
thoughts.
300 credits for everyone on NAVI for that plant, of course, but staring at...
pretty big swing round.
Yeah, exactly. A round which means so much at this stage in the game, because this is either mates taking 12 or NAVI tying up at 11 with
बार भी rotations में है भाई time पे.
Yeah, a swing round at the end of the first map could really help decide this. Swings out, catches Filu, and even gets more information, so this fake is now known about.
We're just trying to solo fake, but it's into the Cypher setup there. I mean, Chloric maybe trying to break the traps with the shocks didn't work. And NAVI have a post-spawn at the very least, but Mates retakes have looked good so far.
Now they have. They've looked excellent. So come back within the corner, stunned up, and that's the worst part. Has to give up the time, and already Firo using all his utility belt. Gentlemates, absolutely brilliant so far. There's a cosmic divide to try and challenge this spike, but why would you use it? Come back with a nice shot, but still no control of that spike. No way to deny anybody defusing, so it forces players out into the open. And that's where Gentlemates really make them pay as they head on to map point on what should never have been theirs.
It's their map pick at the end of the day, but NAVI have really faltered in the face of a 9-3 lead coming out of that first half. Looking at it here, I mean, Mini does a great job at defending the B site, but in some of these post plants, you're looking at NAVI and the agents that they have, right? They've got the gravity well to delay with Ruxik. They've got both salvos, they've got shock darts. It just feels like they're never playing for that post plant though. They're trying to take fights, especially through Comeback, who's having some success with it.
Ahmed के बाद हमेशा comeback आता है यार.
They can win it out on time.
So with that being said, NAVI will use their timeout, and the last one that they can possibly use of this first map, last chance. Sure, they've still got a buy in towards the next one, but it's not as convincing as what you would like.
I mean, it's ridiculous. NAVI are the team that burned through both of their timeouts first. They've been enjoying so far, of course.
knowledge है कि नहीं?
But just one attack-sided round in this second half falls way below the level that we expect from a team that is pushing to try and make playoffs. Because that's what this game is all about, right? It's the one-on-one match. Gentlemates have already proven that they can go and do that from kickoff. But with NAVI here now, in these stages of the game where you've really got to be closing, we expect better.
We do. We demand better. In this position. And once again, it can't be stated. The team who loses this goes 1 and 2, and with Team Heretics and Carmine Core playing each other later in the week, then becomes a little bit more exciting towards that
easy M20, easy. लिख के रखो.
That's the thing, right? It feels like Group Omega is the one which could have multiple people qualify, similar to Group Alpha in Pacific, where there's multiple front runners. This one,
but say.
Yeah, I don't know. Still not really decided towards the top end, but Gentlemates want to send themselves in that direction. With Bippo already finding one and Mini locking down the B site again for a middle this time.
Phoenix GG.
Another impasse.
Huh? Straight up GG.
Question asked of
2.5 versus 4 with Phoenix 2.5 versus 5.
It's not long for this world, let's be honest. And Gentlemates have taken up position through mid, so the only question, or the only answer really for the attack is send it towards B.
मजाक सेट कर मेरे को कोई आइडिया नहीं नावी क्या कर रही है भाई. दो ड्रोन है, 2 drones, 2 nades. Huh?
In early. Very preemptive Cosmic Divide here as well, just to make sure that no one can take advantage of those traps should they reveal a player. But NAVI can't afford to be
on the backs of their feet in this situation. They have to fight forwards and find an advantage.
Especially with Martin's run it back. If he uses this, I mean, that's just a free body to send it into the side to trade off of, right? But let's be honest, who's trading off of Martin? He's usually going to get the kill himself. So the flashes and utility get sent forward. He doesn't get a kill, but Mini does get the trade. So a 2 versus 4 in which we're going to have to see Navi try and clutch up from. Onto the spike they go. Rooksik already in the kill feed. And comeback identified. It has to be Rooksik.
Possible है
all
क्या?
the way from long with players starting
Possible है
on his position. It's Gentlemates to encroach on Navi's lead. It will be Gentlemates to complete the comeback on this first map of Peril.
Yeah, more mates magic tonight as they're able to clamber their way back on Pearl, their map pick. The question is, can it continue for them? Is this success built to last?
Great question, but you know what? We'll ask Starkso something instead. It was fascinating to see the energy change on stage because at first everybody was like really quiet, but you're the only one that was screaming. And then all of a sudden, someone else started screaming, and then you guys started winning, and everyone else was
Once
screaming.
a legend
How
said,
do you
भाई मेरे को सच में इतना टिल्ट हो रहा हूँ मैं 2 ड्रोन है अपने पास इन्फो कैसे नहीं है जो राउंड वो लोग बी पे गए फाइट ले रहे थे बैक साइड लिया हीरो ने वहाँ पे स्टन भी मारा जिधर बंदा था 2 बंदे फाइट भी नहीं किए हीरो के साथ बैक साइड वाले भी मर गए अलग से पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं क्या हो गया अभी नावी को अबे कौन चिल्ला रहा है बे घर पे अबे कौन चिल्ला रहा है बदतमीज हेलो
Nice, boys! Nice! Let's go, boy! Nice! Come on!
ज़ेरेफ रात को 2 बजे खेले ज़ेरेफ ज़ेरेफ रात
एडिट चल रहा है
रात को 2 बजे खेले रात को 2 बजे खेले
एडिट चल रहा है रुजा
2 बजे खेले रात को
तुझे क्या खेलना
नहीं है लेफ्ट साइड कर रहा हूं फ्लैश
अनएक्सपेक्टेड मैप विन हो गया
नाइस वन टिकट ट्रेड
ब्रो
मां कसम
अरे ये भी तो कुत्तिया है
फ्लैश में आवाज क्यों नहीं आई कुछ तो हो रहा है इस गेम में भाई बिस क्या खेलना है तू क्या बोल रहा है
अनएक्सपेक्टेड मैप विन हो गया हल्का सा एक और मैप गया
कुत्ता बना गया हां कुत्ता बनाया ना अरे नहीं खेलता है आओ ना प्लांट करने
आज हो गया इंट्रोट समझ गया
मामा मेन से जा
कौन है वो बता कौन है
अभी तो मैं तो पिंकी है उसके बाद देखना पड़ेगा
पिंकी खेलेगी इतना रात को
तो बोलिए
पागल हो गया क्या तोड़ा
तो खेल ही सकती हूँ हेवन है ठीक है मैं तुम्हारे लिए
आराम से खेलना मैं खेल आराम से
इंट्रोटेड
और कौन है
और कोई नहीं है
ओ भाई मैं डर गई
बस मेयर तो
पिक लेता भाई
श्योर नहीं है अभी तक
अरे मेरे को सुबह जल्दी उठना है और मैं गेम खरीदना भी है
बस मेयर तू ज़ेरेफ कम ऑन ड्यूड्स
डू इंट्रोटेड नहीं होता पागल
मैं हूं भाई Why are you so obsessed with Zeref these days?
Why are you?
एक सेकंड मामा से भी पूछ लो यार कोई
मामा आओ
मामा नहीं खेलते
मामा की आवाज आ रही है किसी को हेलो
मामा तो इनवाइटेड है
वैलो का 14 है खुशियों से वैलो का 14
नहीं है
मैं जानता हूं
मैं को जयेश भाई बोल रहे मैं बी होल्ड अच्छा करती हूं
हील देने के वक्त भी नहीं
बहुत क्रेजी और कौन है
अरे 1 HP
एक फ्लंकर है यार मेरे को खेलना था यार क्या किया नावी ने ये मेरे को खेलना था लेकिन ये मैच अचानक से इंटरेस्टिंग हो गया ना ये मैच के बाद जाएंगे अगर खेले तो खेले वरना कल खेलेंगे उसमें क्या रिवर्स स्वाइप नहीं होते रे स्वाइप तेरा हस्बैंड का गाफ में कर स्वीप होता है स्वीप रिवर्स स्वीप लैग बाय
paying out broke, only in the past tense. Yeah, throwing money fast like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like hey. Double pump and bring it back like hey. Yeah, my amigo got the pack like hey. Hey, like hey. Hey, like hey. Yeah, throwing money fast like hey. Yeah, my foot up on the gas like hey.
Wall in the bank, I'ma check. Whoa, VVS all on my neck. Whoa, we talking power, respect, got me blowing on gas and I'm high as a jet like whoa. Shorty can't breathe no air. Yeah.
What was the thought process behind moving Philo back to Duelist and having come back on Chamber here? That's super simple, like because we don't have much practice time with comeback, so we decided to put him on self-sufficient role where he can play like on himself. He's not a part of a lot of like strats, team play, setups, etc. So it's just easier to implement short term.
All right, thank you, Angel. That is a great response to be hearing from the side of Navi in regards to the positions where we actually saw a comeback play on today. Was the Chamber. We had a bit of questions in regards to what the reasoning was behind it, and I think that fits it perfectly. There's nothing. Yeah, perfect.
Makes sense. Yeah, answered our questions.
I love it when they do that. Like, it makes me so
Thank you, Angel.
Thank you so much. It actually also at the very beginning looked really, really good for the side of Navi, and then once Mates was able to get the pistol, it just went downhill.
Well, it also just felt like both teams had similar problems. Like their duelist, or at least their Neon, was really struggling on the attack side to find anything, just getting shut down by a lot of the time the other aggressive duelists, like the more surprise factor. And Philo had a pretty good first half, but it was the turnaround on the other side from Bipper, which I think is a lot harder to do. If you have a really bad first half as a duelist, to just go, reset, I'm going to go back into this. But honestly, he did incredibly well.
And I feel like also what pretty much contributed to that was the fact that Starkso somehow within himself had this continuous energy to just keep shouting, and like he was literally pushing that team forward. When we're looking at the reactions from the team at the very start, especially Bippo, he was not having a great time. They just looked absolutely done. They were not having a great time, and then all of a sudden they flip it, Billy, and they are so locked in.
This is why he's such a good leader, though, because he's quite literally leading from the front, right? You can see that as soon as Starso gets hyped up, the rest of the team, it just has a domino effect. Like, the rest of them just completely follow suit, and I think that's what all you can ask for from your IGL.
Yeah, I think for sure, like, he's always been that sort of, like, even back at, like, 2021 champs, he was like doing exercises during pauses and stuff. Like, the guy always liked to have fun, and I think you could see that shine through when you have very emotional players, that they're getting down in the dumps, getting a little bit depressed, and then he's just sat there being a jester, like he's just being silly, and that really helps out with the team. And I think that maybe at points you can sort of question some of the strategical stuff, like that's even admitted in the interview earlier that he's learning and as he goes, and I think he's got great coaching staff for that. But the fact that he's then like just the perfect vibes merchant is great.
Absolutely, and it pushes the team forward, which is what we wanted to see, especially when it comes to Bippo as well as Martin. Martin this time around not on Yoru, on that Phoenix, and delivered still 306 ACS, bro.
Insane.
Like, what?
And I think as well, like, I want to highlight people here specifically, because I think that this is someone that we have been pretty critical of. I think it's very easy when Martin is kind of the one that steals the show, I guess. And I think that when you actually look at Bippo's attack versus the defense, it's actually ridiculous.
3% Last 11 rounds, he was 1 and 9. And for the rest of the game, he's 19 and 7. Like, that's a turnaround and a half.
Yeah, it's crazy. And
that's impressive.
I'm also looking at like the first kills and first death.
भाई प्लीज ये मैप थोड़ी देर में चालू करो, लाइव डीरैंक देखेंगे. हेटर बोलते बिंग्स भाई एप्स दिख रहे हैं सच्ची. चैट लाइक करो.
Yeah, for sure is.
अभी वॉल किया है.
For sure is.
अरे बाप रे, वॉल के आगे बैठे हैं. ये कौन सी लॉबी है?
उनको मैं लॉग हूं.
बी का थोड़ा डीप एंगल मिला है मुझे। एक वहीं पे है क्या नीचे?
एक मिनट जरा बेंच
वो स्पाइक का
अब स्पाइक भी अपने पास नहीं है।
रुको
होल्ड करना था मम्बा आ रहा है ना।
उसी सेकंड हुआ भाई।
रुको यार।
One enemy remaining.
वन
और क्या कर रहा हूँ?
नहीं तू वॉक कर रहा है।
अरे चूता स्पाइक लग जाएगा।
बेंच पे था लास्ट बेंच पे था।
40 दिया मैंने उसको।
मैंने 0 अटैक।
स्काई एक वन टैप दे दे स्काई।
हो सकता है मैच।
एक वन टैप दे दे।
ग्राउंड तो आया।
शिट डी रैंक देखने मिलेगा। पिक्स ने लिया अभी तक। Thank you for the $10. Thank you for the $10. Love you मेरे जान कटे, love you मेरे जान कटे। तेज आपने बताया नहीं फैमिली में कौन कौन है?
रीशेयर का जो ऑप्शन वो है वो एकदम ऑप्शन के नीचे होता है।
अरे जल्दी करना डी रैंक।
जस्ट यहीं पे फोड़ दो जज भाई। अपना फ्लैश यहीं पे फोड़ दो। बस यहीं पे फोड़ दो।
जाने के बाद चलते हैं ना। थोड़ा वॉक कर लेंगे।
अरे वॉल के सामने वो रुको मैं डॉक करो
अभी नहीं आफ्टर स्लो
ये ले
एक अंडर है।
2 डंप हुए यहाँ पे एबिलिटीज। एकदम स्मोक करके फास्ट जा सकते हैं भी।
थोड़ा निकलो माफिया उधर से निकलो।
माफिया यहाँ से अल्ट करना। माफिया यहाँ अल्ट आ जा अभी आ जा।
शॉट
कहाँ जा रहे हैं?
अरे वो रेना का देख रहा था।
अरे फक रेना। अरे क्या तू अकेला घूम रहा है भाई? आ जा तेरा अल्ट है।
अरे मैं स्टक हो गया।
साइड पे है वो अल्ट हुआ था। आई थिंक वो सिटी गया। नाइस वन शॉट। एक राफ्टर स्टिल heavy blind. Here comes the party.
Under.
You see 2v1 situation.
यार आप इसका
भाई तू कहाँ है? तू क्यों फ्लैंक का रिस्पांसिबिलिटी लेके बैठा है? तू तो रेज है। मिड वो नहीं कर रहा है ना यार। आज एक और खेलते हैं। उसका तो चल रहा है वो एक और।
अरे वो रेज और रेना अच्छा होता अपने मतलब दोनों लोग अपना वो करते कोऑर्डिनेट करते।
प्रॉब्लम यह है ना कि हम दोनों डाइवर्स हैं। हम लोग एक फ्लैश लेना था। जयेश के फ्लैश पे विंडो बहुत कम
लग रहा था। सॉरी
वो ठीक है।
हैशटैग
ना उन लोगों का
माफी वैसे रेस खेलना नहीं।
माफिया वैसे 2 फर्स्ट ब्लड मेरे।
Oh shit, sorry Mafians. हम लोग गलत कर रहे थे। हमारा यही डील हुआ था। हम लोग बॉल तोड़ेंगे।
हैशटैग
साइड एग्जीक्यूट करेंगे।
ओ
सीडीओ का भाई अब तो इनशॉट का बात था ब्रो। सीडीओ तो आज नहीं है ना।
हैशटैग ओपी हैशटैग ओपी। हाँ भाई हैशटैग भाई।
एक महीने से खेल रहा है।
मैंने 70 घंटा खेल लिया।
टेक पॉज।
सिड भाई को आना है क्या खेलने? लाइव है मैं आना तो मैं जाती हूँ। मैं जाती हूँ।
मैं कभी इधर टेक पॉज खत्म नहीं हो रहा है भाई।
Back to Cloric. Now Cloric's on your team, so you might as well stick with running that.
खत्म हो गया। मेरे बोलने के लिए रुके थे।
Too crazy, and yeah.
He does stay on that chamber, but Mini on the Viper here
I think they've also
instead.
swapped Fade and Viper on the Navi side. Like Cloric's now on the Viper. It was Hero before, so that's interesting because Cloric's Fade was fantastic.
ना करो मेरे पास ना करो।
They've completely switched them two around. I wonder.
अब डायमंड भी चला जाएगा मजा आएगा। इनसेन मजा आएगा। इनसेन मैं डायरेक्ट मुंह पे आ सकता हूँ। इनसेन मजा
I
आएगा।
think the Gentlemates one though, I don't know if this is what they're going to be locking in, but it's kind of what you alluded to potentially wanting to see, Tom, is having that double controller and double duelist.
Yeah, I think I would have still liked to see Mini on a Sentinel, but I guess Viper still kind of fits that role. I think this is one of the more like standardized picks, and I think that Bippo's on a comfort choice. Neon's look very good. I like having that secondary dive factor, so you have him sliding through crazy speeds, and then you can have the blast packs around the side as well for Martin. I think it makes that 1-2 punch a lot more threatening. Also gives you some utility.
देरेफ अपने बाबू शोना को बोल देना आज रात भर एनशॉट होने वाला है।
ये एकदम फालतू बात कर रहा है। कुछ नहीं खेलेगा।
नहीं अभी वॉच पार्टी नहीं कर रहे आप?
कर रहा हूँ इसके बाद।
एकदम फालतू बात कर रहा है। कुछ नहीं खेलने वाला है। मैं समझ गया।
अगर मैं खेला
I know you.
अगर मैं खेला तो तू बड़वा।
Prove me wrong ना भाई।
भाई मैं सुबह 5-6 बजे तक आर्क खेलो, तेरे को लगता है मैं इंस्टॉलेड नहीं खेलूंगा, जो कि मैंने 1000 रुपए डाल के इंस्टॉल किया है।
अच्छा पैसा खर्चा हो इसलिए, ठीक है
सवाल
ठीक है।
एक तो सुपर चैट नहीं आ रहे इधर भाई।
मेरा तो 10,000 रुपए एवरेज था दिन का।
हाँ बे, एक सेकंड,
तो अभी तो आया था शूट में, बोला था।
हाँ
कैसे साइलेंस हो गया एकदम, अंधेरा,
हाँ
खामोशी।
10,000 रुपए बोला था, लेकिन कौन से कंट्री का करेंसी है वो नहीं बोला था मामा।
आपको डॉलर आते हैं ना?
मैं बोला तो मैंने,
वो डॉलर आते हैं।
पेसोस
पेसोस
पता नहीं, लेकिन शायद कम है, शायद कम है।
पेसोस वो नहीं था, ब्रेकिंग बैड में था।
पेसोस कम है ना?
पेसोस कम होता है, यस
कम है, यस पेसोस, 10,000 पेसोस। यप
पेसोस कहाँ का है?
अरे फिलीपींस
या
मेरा अकाउंट फिलीपींस का है ना।
पहले ही मैंने देखा टिटीज भाई ने $200 दिया था। फिर
डेविड कौन है? जयेश भाई।
मामा इट्स हाई टाइम कि आप टिटीज भाई को ना देखे, समझ रहे हो? तो आगे का समझ गए रहोगे। इट्स हाई टाइम, यू आर एट दैट एज दैट यू डोंट लुक एट टिटीज भाई।
बिंग्स टेक पॉज चल रहा है
भाई, मैं क्या करूं भाई,
चालू हो गया मैच,
पूरी कर रहा है।
बाय।
Of those kills in just 2 series, which he played back to back, didn't he, in kickoff? So if he can emulate even half of that level, then mates will be home and dry. It's already looked pretty good so far in this one, and he's part of the play which begins to emerge from the A lobby.
10k average means month में 5 to 7 लाख बराबर 70 दिन होते एक महीने में लौड़े।
So you can see Navi are starting to rotate some members over. They have come back on the C line.
Yeah, they've left him all by himself like we
expected
from Angel's coach confession. And a big detail to how this
एक Vandal design mid sound good. Champions
looked like they were going for the A exec. Instead, they go a step further.
Yeah, a lot of teams liking to go towards A, turn the door, pressure tree a little bit. Navi trying to see through it, but look at this gap. Gentlemates have managed to thread 4 players through the eye of the needle. And while you can see Filu is set up here for main, is he going to anticipate a player rounding that corner from close? Does the crosshair click onto position? It absolutely does. A quick double does get flattened by Glyph. So there is a way back in here for mates.
There is, with that spike going down,
इतना
Stars
pop round करके हार गए मैं।
They're asking themselves, where is the fade? Has he went out with the rest of the pack? And the answer is no.
It's going to take so much time for Navi to clear all of this out, so Starso gives them a gift on a silver platter. He goes.
Last 2 have sheriffs as well, so there is a little bit of bite about this.
There is. But how much can Bippo do up close? Still the slide available. Is there a clause to use it? Needs to find something here early. Glyph shredding them on the way back through, but still not enough with the sheer mass of bodies in that retake.
पहला मैप 101% नावी का था।
Yeah, too many targets.
101%
in that one. So Navi
इतना बाप रोड के एमेट आ रहा भाई।
Pistol win rate and so straight back in, but listen.
इंजन भाई ने गाली दिया रहेगा मेरे साथ।
We know how Lotus likes to play out. I think this defense side, we're already going to start to see how it works.
Yeah, we know how mates are slow to start, but once they get going, as Kundi was saying,
को सपोर्ट करें, मेंबरशिप पक्का नावी जीतेगा।
Flying all the way to a map win. Yeah, no, I'm fully bought in.
Okay, hey, listen, if you're bought in, I'll try and see if I can convince myself, but it's certainly going to need a refuel.
उसके बाद मैसेज लिखा।
Because at this moment in time, poor weaponry, or maybe it's already had a refuel, because look at this buy. 4 stingers, there's a bucky in there as well, and Gentlemates are making this doable. I completely caught Navi off guard.
Yeah, a little upgrade in there as well, I think. Spectre picked up by Glyph now. Those stingers proving to be valuable. Comeback on the way back in. Has a Marshall, and this could be nasty.
No, it could. This Phantom could really hurt, especially with Glyph so low. But at close quarters, you don't doubt that these stingers could catch players off guard, and that paranoia by precious time for this attack. Oh, defense of the site, I should say. Defense of the spike. As Filu looks to save up. It will be Gentlemates straight back in.
You can already hear him shouting away. Filu does find one as he fades off to the A site, but Gentlemates, the instant reaction here, it's almost better than a pistol round in some ways, because it's that instant break of any momentum Na'Vi would have been looking for. No chance at a bonus. Mental going to be boomed again. That's something which I want to see from players like Chloric on the other side. Think of the Heretics game. The amount of a boost he was able to give them sort of on that emotional side, not just through the clutches that he was putting up. Does he have that aspect to him in these sticky situations?
Emmet winning घंटा. भाई ये तो नावी का मैप है.
Gentlemates going straight for that C site once again. They've got blood in the water and they want to
एक बार
try
वो
and
ने
use
दो.
that to as much of their
Momentum आने दो.
advantage as possible. Come back out wide, Headhunter, and well, his teammate has gone as well, so will he.
Yep.
It's what we expected. That rifle's still in play though.
Yeah, Filu, I was just about to highlight, is one of the players retaking here. Has the Phantom, but no real tools to make himself too dangerous. That stun isn't available. Has a slide, but really you want the Neon in first and the rifle behind it.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Still though, Navi taking the time to come back in. Maybe waiting for that Haunt to come back up on Hero.
Oh my god.
Yeah, potentially. But I think 20 seconds is 20 seconds too long to do anything here, really. Hero in that classic, man.
Double back up.
Filu teed up on the rifle as well.
Martin को दो ult point मिल गया, ult आ गया उसका.
This isn't tenable. That's it. It just, with Mini finding that one there as well.
Yeah.
It's left far too late for Chloric to really salvage anything here. He does find one. But I don't think he's going to be able to stick the defuse.
Oh my god. Top call point भी मिल गया. सारे guns गिरा दे. That is good. That is good. W. लेकिन
it doesn't happen. That C mound going to be a real issue. If Navi can fix their issues there, because already once we come out of the replays, you'll see Gentlemates.
कोई problem नहीं है. कोई भी problem नहीं है. Navi है.
I think something we want to see immediately with this operator purchase from Comeback is just him winning his ones. It doesn't get any more clear cut than that. The sole player stationed to defend A as it stands, but all eyes on Chloric for the time being. He has to fend off this push, ward them away from his sight, and while waltzing around the edge of the poison cloud, they have absolutely no idea he's here. Glyph walking right back into it, fellow countrymen. But
hello!
Mates find a way in front.
भाई उसने क्या trade मारा Mini ने भाई?
Gentlemates, but you can see Navi dancing with the idea of hitting this again.
That op in the hands of Comeback, though, a player deficit that just means you need that first fight to go your way, or it's going to be another save call, most likely. And you can already see that look of dejection building as the heads start to turn away on the Na'Vi side. They know this one's done.
That it is. Gentlemates straight back in. And again, they know how to build momentum, they know how to make it work in their favour. And Navi, right now on the defence, on a 3-site map as well, are really struggling.
They are. Mates have found that there's a gap on this C site, and they are consistently abusing it. I mean, whether it was into Comeback's op previously, or his TP, sorry, I should say, is this is the first time we see it.
मेरे को सीधा एस दिख गया था उसका पता है ऐसा प्ले बनाया था ना उसने
something he was looking forward to playing, and I mean the proof is in the practice.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's it. And I think this is something that a lot of teams will be experimenting with, double duelist wise, what they can add to the roster of agents, right? I mean, for a lot of these duelists in the league, they should be able to pick up a Raze or a Jet with next to no issue, and Martin definitely one of them.
Yeah, I think again, sort of giving that cross-regional context, team like MIBR's looked really good using the Neon Raze on this map, so it fits some teams, others not so much when you consider what their agent pool looks like. And if you have that Neon specialist really, like Bippo, who can create the space, and someone happy to play the Raze in behind, then benefits are absolutely there. Next buy here from Na'Vi again as Gentlemates really encroaching on that A site.
that they are. And already seen one, the Neon, but there's plenty of bodies here for Navi, and that's why Heroes Bucky at least finds one. That bike secure for a moment, and the overdrive coming through as well. Still advantage towards the defense, but time to work with if you are gentlemates, and that's why they're going to start to go back and look elsewhere. Sight now
everyone is stuck.
Back arriving as well. The door turns for the umpteenth time. You're just waiting for Comeback to make his move on this op. It has to land. This one will not miss. 2 versus 4 once again, Glyph and Martin. But on the same side as it was the pistol round. This time though, you're expecting the rifles to make them pay, not necessarily like the Sheriffs.
Comeback marega.
Comeback can't quite chase the players off to main, but with this Viper wall up, it's going to be a really difficult post plant.
Yeah, it is. How long do those toxins last though? But with Rook 6, smoke going in, now you're starting to really favour Navi. Now, if you will already, let's be honest, as Glyph starts to throw in the light till
save
that rifle up.
So the deficit reduced by 1, but
and tough on
gentlemates
moving door is breaks now. हाँ क्या update में है क्या ये?
They've done a brilliant job there to win that one. Filu just good for the one with the ult.
What is up? What is
up? In that situation, right? You see him there in stairs, and your heart is fluttering.
So at least अभी थोड़ा close जाएगा मैच ऐसा 1 second नहीं जाएगा क्योंकि वो round आ रहेगा ना मेरे को लगा था लग गए उसको ऑफ नहीं आता था
like that where he's not getting punished when he is able to just take a duel and win
2-1 away.
I think I 100% agree, right? He's not looked the best, but he's not looked terrible either.
Yeah.
I always find it so interesting that since he's left tier 2, he's not looked like the player that we expect him to be.
It was him going to mates, right? Yeah. More than anything else. It was the kind of advantages that Navi enjoyed on the previous map, which that same team were giving away when he played for them. Times have changed. But it does still feel like it's the same comeback in some ways. The VCT comeback versus the high on confidence one we saw tear challengers apart. He will get his chance to shine in this round though. Make no mistake about it. Gentlemates have
comeback मारता है लेकिन sexy OP
and closer to the seaside by the moment.
Yeah, but he's starting to get an idea, although
comeback sexy मारता है.
Still in his TP range. Thinking about players in the smoke, can't quite connect. His luck not going in his favour. A nightfall and Martin. Oh, that's nice movement.
अरे bullet खत्म हो गया था.
As you can see, Filu trying to get to backside, but Bippo's already there.
Headhunter खत्म हो गया था.
And there's no op to save this time, so Navi perhaps willing to go for this retake attempt. Cloric spotted a kill, or so he thought. Mini makes him pay a hefty toll.
He does. Martin now with an operator gives it away.
Wait a minute!
This is much more doable than we originally thought.
2v2.
Starts are full of health.
और अगर Cloric को side के अंदर मिल गया, he can ult.
From Cloric might prove an issue.
Still has a pit as well. If he can find a safe way to sight, this is a problem.
That is a big if though. That's the issue. Is Bippo is waiting for the barrel to be seen, and it's exactly that. So Cloric looks to save up the operator, and gentlemates look to walk to 4.
I mean, Cloric walking away with the op here is the best of a bad scenario when you consider the 4 versus 2 that they found themselves in.
Martin ने miss किया, miss नहीं किया.
The fragging IGL still finding plenty of value round to round, but it's come back getting absolutely overrun there. There are a couple different TPs you can use as a chamber player. That close one is just to hug the long wall and get the early info. The only problem is it doesn't really give you then that second escape plan, that second route out, especially against a Neon player.
I have to thoroughly agree here.
अच्छा ये शॉट बोल रहा था क्या वो शॉट
the chamber like on the defense side.
बस मैं बोल दो बेरियन जीतेगी बेरियन हारने वाला है भाई 100% लिख के रखो कैप्स में लिखा ना 100% हारने वाला है 100% 110%.
Yeah, it's Filu. I think it's important that we talk about him here because we wanted to tee up the idea of his chamber versus some of his other agents. Specifically here, it was the Rays. Of course, he would have been playing the Chamber on this map, but it's the Neon which he's gone with. And yeah, I think Chamber definitely enabling his strengths. He's a great player with the op himself.
Excuse me.
But now he's been tasked with something completely different, right? Gap close towards the site, and that's the similar playstyle that you'd have as a Raze player.
Yeah, exactly. With this now coming in, the Raze is certainly demanding our attention as well of Martin.
Yep.
We think towards BBL, they are going back in the meta.
भाई ये राउंड जीतने पड़ेगा नावी को.
And Santiago.
ये राउंड जीतने पड़ेगा वरना मार्टिन का उल्टाने वाला है. और वापस वो लोग को रिटेक करना पड़ेगा और वापस वो लोग को सेव करना पड़ेगा कंसीडरिंग वो लोग को ऑफ कर रहे हैं. ये राउंड मस्ट है नावी के लिए.
Play in that operator, but Filu's already been dropped, and the person whose role was replaced is not able
एक बंदा मरा.
हेलो,
एक बंदा मरा बे. कब?
Oh wow, all timing's perfect to counter that horn.
There it is, Chloric. Oh, nice to click on to the next player, but Martin once again shows what he's good at. Entering a site, getting a kill. Gentleman is still one to the good, but that spike not down.
I was going to say, Chloric does well to counter anything there.
Actually, double
kill. Looking at the retake, all of them still decayed by this
ultimate.
Leaving only Rook6 standing, and that's not for long. Mates in full control on this attack side now.
I mean, what else is there to say? You're exactly spot on. They're in control. They're making the defenders' economy so weak, so fragmented at times in terms of the buys.
Yeah.
And not only that, they've got the full control of the ultimate economy as well.
Yeah.
Where does it start?
आ रहा है, comeback आ रहा है. आ रहा है, comeback आ रहा है. On the way है. On the way.
Second standing, and they've not even got a chance to play with.
On the way है.
The question is this what we're going to see from Navi, or what do they look like with a real dual?
Please chat को बोल दो 30 रुपए भेजे मुझे. कुरुनामी वैंडल आई है स्टोर में.
That they originally wanted to play with, I agree, and I think if you're talking Raze Neon being a good read for this map, he is a fantastic Raze player. So. Looking at it here, Navi still trying to cause issues with the purchase that they do have. Mate's getting to grips with this attack side now, and Starso part and parcel of it. He's able to drop Rook6 on that extremity. Outside of C as they move into post on B now. They're not just going to settle for this. They want more. The paranoia is in to take a little bit of deeper control, but that's when Navi take their own cue to fight back.
Bro,
that's where Hero and Filu both pick up kills.
Yeah, but Mini's outlaw holding things down. He sees the Neon.
Actually going to pop the pit to try and play around this. The outlaw's got to work as a shotgun if this is to find any success. And very quickly, the toxins do drop, and it's just the classic left. Mini forced to concede the situation.
The
ones that will find their third.
और तुम लोग बोल रहे हो कि M8 जीतने वाला है?
The fact that they've managed to get themselves back
in,
Gentlemate's completely taken
दूसरी
aback.
बार?
Close engagements once again. Filu with a nice entry through. But like, how are Navi getting that space when there's players in main, players on site?
Yeah, that's the puzzling part of it. If there was anything you wanted to criticize about Gentlemate's, a couple of post plants have let Navi a way back in.
अब यहाँ पे वो flank वाला पहला मारा.
Overarching theme for now.
जबकि वाइपर का पोजी पता था.
But Money looking a little bit ropey. Navi this round had
to
stick for them, but now once more it's only Rook6. It's a sole player left to defend the C side. Catches wind of Glyph's TP a little too late.
भाई
with him taken out of the picture, makes it another post 4v2.
Navi should have no way back in, but they've been able to chip away at these leads time and time again.
And that's what's keeping the money honest for Mates, but that's about it. It doesn't feel like there's a concrete solution to the C-hold yet that they've been able to settle on. Where, in the past, you double up on your anchors, perhaps. Maybe it's the Chamber and the Viper in the same area of the map. It's just not something that they've wanted to lean on. Comeback actually going in for a second opportunity here.
अल्ट कैसे डाउन हुआ वाइपर का उसने डाउन किया रे बाबा अल्ट टप करके करेगा स्पाइक तक पहुंच भी नहीं रहा है वो तो डिस्ट्रैक्ट करने के लिए उसने अल्ट मारा था ताकि उसको जो घूम के आ रहा है उसको किल मिले
The other thing is though, I mean,
Chat वाली डिस्ट्रैक्ट हो गई इधर
money, so they'll be able to buy up and spread the money across the
like
team.
Chat!
Gentlemates do find 6 though, so they're guaranteed even on the next half. Couple of rounds left in this one, and we'll see how big that advantage really will be on that second half.
Yeah, I mean, look, a couple more rounds for them here will do it. I think they want to maximize the strength of this attack side now because, again, you're looking at NAVI moving over to their weaker side. Both teams had a difficulty attacking on Pearl. If this is what it's going to look like for mates here on Lotus...
ये round must win है NAVI के लिए, must win. चल NAVI, चल! Hero किधर है?
Come back.
Come back.
Wants to try and
दो.
take the fight to his opponents and can't even make
दो गिनूंगा एक
even
मारना ठीक है कम बैक जब मैं दो गिनूंगा तभी एक मारना डन है कम बैक डन है चलो मेरा कम बैक का बात हो
grouping
गया
up again to go for this C hit, and once more it is just a sole player. Chloric here by himself, spread so thin, just feels like a lack of information at times. Does pop the pit, in fact, and mates are heading elsewhere now.
Yeah, that decision out of their hands now in terms of where they execute does
come back मैं कॉल दूंगा ठीक है दो जब मैं दो गिनूंगा ठीक है ready
his comeback on this line
ready एक
should be known about after it announced itself in B main. It's Tree though where most of the action is happening, and it's Filu who gets caught out.
Yeah, and lovely slide from Bippo, just breaking the line there, getting in. Ruxic TP denied.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Bippo's life denied as NAVI come back in with a little bit of force. Something to make Gentlemates respect them, but the utility so spot on. And that spike should be safe now.
Ruxic and Chloric, if anyone was going to do it, it'd probably be these two. That's such an aggressive post plant here from mates as well as the spike is just now going in.
I do like it, but this paranoia could be the one to break both of them as a caught, but unfortunately not capitalized upon. The molly already used from Chloric, and unfortunately the players not showing themselves from Gentlemates. Chloric's pushed back, and Ruxic in a place which he can't return from. He's not getting any more TPs. Well, at least he's got one, but he's onto the spike. Gentlemates try and spam out, not being baited out the shot. He's trying to make things work. It gets chaotic and somehow goes
किस खुशी में वो लोग ने बैक साइड छोड़ के रिपोजिशन मारा जबकि ओमेन के स्मोक से हाँ और तुम लोग बोल रहे हो कि एमएट जीतेगा इतना बाप फाइट करके वो लोग ने पूरा स्पेस ओमेन को दिया और ओमेन ने क्या किया हल्का सा स्मोक करके टैप बस
that plant on the easy default box to play for main, you got to go out against the back wall. They're forced to push back through against the smokes, and they just get melted.
तीसरा राउंड है ये एमिट का जो जीत सकती थी तीसरा राउंड है तीसरा
Still players low on the economy front as well. Has to be noted.
अब नावी गरम हो गया लग रहा है मेरे
हिसाब से. Once again gone for his signature operator pick, and at the same time Navi very aggressive on C main. Gentlemates are boxed in here.
Yeah, it's the first time that Navi have actually shown this level of proactivity. So he catches Gentlemates sleeping at the wheel. Come back for the opening kill. And here is the dagger in the back. All knives out on the left side. No one anticipating this kind of pressure from Filu. He walks away, but Ruxic's left behind. Another player to add a second layer.
Close gap.
And only Mini remaining.
अभी बस नावी को पिस्तौल जीतने का है 6-6 पिस्तौल जीता 8-6 there is no way
even though Navi for the most part have been under the cosh
zero chance
looks like they've responded well to
2-0 अरे नावी 2-0 ही था मैं बोल रहा हूँ वो लोग ने एफ अप कर दिया
Mates can't immediately scale towards A either, so that's where the flank then starts to find value. And it feels like this defender's side is a little bit more balanced in terms of the
वो गरम है ठीक है लेकिन तू चुप रह वाह
to end the half. This one could be blockbuster.
It could be, especially with all the bodies lined up against one another on the A side. Big on, but it doesn't get any kills. There's even stingers and judges in the mix, so I mean you're starting to favour Navi here to even out the half and even scoreline. And unfortunately, Gentlemates come straight back in with the lower buy and gain the site. Yeah, I mean, just rapid pace change from Gentlemates again. Bippo's not considered with this judge, and comeback pays the ultimate price. He does, and perhaps have paid the price of the round, not checking close corner. Bippo up with the judge, but it's the shorty, the little brother, that comes out on top. And Gentlemates begin to regress. Post plant now. This Chloric can Rooks try and clear out, and I've got not a lot of time to do this. A lot of bodies to try and find. Gentlemates up to 7 an advantage, but not one as clear cut as we thought.
Yeah, as iconic as Chloric is on that site, and with the support of Roxic, it's not happening this time around. Mates maintain their advantage on the half. Will it be enough for them to bring it home in 2?
शॉट टीपी लेके बेट किया था, फ्री किल था वे फिलू के लिए। लेकिन भाई एमेट ने अच्छा फाइट अच्छा किया, मारने के लिए फाइट अच्छा किया, मारने के लिए नहीं, सॉरी हारने के लिए। क्या सीन है, ये लोग जीत रहे क्या, ये लोग 5-6 चल रहे, 5-6। Sir, we are close to 4K likes. जिसने भी लाइक नहीं किया है, लाइक कर दो मेरे जियान। टिक्का काटने का मन कर रहा है हल्का सा। मेरा फोन किधर है? क्या मेरा फोन चार्जिंग पे था? कमेंटेटर्स की आवाज कम करते चुप रही है तो बाम लगाना भाई।
Navi have been able to respond quite impressively in a group which right now has it all out in the balance. Looking at a game later this week, which could have been the first of the playoff teams, Liquid at the top end.
डॉक्टर भाई चैट में आ गया।
To potentially qualify there, Liquid still have
किसको तो चुप रहे, उसका इलाज करवा दो प्लीज।
Potentially stop them from getting to this spot that they want to get to.
जी का मैच कब है, इसके बाद है यहाँ पे।
The next highest kind of placed teams in this group playing against one another right now. Gentlemates Navi, 1-1 game, and then you've got your bottom 2 teams playing also this week in Heretics and Carmine Core. This group could get really topsy-turvy, and a lot of teams that you thought were safe, maybe not so much.
Navi 66.7 pistol win rate, 66.7.
The remainder of them because
66.7 क्या win rate होता है मालूम है? हीरो अकेला 3 बंदा मारेगा, वैसा win rate है 66.7.
I think it's fair to say in terms of Liquid and how they're playing the double duelist. Navi trying to give it a go here themselves. It's only Filu in first. Midi is there to guard his poison orb, and with Glyph landing the blind as well. I mean, just no way through for this attack, and it's the worst possible start. Yeah, it seems like both teams are just wanting to trade out pistol rounds, whoever's on the defense. Yeah, come back well away from.
अगर नियॉन सामने से नाच के आ रहा और पीछे 3 बंदे हैं,
I mean, he is going to be able to access
the space
easier than.
बोल दो एडमिन्स को कि पीसी ऑटोमेटिक ऑफ किया था, राउंड रिस्टार्ट कर रहा हूं, लेकिन फाइट तो नहीं जीत पाएंगे। सिंपल है।
We'll see what he can do.
लात मार दो पीछे को डायरेक्ट।
Oh no, it's placed already.
मॉनिटर गिरा दो लाइन पे।
Oh no, it's fine. It's fine. There's the spike. Oh, all right. How much further does this go, Cairo? Not a whole bunch further because he's looking for a pick and Gentlemates are there. So pistol round when Gentlemates move up to 8, extending that gap. And if this is anything like Peril and that defender side, the momentum really can start to build. Yeah, it absolutely can. I mean, this one here, Navi diving in blind. That's the issue. If you are just playing the solo
अरे बैठे रे बाबा बैठे बैठे रे बाबा
is it going to be come back with his TP or
sit down जब देखो sit down
I don't know.
Last split sit down, last year champ sit down, master sit down, 5 साल से esports में sit down
see how much he can find with it. He's already taken one from the Sheriff on the other side.
Starzo is still got no support either.
I mean, they've covered a lot of ground here. Na'Vi, they could be in for a plant at the very least.
Yeah, it's been fairly quick. So if they get a plant, that extra economy is going to look great. And unfortunately, it becomes a firing line, which Combat can answer back. And I'm not fully convinced about this from Na'Vi, though, especially when mates come in and do that. So one casualty, but one general mates will be happy to answer back.
You Binks by my first super chat. Raise your pinky.
Some sort of 50% value there. With anything more, maybe there was a chance, but you know, I don't mind that from Na'Vi. Experiment, explore the other side of the.
Simple है. 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 Between us रखना ये race. Let me explain. Let me explain. पिंकी को मैं वापस पटा सकता हूँ.
That is Starzo on a Sheriff. The rest
लेकिन अगर रेस गया
as well, except for Beppo, he obviously
मैं
has
वापस रेडिएंट में बन सकता
Judge.
हूँ.
How is that going to get up close and personal on the A side though? Because this is a lot of distance you have to try and cover. And Na'Vi, pretty slow to come out here, respecting what Gentlemates could throw at them. And they've done so pretty efficiently so far.
Yeah, they have. And where it's around that Gentlemates could have found to
ये
take
क्या
10
कैसे
off a
डिलीवरी बाय?
bonus. It's looking like Na'Vi have found what was needed to reset, come back, 2 kills, even TP's out on that first engagement and goes back in for another.
Glyph has just got by the trademark, by the way, unnoticed. Unfortunately,
और तुम लोग बोल रहे हो एमिट जीतेगा?
So it's a pick back in their direction.
There's one. Mini also making his approach from the same side. Does have a
रेडिएंट कप
vandal
था
though,
तो
so
वैसे
maybe a little more
5 बार
inclined to
था मैं
save the
5
glyph
बार
on
घर
this Guardian.
जाएगा रेडिएंट कप का.
Yeah, looks like it. If Glyph can get even any damage here, they're probably thinking that's a success.
Yeah.
तुम लोग ये सब देख कर रहे हो ना कि बहरे हो तुम लोग?
It's a bit of a punt, isn't it?
Yeah, he's dead now. He's gone.
Oh, thanks, mate. I didn't even notice.
और तुम लोग अभी भी बोल रहे हो कि एमिट जीतेगा?
So back within 3 within
on the way.
these two. And overall, right, I'm going to ask you the question that you asked me.
कतो 5 बार 7 बार क्या?
When do you start to favour Na'Vi in this map?
You know what? I could sit here and be like
6-9 charted you.
really troll and
Thank
be like,
you.
oh yeah, you know, are they going to do it right now? Like I believe in it, you know?
Yeah.
And it might happen, but I don't.
Chat. एक ये 6-9 स्कोर और एक ये 6-9. हाँ? पीछे VCT चल रहा है और ये देखो. ये एक्चुअली हो रही है VCT. अरे बहनचोद. ये हो रही है VCT बट ये हो रही है VCT बट ये स्टक क्यों हो रहा है? हेलो मैं उसका पी चेंज कर रहा था पिक्सल.
That's terrible.
मैं उसका पिक्सल चेंज कर रहा था. 144.
Oh dear, oh dear.
It gets worse and worse.
It does.
But it could get better
Stuck कर रहा है लेकिन.
for Gentlemates.
Yeah. Yeah, you'd hope so. Here is comeback.
Bye Bipo.
The
1v1
babyface
है.
killer.
Comeback टिपी मार सकता है
Finds
पीछे.
Bippo in rubble. One missed shot is enough. Comeback has seen it all. No reason to hang around. They're able to force Bippo out of
पीछे
position
निकल
though.
गया.
And yeah, Martin doesn't really have a tangible way to play off the back of this.
That's what you're seeing.
ओ अच्छा
the
प्रो है
respect
भाई.
being
के बार
shown
कोई
here.
नहीं है करके.
And giving up the full space
पता चला है.
entirely. Navi have got the Viper wall up. They're skilling off the back of this.
चलो वॉल गिरा के
Full
मारेंगे
retake
बिपो को.
right now,
बिपो
especially
एक
with
पिक ले ले.
having a full
एक
belt of
अरे बच गया.
utility. Beppo noting the
Yeah.
players on the A space.
I mean, with how mates are so passive towards the A site right now, they're fully prepared for this retake, or so you would think. Coming back in, there are plenty of tools. Martin has the
Fully
nade,
prepared.
Mini and Molly. There's a blind, a seize in there. Multiple ways that they could combine and conflict Na'Vi, who are playing fully on site.
कोई है ही
All
नहीं.
main in Gentlemate's favour, so that's a huge part of the map already cleared out. But Heaven will be a
हाँ,
problem
बोलो
later
क्या?
in this retake.
पूरा मैप पे स्विच हो गया है
to that position right now, but mates have a toxic screen they need to fight through. Bippo the first line of attack. He's very quickly blunted as the spear's thrown in. Double peek from mates is nice, bringing it back into an even situation. 3-on-3 and Martin wrapping around the side, just doesn't have enough bullets in the gun. Plays to take out in this target-rich environment. NAVI, bring us within 2.
Well, this second map is now
God,
on a knife's
क्या
edge.
लेकिन
NAVI, the ones who have the momentum, and Gentlemates don't really have the economy to back it.
बंदे
Filu looking razor sharp on this neon at times.
Filu, my baby boy, yeah.
Oh, that's who it is then.
बाप रे
Okay.
फिलू का दिखाएगा ट्रिपल किल
Filu won.
फिलू का दिखाएगा
Give them a 1v1 for the spot.
Yeah, a little skirmish.
Yeah, I'd like that.
All right. Navi need to qualify to an international first.
हाँ ये देखो
We'll wait for that one.
यहाँ पे भी पुश कर रहे हैं
We'll
लोग
see. As for Navi, they want to qualify from the group first before we get towards an international.
Of course.
And a good result here would certainly put them in good stead. As we are seeing right now, Rooksit going for that scale, but it's a re-hit.
I think उल्लू बनाया कि उसने दरवाजा तोड़ दिया फेड ने.
3 sheriffs here, and a showstopper for Martin as well. If he can find a way to use it, it's gonna just take them all with the sheriff instead. 3 picked up, down to a 2-on-2. The guns are deep, difficult to recover on the next side, but you've now just got to be thinking about Mini. Already has a Vandal, and he's closest to the action if they head B.
Yeah, Navi have given up the rifles, so Starzo has a chance to go and recollect one. Navi, though, given the clean road, also plant that spike. So it's a post-plant for rifles on both players of Gentlemates.
This one could get really awkward. Comeback has his TP this time to place, so an opportunity to reposition perhaps. Mini now relaying that info back. Has to break the door to get in. Oh, and Rook's just not there to reset in time. All of a sudden, 2v1, yeah. Starso just emptying it on the way back through.
बस पूरा close
Trying
खाली
to
है.
figure out and paint this picture. Where is comeback?
They've missed comeback, but
that's my God, दिख गया.
Starso spotted it, but comeback finds the shot. And now he's up against his former teammates! And comeback this time! Mini is no more! And Navi just one round away!
फेड ने क्या किया? वन टैप मारने के लिए रुका था.
What he's capable of. Lovely
भाई
from
मार्टिन ने अच्छा मार
Martin,
रखा
but
है.
he can't quite stand up to what comeback was able to do.
ये देखो.
Fair enough, mate. That's some time to show
वन
it.
टैप मार.
Especially
सीज डाला है.
against many
उसको
of all
सुनाई
the
दे नहीं रहा
players.
है. सिर्फ चिल करने का था. सिर्फ चिल.
For comeback.
सिर्फ चिल.
In that situation, don't need comms. Just as long as he can trust the plan in his own head and execute it. Gentlemates have now called their first timeout.
कौन है? किधर है? एमेट वाले किधर है? मेरे को दिखते रहे चैट में. हेलो.
Now a 1-round game.
कितना राउंड है? चौथा. चौथा राउंड है.
Some big ones.
एक छुपा दे तो प्लीज नींद अच्छी आ जाएगी. लव यू अरुण भाई छुपा.
Yeah, I already see Navi thinking about.
भाई सिंपल देखो अच्छा है वन टाइम मार के साइड आने का, लेकिन विन कंडीशन जो तुम लोग 100% जो तुम लोग 100% विन कंडीशन तुम लोग को देते हैं वो क्या होता है मालूम है? ये सिचुएशन में बेस्ट सीज फेंका बंदा बह रहा है, वाइपर स्पिट है, जस्ट प्लांट हुआ है, बहुत टाइम है, टैप भी नहीं करने का है, अल्ट मारा ऐसे ही बैठने का है, वो उसको जाना पड़ेगा ही पिट में जाके वाइपर के साथ 1v1 लड़ेगा, और अगर वो हारा डीके के वजह से वो 1 HP होएगा, तब बिमेन वाला पिक करके आराम से किल ले सकता है.
There's still an operator in the mix for comeback, although he is being forced away in that A space. Now on Gentlemate's favour, that's a quick exit in towards B, using the Odin in his favour to entry, not something we'd expect.
Let's check in on Navi's comms though and see what they're planning.
Heaven.
Haben.
Safety on the race.
Hey bro, ये क्या movement था?
We have seen nice. Hey, one. No one's seeing. One peek guys. One kill back. From B. Door. Cancel. Tower. Ceiling. Yeah. Paranoid coming out, Becca. 2-2. Close.
Last player standing.
Oh. 80 on the race. Close to you. Nice try. Okay, it's okay. Nice try. All good.
Spike's dead. You're welcome.
Valiant effort there from NAVI, but not to be. Gentlemate's right back on the warpath after that timeout.
Yeah, double digits, and not only that, you feel pretty hard done by if your comeback. Just a few shots away. Getting some key kills in that post plan.
I don't even want to say that they're easy ones, but compared to some of the shots that he's already hit, it's in the pressure situations where that's gotta land. And after he just pulled off a 2v1, arguably a more staggering difficulty. It's frustrating for Navi not to be able to keep moving forward, but that's how it goes. No chance to be sorry for yourself.
Yeah, birthday wish kar do. Edits bye. मैंने happy birthday of the day मेरे जान को.
Starzo.
The race बोले.
We need to keep note of, especially Bipple on the line with the operator.
भाई इकोनॉमी तो अच्छा है, फिलो अल्ट भी है, क्लोरिक अल्ट भी आ रहा है.
Not far off now as comeback. Just gets caught edge of the smoke. Bippo can't find the shot he's looking for, but the stun will land and continues to guard this C site where he's arrived in support.
He has.
Oh, full reposition.
Nice. Hidden in the corner. Bippo, his op will play bait this time. Not usually what you play bait for is a kit player in the corner with an operator, but if he swings out here,
Gentlemate's fully reset now in their sight hold, and Mini is just completely unexpected. Finally, he connects that long spray of bullets. Starso's arrived as well, and so the captain and his co-caller can feel comfortable in their sight control now.
30 seconds left.
Still, with time so low, a re-hit in a 2 versus 4 is not going to favour you at all.
Bippo's looking to peek over this as well. Even the paranoia timing from Glyph, all just buying those precious seconds. 15 of them left for Navi to make this move, but mates have them cornered.
I think this is a really important round to win if you're Gentlemates. Not only do you get 11, but let's have a look at the attack side. Economy has a couple of ultimates in play, but I think those two rifles should have been saved. It really begs the question of why attempt a 2 versus 4 with 15 seconds remaining. And it's these key decisions that will cost you if you're Navi.
Who knows, right? There are a couple of gaps here for them, but maybe swinging at half chances
major ult है, बस साइड तक पहुंचने के क्लोरिक अल्ट मारेगा, प्लीज कमबैक कर सकते हैं.
Navi have been scaling behind this wall a lot, so Bippo will be lucky to find anything here initially.
Navi have scaled well once again.
Exactly, just creeping up behind it, and with the smoke down, it's all about team. But he feels all too happy with the eyes on him. It's where he thrives. And living life in big and better for him. It's a bit of a trade. In fact, Navi, they just clap back into the round 2-on-2 now.
It's the reset, though, that favours Gentlemates. Both players are thought for a minute in position to catch B, but instead the spike goes down on A.
Chloric playing detached, has the pit, but no way to help set up Filu with it. Bucky in hand. In fact, it's just a full clear around here. Mini wiser to the tricks.
Where is Chloric?
So far back, but no one's already got to work on this spike defusal. They think that he could be wrapping around, so actually giving Chloric a chance to walk on up, but mates patiently wait, and they are rewarded for that patience. It's been a long first map into the second, but they've come out on top.
They have. It took them...
बोला था कि नहीं. Emmet clear cut 2-0. बोला था कि नहीं? हाँ? बोला था कि नहीं? हाँ? बोला था कि नहीं?
At this moment in time, you expect.
जरा से go कर दिया, wait करने बोला.
Vulnerable position in the group with still some top teams to play.
That's exactly it. I mean, it's the same reason why Foot can qualify over Liquid if they win and not vice versa, because of the teams that have...
Hello, तेरे बैंड मारते का लैंड enshrouded.
कैसे भाई?
लोग बिना जीते जाएंगे नहीं.
Enshrouded.
जीतना चाहते हैं.
एक जीते थे वैसे आज.
एक वही तो बात पिक हम 5.5
Zaref तेरी लुल्ली की कसम ये मैप के बाद तो एंसर्डेड आएगा।
तू मेरे लुल्ली की कसम तू नहीं खा सकता भाई, सॉरी भाई, जाओ अपना लुल्ली की कसम पे जाओ।
नहीं तू तेरा खा, तू तेरा खा।
नहीं मैं नहीं खाऊंगा, मैं क्यों खाऊं भाई, है ही नहीं।
भाई ऐसा मत कर यार, जरा मैं इंस्टॉल किया है यार।
मामा तुमने टीम चेंज कर ली है
भाई, तुम पे नहीं हो सकता ना।
पोस्टेड के मैं खुद का सर्वर बना के खुद ही खेलूंगा, फिर बोलना नहीं।
अरे आ रहे ना
हम क्या है, तुम जा रहे हो सोने, 2 बज के आ रहे ना हम।
नहीं
क्या
3 बजे नहीं आ रही है
तू? कुछ ऐसा नहीं होता है।
2 बजे लेवल अप करेंगे।
डुओ गेम नहीं है, नहीं खेल
लेवल अप करेंगे।
डुओ करना है तेरे साथ यार।
हमें तू आईजीएल कर, तू वॉच पार्टी में आईजीएल कर।
मैं सोलो खेलूंगा, खुद का सर्वर बना के मैं सोलो खेलूंगा। फक ऑफ।
A problem.
Refund
Martin on the boost this time. He's just not spotted Ruxic and fully punished for it. Yeah,
ये लोग के भरोसे मैं नहीं रह सकता।
Least though, I thought for a minute
Time to
Binks was
refund.
going to capitalize. Instead, legs Gloric. So the players on NAVI say, get the spike onto site. Again, access to site, but how does this post plant look? Pit to cut across, but Gloric's been dropped.
ओए
Backpacks 3v3.
बाकी लोग बहुत दूर है, वो लोग को बाहर निकलना पड़ेगा।
One where Comeback's able to get in behind around the other way. Hero wins the duel on site, leaving only Starso behind in this position. Spike is down. Starso caught with his hands busy. The util trying to get brought out. So Glyph attempts a 1 versus 3. And a big one it could be for him. Zero is up close. If he
ये
gets
मेंबर्स
this
को
kill,
कूलडाउन नहीं रहता
they
क्या?
fall
मैसेज
online
करने
for
को
the next
कूलडाउन नहीं
round.
रहता, लेकिन स्पैम किया तो टाइम आउट करते हो लोग।
Unfortunately, he's going to go. Yeah, walks in, finds the first one cleanly. Ruxic still hanging around the silent drop. Glyph needs to be on top of this. Paranoia drops in the opposite way. Lands both shots on the shorty. And now it's come back. The stand in against him. But no one can stand when Glyph is around. Gentlemates fight their way back from a massive deficit on map 1 to an insane performance on map 2. A Red Bull clutch to close it out. And Gentlemates in good stead for this group. Glyph delivering the goods to end what was a great map for mates in the end. No issues with the calling for Starso as his first outing as in-game leader on this one ends in a victory. But it's the comeback on pole which really showed signs of that same team that we sent to Santiago for kickoff. Yeah, it really is. I think the one thing that I do have to say and one thing that I do want to know is that...
Easy for Emmett bolte baby, easy for Emmett bolte baby.
Really need to see those numbers get up and understand his role on the attack.
Easy for Emmett bolte baby. अब let me check one thing. Let me just talk to a little bit of Grok and little bit of meta AI and खुद ही खेलूँ मेरे लूडो के साथ, खुद ही मोनोपोली खेलूँ। नहीं पीली। Let me talk to the AI of the Grok of the Googles. Hey Google, तुम लोगों को स्क्रीन नहीं सकेगा, गूगल है, कुछ आल बाल साइट खुला तो मेरी गांड लग जाएगी, समझ रहे हो? Hey Google, can I play Enshrouded alone in very lonely setup? Yes, you can absolutely play Enshrouded alone in a very lonely single player setup. While it is advised as a co-op survival game, many players have logged hundreds of hours exploring, building and defeating bosses solo. लंड फर्क नहीं पड़ता है कोई दोस्त है कि नहीं है। खुद का सर्वर बनाएंगे, खुद ही खेलेंगे। अगर आज उसने टांग दिया तो, अगर उसने आज टांग नहीं दिया तो मैं उसके सर्वर में जाऊंगा। लेकिन आज उसने अगर टांग दिया, खुद का सर्वर बना के खुद ही खेलूंगा सोलो। ठीक है, क्या वो टांग देगा जानने के लिए बने रहिए इस एपिसोड में। मैं और मेरा मेंबर्स ओनली एपिसोड 1 सीजन 2। ठीक है, लेट मी आस्क Let me ask. Dear Zaref, एक proposal. Zaref तो muted है. Zaref, dear Zaref, follow. Zaref, muted है बेटा. बेटा muted है. Zaref बेटे. Zaref, hello. Zaref तो muted है बेटे. Hello Zaref से Discord में muted है. Hello Zaref. हेलो आवाज़ आ रहा है. हेलो ज़रफ़ तो है. हेलो ज़रफ़ आर्मी. हेलो ज़रफ़ आवाज़ आ रहा है मेरा. हेलो माइक टेस्टिंग 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. हेलो कोई है डिस्कॉर्ड पे? वॉशरूम गया है वो. मिड मैच. नो वंडर हर मैच हार रहे दल्ला. लेट मी लुक एट स्ट्रीम.
बिंग्स पे भाड़े गुंडे बन के आए हो क्या इधर?
मेरी बात सुन ज़रफ़.
हाँ,
अगर आज ये मैच के बाद तू इंस्टॉलेड आया तो मैं तेरा सर्वर खेलूंगा. अगर तू नहीं आया मैं खुद का सर्वर बना के खुद ही खेलूंगा और मैं लैंड तेरे सर्वर में नहीं आने वाला हूँ. कोई भी गेम. हाँ कोई भी गेम. ठीक है. अगर ये गेम के बाद इंस्टॉलेड आया वी प्ले टुगेदर ऑन योर सर्वर. नहीं आया आई विल प्ले अलोन 24 आवर्स. आई डोंट गिव अ फक.
ठीक है. मेरा मैच स्टार्ट हो रहा है. मैं कोई 1-2 बंदे मारूं कॉम्स करके.
ठीक है जानने के लिए बने रहिए. ठीक है जानने के लिए बने रहिए. इस एपिसोड में मैं और मेरा मेंबर सुन ली. एपिसोड 2 सीजन 3. बाय बाय. आदियो सिटी में. आदियो टेक केयर. सी बाय. लव यू. रात को मिलेंगे मेंबर सुन ली.